Chapter 3779. He had long heard that Yang Kai had obtained a great opportunity when he entered the territory of the Become the Demon race. After returning, he had the strength of a half-saint as a high-ranked demon king. But Song Emo didn't believe it. In his opinion, Yang Kai's aptitude was indeed extraordinary. But with his cultivation realm, how could it be possible for him to surpass the gap between heaven and earth? Even if Yang Kai had the achievement of killing a half-saint, that was also the result of someone cooperating with him. But until now, when he fought with him, Song Emo found that the rumors were true. This little bastard actually had the strength of a half-saint. When this spear stabbed over, Song Emo felt the pressure of a mountain, and even found it difficult to breathe. Hastily responding, he raised his hand and slapped forward. With a loud bang, Song Emo let out a muffled groan, his figure exploding backwards while Yang Kai's body only swayed a few times before stabilizing. This result was not because Yang Kai's strength was much greater than Song Mo's, but because he had the advantage of the Black Dragon Spear, and because Yang Kai had attacked in anger, Song Emo had been forced to parry. Swish swish swish. With the sound of something breaking through the air, the four half-saint of the demon race, under the lead of Jia Long, had already caught up. As if they had already discussed, they spread out and surrounded Yang Kai and Song Emo in the middle, looking at the center of the field with mocking eyes. Today's situation was not something that could be seen casually. Compared to spending more effort to kill the fake emperor of the Star Realm, the half-saint undoubtedly preferred to see the human race kill each other. Damn it! Song Emo gritted his teeth and roared, his eyes sweeping left and right, filled with fear. When he looked at Yang Kai again, his eyes were full of hatred. Yang Kai, what are you doing? Yang Kai lowered his eyes, the long hair in front of his forehead falling, casting a thick shadow, and said in a serious voice, "The one who should die is you, old dog Song Emo." Song Emo gritted his teeth. Harming others and yourself, what good is it for you? Injustice in the heart, injustice in the Tao. Yang Kai slowly raised the Black Dragon Spear, pointed it at Song Emo, and said in a cold voice, "Today, this place will be your burial ground." Nonsense. We'll see if you can survive. Song Mo's face twitched and his heart was filled with resentment. Previously, in order to fight for a chance of survival, he instinctively threw his companions behind him as a shield. If he was given another chance, he would still make the same choice. However, what he didn't expect was that Yang Kai's character was so unyielding. Even though he knew that the four half-saint of demon race were chasing after him, not only did he not think of escaping, he even blocked Song Mo's path. This was simply harming others without benefiting himself. Could it be that he didn't know the consequences of being surrounded by those half-saint? Don't worry, I will definitely live longer than you. Yang Kai's expression was cold. He did not move his spear. He turned his head to the side and said, "Jia Long, how about we make a deal?" Jia Long's eyes were filled with a playful smile. He said lightly, "Do you think, in this situation, you are qualified to discuss with this king?" Pausing for a moment, he laughed loudly. "Fine, since you let this king see a good show, if you have any last words, quickly say them. If you can make this king happy, I may be able to satisfy you." He had a posture as if Yang Kai was already in his grasp. It was not that he was arrogant, but the advantage he had was too obvious. The four half-saints' auras were firmly locked onto Yang Kai. As long as he made the slightest move, he would immediately welcome a storm of attacks. At that time, whether or not he could use his strange space secret technique was another matter. Yang Kai's expression did not change. He was as calm as a volcano that had been dormant for many years. "I want to kill this trash. You guys wait on the side. After I kill him, if you have any other methods, I will take them all." As soon as these words came out, Song Mo's face turned ashen. On the contrary, the four half-saint of demon race's expressions were playful. Jia Long even touched his chin, revealing a thoughtful expression. "Why?" Yang Kai coldly snorted, "If I fight with him, no matter who wins in the end, the remaining one will be an arrow at the end of its flight. At that time, when the four of you attack together, who can stop you? This will only benefit you and no harm, isn't it?" Song Mo's heart sank when he heard this. He cried out involuntarily, "Yang Kai, you are crazy." If Jia Long and the others really acted according to Yang Kai's words, then he would definitely be doomed today. Whether Yang Kai killed him or he killed Yang Kai, he would not be able to leave this place alive. His original plan would also be completely useless. For a moment, He was in a mess and his whole body was cold. He secretly cursed Yang Kai for being so vicious. In order to deal with him, he even made such a proposal. Jia Long and the others would not be able to refuse even if they wanted to. Sure enough, after pondering for a moment, Jia Long nodded and said, "What you said makes sense." Suddenly, he revealed a hideous grin, his face ferocious. "But if this king wants something, he will take it himself." As soon as his words fell, a thick corpse chi rolled out. From the corpse chi, figures emerged one after another. Surprisingly, they were all refined corpses refined by Jia Long. These refined corpses were basically high-rank demon king. Among them, there were even 3 half-saint of demon race level corpses. Obviously, they were the result of Jia Long's lifetime collection. The moment Jia Long made his move, the bone demon half-saint also opened his mouth and spat out a dark green netherworld ghost flame, which turned into a dark green cloud of fire and flew towards Yang Kai. The feather demon knocked an arrow and pulled the bowstring. The succubus demon smiled charmingly and launched an invisible soul attack. In an instant, a great battle broke out. The 4 half-saint of demon race used their respective divine technique to attack Yang Kai and Song Mo. In that instant, the world changed color, and the world energy inside the profound heavenly temple became turbulent. A dragon's roar resounded as a golden dragon head flashed. Yang Kai's figure suddenly expanded, turning into a 100-jong-long dragon. With a sweep of the black dragon spear, the numerous refined corpses pouncing towards him exploded one after another. Even the boundless corpse chi was swept away. His spear did not stop there. With a backhand swing, he cut down one of the feather demon's arrows. Then, he stretched out his hand and used the collapsing secret technique. Heaven and earth collapsed as he swallowed the dark green netherworld ghost flame. Fighting against 3 half-saint by himself, although Yang Kai was able to resolve the attack at the first moment, the blood in his body roiled and he tasted something sweet in his throat. However, Yang Kai did not delay at all. With a light tap of his foot, he pounced straight towards Song Mo, roaring "Die!" Yang Kai was the focus of the 3 half-saint of demon race, while Song Mo's situation was much better. Of the 4 half-saints' attacks, only the succubus demon's spiritual energy attack was targeted at him. Song Mo's eyes glazed over for a moment, but in that moment, Yang Kai had already closed in on him with his spear. His murderous intent caused Song Mo's skin to turn cold. Angered, Song Mo roared, "Since you don't want me to have an easy time, don't think you'll have an easy time either." With a loud bang, a violent emperor chi swept out. Song Mo's entire body seemed to swell up as some strange patterns appeared on his exposed skin. Reaching out, Song Mo grasped at the void and a long sword appeared in his hand. Then, he slashed down, sending a sword chi forward. A loud bang rang out as energy raged, causing heaven and earth to turn upside down and shatter. Yang Kai's huge body was forced back a dozen steps, while Song Mo's entire body was sent tumbling. Not giving Yang Kai any time to breathe, Jia Long and the other 2 half-saint attacked again. Asterisk schwa 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 asterisk 3 figures appeared beside Yang Kai. Icy principles filled the air, colliding with the boundless corpse chi. Bing Yun formed a seal with one hand, her expression solemn. The 3 blazing flame rings flew out from Yang Yun's wrist, turning into 3 huge rings of fire that flew towards the bone demon. Gon Li's figure flickered as he rushed towards the feather demon. In an instant they engaged in battle. "You!" Song Mo, who was sent flying backwards, widened his eyes as he stared at the 3 figures that suddenly appeared. The expression on his face was extremely interesting. He instantly understood how Yang Yan's trio had appeared. Clearly, they had been hiding in Yang Kai's sealed world bead for some time now. Such strength, such an ambush. Song Mo almost ground his teeth to pieces. If he had known that Yang Kai was hiding 3 ambushers, he would not have used the man surnamed Feng as a shield. As long as they could join up with Yang Kai, they would have the strength of 6 false emperors. No matter how strong Jia Long was, the disadvantage in numbers was enough to make him give up. But at that time, he only saw Yang Kai alone and was fleeing. How could he have thought so much at the moment of life and death? He only thought that he could use Yang Kai to attract the attention of the demon race while he took the opportunity to escape. He did not know if his previous actions were seen by Yang Yun and the others. If they had seen it, he was afraid that he would no longer have a foothold in the star boundary. If it was only Yang Kai who saw it, he was not afraid. Without any evidence, he would never admit that he had done such a thing. Even if the demon race revealed something, it would only be regarded as sowing discord. It was not trustworthy. Treacherous little beast. Song Mo's heart was filled with grief and indignation. He secretly blamed Yang Kai for not showing his full strength at the beginning, causing him to make such a choice when he could not see any hope. But now, Yang Yun and the others were entangled with the half-saint of demon race while the succubus demon was still dealing with him. Yang Kai was no longer restrained and a huge sense of crisis instantly enveloped Song Mo. In his life, he had only felt this way when he was suppressed by Xueqi. This time, it was really a disaster. At this moment, a strange change suddenly occurred. A huge buzzing sound rang out and the entire profound heaven temple trembled violently. Whether it was the half-saint or the false emperor, everyone present suddenly lost their footing and their bodies swayed. The rich world energy between heaven and earth quickly converged in one direction, and in a very short period of time, a violent energy wave swept up, causing the ground and trees to sway incessantly. Everyone's expression changed and they all stopped fighting and vigilantly looked around. With such a change, it was obvious that something big had happened. The rumbling sound continued for a long time. This is... Song Mo's eyes widened and he looked up in a certain direction, immediately revealing a look of ecstasy as he hissed, "Heaven Void Cauldron." In the direction he was looking, a huge square cauldron suddenly appeared. This huge cauldron was engraved with countless mysterious patterns and patterns that flickered and flowed incessantly. These patterns seemed to be in accordance with the principles of the Great Tao, causing everyone who saw this huge cauldron to be absent-minded for a moment. The huge cauldron was not a physical object, but a phantom, but it was unbelievably solid. As the world energy in the profound heaven temple madly poured in, the huge cauldron grew larger and larger, as if it was going to contain the entire profound heaven temple. Chapter 3780. The world buzzed, the world's spiritual energy was in a frenzy, and the giant cauldron was revealed. The aura of the Great Tao flowed through every corner of the profound heaven palace. At this moment, every false emperor in the profound heaven palace, including the half-saint of the demon race, couldn't help but feel as if an invisible door had been pushed open in front of them. Behind that door was the peak of martial arts that they had been pursuing all their lives. It was something that was worth paying any price, even their lives. Inside the profound heaven palace, figures appeared one after another, turned into streams of light of various colors, and rushed towards the giant cauldron. The Heaven Void Cauldron. Gonli couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Only at this moment did he confirm that the information he received from the star boundary was correct. There really was a Heaven Void Cauldron in the profound heaven palace, and the key to becoming great emperors was in the Heaven Void Cauldron. Although his heart was restless and he had the urge to rush to the giant cauldron to take a look, the half-saint of demon race was watching him covetously, so he didn't dare to act rashly. On the other side, Jia Long stared at the giant cauldron for a moment, then turned back to look at a headless corpse not far away. It was the man surnamed Feng who had been trapped by Song Mo previously. Although he had only died for a short while, the twisted head and the headless corpse had already turned into dried-up matter. A hint of contemplation flashed through his earthen yellow eyes. Was this the final step? Compared to the other half-saint of demon race, Jia Long knew more about the situation inside the profound heaven palace. On the first day of their journey to the profound heaven palace, Xueqi had summoned him to the Star Soul Palace for a night of secret investigation. No one knew what Xueqi had told him that night, and only Jia Long knew. The other half-saint of demon race only knew that after entering the profound heaven palace, they had to kill as many false emperors as possible in the star boundary as possible, but there was no need to specifically tell them this. Even if the human race and demon race ran into each other outside, they wouldn't turn a blind eye. Not to mention that this was the profound heaven palace where everyone competed for the Great Tao. Only Jia Long knew that the key to becoming great emperors in this heaven and earth secret realm was inseparable from death and slaughter. Only when enough blood was spilled would the key be revealed. The death of the man surnamed Feng was undoubtedly the last straw that broke the camel's back. Now, the giant cauldron had revealed itself, and the final moment of the struggle for the Great Tao had arrived. All forbearance and schemes were useless at this moment. If they wanted to obtain the only opportunity, they could only rely on their own abilities. With a loud bang, the energy exploded. Everyone was shocked and turned their heads to look at the source of the commotion, only to see Yang Kai's ferocious face charging towards Song Mo. The black dragon spear swept out and Song Mo flew backwards, spitting out blood in midair. Just now, when the giant cauldron was revealed, everyone's attention was drawn to it. He and Yang Kai were no exception. However, Yang Kai came back to his senses a little faster and launched a sudden attack. He couldn't completely block it. That violent energy surged over, causing his internal organs to churn violently. He secretly cursed the little bastard for having such great strength. It was no wonder, with a dragon's body that was 300 meters long, how could its strength be weak? What made Song Mo feel even more desperate was that after being swept by Yang Kai, he was sent flying straight towards Jialong. Even if he desperately pushed his Emperor Qi to stabilize his body, it was difficult to do so. For a moment, grief welled up in Song Mo's heart. He only knew that this time he was really doomed. If Yang Kai wanted him dead, how could Jialong let him live? At this moment, he was surrounded by enemies on all sides, a situation where there was no chance of survival. Seeing Yang Kai in front of him thrusting his spear towards him again, filling his field of vision with the silhouette of a giant black dragon, Song Mo's eyes filled with despair. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly flashed past him. Then, a huge monster suddenly blocked in front of him. The huge monster that suddenly appeared emitted an extreme stench of corpse. Large pieces of rotten flesh fell from its body and landed on the ground, creating deep pits one after another. This behemoth was none other than Jialong. At this moment, Jialong had used some kind of secret technique and his body suddenly expanded by more than 100 meters. Although it was not comparable to Yang Kai's 100-meter-long dragon body, it was still extremely extraordinary. A monstrous aura burst out from his body and met Yang Kai head-on. In an instant, a fierce battle between a dragon and a tiger ensued. Seeing this scene, Song Mo was both surprised and delighted. He was surprised that Jialong did not take the opportunity to kill him, but instead bypassed him to face Yang Kai. He was delighted that no one had the time to pay attention to him at this moment. Without stopping, Song Mo used the power of Yang Kai's spear to quickly escape. Even after flying a long distance, he could still hear the rumbling sounds behind him, as well as Yang Kai's angry and unwilling roars. After surviving the disaster, Song Mo found that his clothes were soaked in sweat. At that moment, he really thought he was going to die on the spot, but who knew that at the last moment, there was a glimmer of hope. However, on second thought, for Jialong to let him go so easily, it was likely that he did not have good intentions. The joy on his face faded and was covered with a layer of haze. However, it was useless to think about this now. The most important thing now was to rush to the place where the giant cauldron was revealed. Such a heavenly vision was undoubtedly a kind of guide. Now, all the false emperors and half-saint stage cultivators who were still alive in Profound Heaven Temple were converging there. If he was late, he was afraid that others would beat him to it. Thinking of this, Song Mo threw away all the distracting thoughts in his heart and stuffed a few spirit pills into his mouth, recovering as he hurried along. In the battle just now, he was not injured. Although Yang Kai's attack was terrifying, he was not a pushover. Although he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, it was not a big deal and would not affect him in the upcoming battle. At this moment, Yang Kai and Jialong each had 3 helpers by their side. Each of them had found their target and were fighting in full swing. Watching Song Mo escape without being able to do anything, the anger in Yang Kai's heart surged fiercely like an erupting volcano, as if it wanted to burn the world together. He showed no mercy in his attacks, using the Space Divine technique, Soul Attack, Dragon Race Secret Technique, and various other methods to beat Jialong until he was overwhelmed. However, in the end, Li Wu-yi was the focus of Yang Kai's attention. This guy was indeed more powerful than the other half-saint of demon race cultivators. No matter what kind of method he used, he was able to resolve it at the critical moment. Even Yang Kai could not leave a single wound on him. Jialong obviously knew that the true meaning of martial Tao was treacherous and difficult to deal with, so in any case, it was impossible for him to let Yang Kai hurt him. As a result, the battle between the two seemed a little funny. Jialong's cultivation was obviously higher than Yang Kai, but the scene of the battle seemed to be suppressed by Yang Kai. However, he was like a sturdy wooden boat, cutting through the waves in the stormy sea. It seemed that he was in danger of capsizing at any time, but in fact, everything was under his control. After fighting for a while, Jialong suddenly laughed loudly. "Let's stop here. No matter what, you can't do anything to this king." While speaking, he jumped out of the battle. Yang Kai held the spear with one arm, his eyes cold. Although he wanted to kill the enemy, he knew that Jialong was right. His cultivation was currently his biggest shortcoming. Facing a half-saint of demon race cultivator like Jialong, it was really difficult for him to use his abilities. Continuing to fight would only be a waste of time. However, Jialong's actions made it seem as if he was deliberately saving Tsang Mo. He could have taken the opportunity to seriously injure or even kill Tsang Mo, but he let him go. Instead, he went to entangle Yang Kai, making it impossible for Yang Kai to escape. His intentions were so obvious that anyone who was not blind could see it. At this time, Tsang Mo had probably run off to God knows where, so there was naturally no need for him to continue entangling. What's more, the Heaven Void Cauldron had already been revealed, so who would have the heart to fight here? Therefore, when Jia Long retreated, Yang Kai did not stop him. As soon as they stopped fighting, the other three battlefields also stopped fighting. In the blink of an eye, the storm calmed down. 8 pairs of eyes collided in the void, causing sparks to fly. Jia Long grinned and said in a booming voice, "The key to the battle of the Great Tao has been revealed, but this is just the beginning. Yang Kai, I hope you have the ability to survive until the end. This king wants to kill you with his own hands." "Don't worry, you will only die in my hands," Yang Kai coldly snorted. Jia Long said, "Then I'll take my leave first. See you later." Corpse Chi swept up the other 3 half-saint realm cultivators, turning them into filthy objects, and flew towards the giant cauldron. "Let's go too." Yang Kai's huge figure quickly shrank and gradually turned into his original body. Under the surge of space principles, he wrapped Yang Inflammation and the others and teleported away. Seeing this, Gonli secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, he felt a little self-deprecating, feeling that he had gauged the heart of a gentleman with his own pettiness. Just now, he was worried about what to do if Yang Kai asked them to enter the mysterious small world again. Previously, he was willing to stay in the mysterious small world because he considered that there was strength in numbers and it would be safer to stay together. Now that the Heaven Void Cauldron had appeared, if he entered the mysterious small world again, it would be tantamount to handing everything over to Yang Kai. If Yang Kai did not let him out of the mysterious small world, he would definitely miss out on this battle of the Great Tao. This was something he did not want to happen no matter what. Now, it seemed that Yang Kai's actions were quite straightforward. Obviously, he had also considered this point, so instead of letting them enter the small sealed world again, Yang Kai didn't hesitate to expend even more effort to carry them forward. Looking up, Gon Li's heart was burning with excitement. Now the key to the battle of the Great Tao had been revealed, but no one knew what to do next, let alone what was inside the giant cauldron. Since the giant cauldron appeared, it had been madly absorbing the world energy in the sealed world's secret domain, rolling up waves of energy without stopping for a moment. As the world energy was absorbed, the giant cauldron grew bigger and bigger, until it stood tall. At a certain moment, the giant cauldron suddenly calmed down and the complex patterns engraved around it flashed dazzlingly, making the aura of the Great Tao in the sealed world's secret domain thicker and thicker. Whether it was the half-saint of demon race or the human race's false emperor, everyone showed a thoughtful look at this moment. Their understanding of the Great Tao deepened imperceptibly. Chapter 3781. With a loud crash, the giant cauldron shattered and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He stopped abruptly and stared blankly ahead. What's going on? The Heaven Void Cauldron was the key to the battle of the Great Tao. After waiting for so many days, it finally appeared, but it suddenly shattered. If this was the case, wouldn't it mean that everyone would return empty-handed this time? But soon, Yang Kai calmed down because although the giant cauldron had shattered, the aura of the Great Tao in the world had not disappeared. Instead, it had become even denser. Moreover, the giant cauldron was only an illusion, as if it was a projection of the real Heaven Void Cauldron. The collapse of the illusion did not mean that something had happened to the Heaven Void Cauldron itself. Therefore, he only paused for a moment before continuing to fly forward. As time passed, Yang Kai's expression gradually became strange. The aura of the Great Tao in the world was so dense that he had an impulse to stop and take a good look at it. But if he really did so, it would be a foolish thing to lose a watermelon for a sesame seed. So even though he longed for it, he suppressed it. However, the wanton aura of the Great Tao could indeed provide great benefits to all false emperors and half-saints. Although they were limited by the world and could not advance to the level of great emperors or demon saint, with the nourishment of the aura of the Great Tao, as long as they could leave the profound heaven temple alive, their strength would definitely improve greatly. What a pity. Yang Kai suddenly thought of Li Wui. With Li Wui's ability, if he had come here, the benefits he could have obtained would have been unimaginable, and there was a high chance that he could have obtained the only opportunity. However, for the sake of the star boundary and for the sake of the common people, Li Wui took the initiative to give up this opportunity. Such a sacrifice could be said to be cutting off his own path, which was both admirable and distressing. Fortunately, Yang Kai had collected a lot of worldly source liquid this time. He could give some to Li Wui later and it should be able to make up for his loss. The aura of the worldly source liquid contained in it was not inferior to the aura of the great Tao in the profound heaven temple. "Do you smell anything?" Frozen Cloud suddenly asked. As she spoke, the wings of her nose twitched slightly. "A fragrance," Yang Yun immediately replied. She had obviously also sensed it. After the two of them finished speaking, Gon Li's surroundings were indeed filled with a faintly discernible fragrance. It was a fragrance that he had never smelled before. It was indescribable, but it made him feel happy. Even the fatigue from the previous battle was swept away, making him feel refreshed. Although Yang Kai was hurrying along, he was still able to smell this fragrance. At first, this fragrance was not very obvious, but as he moved forward, it became more and more distinct. Of it! Of it! With his divine sense, Yang Kai could sense that many powerful auras had broken into his monitoring range. These auras included false emperors from the star boundary and half-saints from the demon race. But now, everyone was attracted by the heaven void cauldron and was rushing over from all directions, so no one was in the mood to fight with others. At this moment, everyone in the profound heaven temple was doing one thing: rushing to the location of the heaven void cauldron. The heaven void cauldron was located in a bronze hall. The bronze hall was majestic and ancient, and no one knew when it had existed. Just by looking at it, one would feel an ancient and desolate aura, as if it wanted to pull one into an extremely ancient era. Yang Kai had the space divine technique, so although he was relatively far away, he had arrived early. At a glance, he saw the bronze hall towering above the ground. The surface of the hall was mottled with the flowing time Great Emperor, and the hall exuded an aura that made people want to worship it. That aura was like the will of the world. In an instant, Yang Kai felt something stirring in his body, resonating with the bronze hall. He understood that this was a trace of the will of the world in his body, and before the heaven void cauldron appeared, he had relied on the guidance of this will to faintly detect the key location of the ascendant great emperors. However, before he had time to investigate carefully, he encountered Song Mo, Jia Long, and the others. After a fierce battle, the heaven void cauldron appeared, causing him to lose the advantage he had just gained. This should be the profound heaven temple. Although everyone had called this world-sealed world the profound heaven temple since ancient times, the profound heaven temple should be referring to the bronze hall in front of him. The profound heaven temple contained the heaven void cauldron, and the heaven void cauldron contained the secrets of the ascendant great emperors. Step by step, the greatest mystery was right in front of him, waiting for him to unveil it. It would be a lie to say that Yang Kai was not excited, but excitement was excitement. It was not the time for him to be hot-blooded. Just as Jia Long had said, the appearance of the heaven void cauldron was only the beginning, and the final result would depend on each person's ability. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai said, "Master Gon, once we enter the profound heaven temple, it's up to you whether you want to stay or leave, but before that, please lend me a hand." Gon Li nodded in response. "Rest assured, Lord Yang. Until the very last moment, this old master's enemy will always be the demon race." At the same time, the last trace of worry in his heart disappeared. He had already considered parting ways with Yang Kai and the others after entering the profound heaven temple. Now that his lifelong pursuit was right in front of him, even if it meant risking his life, he would strive for it. When the time came, he would naturally not be able to stay with Yang Kai and the others. "That's good." Yang Kai laughed as his space principles surged, wrapping around the three of them as they rushed forward. There was a large door in front of the temple, a bronze door that was several thousand feet tall. It was majestic and gave off an oppressive aura. Both sides were wide open, as if welcoming guests from afar. In this pitch-black temple, who could predict what kind of opportunities and dangers were hidden inside? Yang Kai flashed in. In an instant, violent attacks came from all directions. After a short series of explosions, someone cried out in alarm, "Stop, stop, we're on the same side." As the figures crossed each other, they scattered to the sides. Bing Yun, Yang Inflammation, and Gonli gathered closely around Yang Kai, vigilantly looking around. When they saw who was attacking them, they couldn't help but laugh. When he saw the two bronze doors open, Yang Kai had a premonition that someone must have arrived at the profound heaven temple before him. If he took the initiative, it was very likely that he would be lying in ambush near the entrance, and then take the opportunity to kill the enemy who came in. Therefore, before he came in, Yang Kai was already prepared to be attacked. If not for this, the previous round of fierce attacks would have left him dejected. So it's Lord Yang and the others. The elderly leader revealed an awkward smile, bowed, and said apologetically, "It happened in a hurry, so I didn't see clearly. Please don't blame me." Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "Master Luo is seriously injured, but we are not injured." As he spoke, he sized up the formation of the other side. There were not many people, only 3. However, none of them were seriously injured and were in good spirits. The elderly man in the lead was a fake emperor from the western regions. He was also one of the current commanders of the army, Luo Meng. This was good news for Yang Kai. The more false emperors survived in the star boundary, the more advantage they would have in the upcoming Great Dao battle. "When did Master Luo get here?" Yang Kai asked. Luo Meng observed the situation and was secretly surprised. Among Yang Kai's group of 4, he had the lowest cultivation, but they seemed to follow Yang Kai's lead. This made him think a lot, and in the very short confrontation just now, he did feel a powerful force from Yang Kai. It was very difficult to understand how strong a high-ranked demon king could be without actually fighting with Yang Kai. Everyone only knew that he had once joined forces with Lan Xun and the others to kill a half-saint of demon race, but that was only hearsay after all. There was no direct experience until just now. Monster! Luo Meng secretly evaluated Yang Kai. A high-ranked demon king was equivalent to a third-layer Emperor Realm Master. When he was at the third-layer Emperor Realm, he was not even worthy of carrying Yang Kai's shoes. While sweating inwardly, he replied, "I just arrived not long ago. I thought I could ambush a few demon cubs here, but I didn't expect to almost accidentally injure you, Master." Yang Kai said, "Master Luo's idea is good, but Master Luo, are you sure this is the only entrance to Profound Heaven Temple?" Luo Meng was stunned. "Are there many other entrances?" Yang Kai shook his head. "I don't know. I just chose the nearest direction and saw an entrance. Maybe there are other entrances in other directions." Luo Meng's face twitched when he heard this. If that was the case, then what was the point of lying in ambush here? Not only was it a waste of time, but it would also be difficult to achieve anything. After all, even if a half-saint of demon race really rushed in here, who could guarantee that they would be able to kill them? Moreover, Jia Long and the others should be coming soon. Yang Kai's group was in the same direction as Jia Long's group, so by relying on the Space Divine technique, he had arrived first. It wouldn't be long before Jia Long led the 3 half-saint of demon race here. With Luo Meng's group's strength, even if they were to ambush Jia Long here, they would only end up worse off. Sure enough, at the mention of Jia Long, Luo Meng and the others' expressions changed. "Lord Yang encountered Jia Long? I just fought with them." Yang Kai nodded, thinking of the person killed by Tsang Mo. His eyes couldn't help turning cold. This time, he absolutely could not let Tsang Mo leave Profound Heaven Temple alive. "How many of them are there?" 4. Luo Meng immediately felt a chill run down his spine, secretly feeling lucky that it was Yang Kai and the others who came. If they had encountered Jia Long's group, they wouldn't have had a good time. Jia Long was so difficult to deal with that even Li Wu-yi couldn't do anything to him. Moreover, they were able to escape unscathed from Jia Long in a 4-against-4 situation. Luo Meng found that he seemed to have underestimated Yang Kai's strength. Then in Lord Yang's opinion, what should we do? Luo Meng asked. Yang Kai looked at him and said, "Now that the Heaven Void Cauldron has appeared, we can be sure that it is in this Profound Heaven Temple. It is more important to find the Heaven Void Cauldron first. No matter what, we will eventually meet. At that time, it won't be too late to fight for the opportunity." Chapter 3782. Luo Meng pondered for a moment before nodding. "Lord Yang is right. In that case, let's move forward together so we can look after each other." "Very good." Yang Kai nodded and turned his head to look into the depths of the hall. Just now, he had been fighting with Luo Meng and the others as soon as he entered, so he had no time to investigate anything. At this moment, all he could see was darkness in front of him, and even when he tried to probe with his divine sense, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. There was no response at all. The entire hall seemed to be shrouded in a layer of thick fog, and the peculiar fragrance was close at hand, and the aura of the great Tao flowed around him. Master Luo, have you checked the situation ahead? Yong Kai turned his head and asked. Luo Meng shook her head and said, We have only just arrived and haven't had time to investigate, but this profound heaven temple is very strange, so I'm afraid the road ahead will be a little bumpy. Yong Kai smiled and said, Our path of cultivation has never been a smooth one. We have encountered many thorns and tribulations, so we can only move forward bravely and cut through them. Luo Meng nodded. Lord Yong is right. I see. Yong Kai turned his head and looked around at everyone. I will lead the way, Yang Yen Master Luo will bring up the rear, and the others will coordinate in the middle. If there is any change, please act promptly. Yang Yen frowned. I'll lead the way. In any case, the person walking at the front was the most dangerous. No one knew if there were any barriers or restrictions in this profound heaven temple. Although Yang Kai's cultivation realm was lower, he carried the world will and was a strong candidate for this battle of the great Tao, so how could Yang Yen let anything happen to him? She and Bing Yun came here this time to protect Yang Kai's safety. She had already mentioned this to Li Wuyi and obtained his approval. Yang Kai raised his hand to stop him. We don't have much time. Let's not dwell on this. I still have the ability to protect myself. Seeing that he was so insistent, Yang Inflammation couldn't say anything more. Then you be careful. As he spoke, he gave Bing Yun a look. Bing Yun understood and gently nodded. After a simple discussion, the two groups of people converged and moved forward. Yang Kai took the lead to explore the path, while Bing Yun followed closely behind, secretly circulating his Emperor Qi, ready to act at any time. The others spread out to the left and right, with Luo Meng and Yang Inflammation bringing up the rear, only a few steps away from each other. Stepping into the darkness, they couldn't even see their fingers in front of them. Even their divine senses were suppressed to the limit. Fortunately, their voices were not cut off. They could hear each other's breathing and light footsteps. At the very least, they didn't feel lonely. The speed at which they moved forward was neither fast nor slow. Unexpectedly, when they entered the main hall, their path was unimpeded. There were no dangers or restrictions as they had imagined, but no one let down their guard. Yang Kai was constantly observing the situation around him, and also paying attention to the movements of the people behind him. At a certain moment, when he was checking the situation of the people behind him, his expression suddenly changed. There was no one behind him. Just a moment ago, he could still hear a slight heartbeat and footsteps behind him, but the next moment, the people who had been following him had disappeared without a trace. He turned around abruptly and looked back, but he couldn't see anyone else. Bing Yun, who had been following him closely and was only 3 steps away, had also disappeared. A trace of cold sweat oozed from his forehead. Yang Kai suddenly urged his divine senses to be vigilant of the movements around him. He didn't notice at all how the people behind him disappeared. With his current divine soul cultivation, even the demon saint and the great emperors couldn't do it without anyone noticing. The only explanation was that they had triggered some kind of restriction in the Xian Tian Palace, causing him to be separated from the others. If he was like this, what about the others? What kind of dangers would there be in this restriction? Yang Kai didn't know anything. All he could do now was to be secretly vigilant and continue moving forward. At the same time, Bing Yun, who was walking in the main hall, exclaimed in a low voice. What's wrong? Yang Inflammation asked immediately. Yang Kai is gone, Bing Yun said in surprise. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone felt their hair stand on end, and all the hair on their bodies stood on end. They were all fake emperor-level powerhouses, and they weren't far from each other. Even though the situation here was strange and their divine senses were greatly suppressed, as long as they wanted to, they could still monitor anyone's movements. But in fact, until Bing Yun spoke, no one noticed how Yang Kai disappeared. Even Yang Inflammation, who had been closely watching Yang Kai's movements, didn't notice. With a whoosh, Yang Inflammation rushed over from behind. He looked over and saw that there was indeed no one in front of him. He said seriously, when did he disappear? Just now, she clearly heard Yang Kai's heartbeat and breathing. Just now. How did he disappear? I'm not sure. Bing Yun frowned. She wasn't distracted by anything else. Because she was the closest to Yang Kai, she was constantly paying attention to Yang Kai. But even she didn't notice how Yang Kai disappeared. She only reacted after Yang Kai disappeared. This was somewhat inconceivable. The purpose of her and Yang Inflammation's trip was to protect Yang Kai and participate in the final battle of the Great Tao. Now, even Yang Kai had disappeared. Even if Bing Yun had a strong mind, she couldn't help but feel a little confused at this moment. If that was the case, then what was the meaning of Li Wui's sacrifice? Everyone, be careful. Lord Yang might have triggered some restriction, Luo Meng said in a low voice. Yang Inflammation frowned and said, if there was a restriction, why did he disappear alone? We should also be implicated. Although it couldn't be ruled out that the restriction was only triggered by one person, this was a little too strange. And at this moment, in the dark hall, a light suddenly bloomed. This light seemed to come from a distant location, hazy and hazy. As the light spread out, the darkness that had shrouded the hall retreated a great deal, revealing a 10-foot wide passage that emitted a faint light that led directly to the place where the light came from. Kai Yang had suddenly disappeared, and now such a glimmering path had appeared. Everyone was confused. Standing on this path, there wasn't any danger. Instead, there was a faint calling coming from the front, as if the target they were searching for was right in front of them. After a moment of silence, Luo Meng said, Master Yang Inflammation, although Lord Yang is missing, with his ability, I don't think anything will happen to him easily. If he escapes, he will definitely go to that final place. Why don't we go first and wait for him to come? Yang Inflammation was silent for a while before gently nodding. She also knew that Luo Meng was right. She didn't know how Yang Kai disappeared or where he was now. Even if she tried to find him, she wouldn't be able to find any clues. Instead of that, it was better to wait at the end where they might see Yang Kai. Since they had made up their minds, everyone didn't waste any more time and immediately set off. However, after learning a lesson from the previous incident, everyone was even more careful. But to everyone's surprise, no one appeared until they reached the end of the faint light passage. At the end of the path, there was a spacious hall. It was over 1,000 feet tall and had a huge space. At the center of the hall, there was an ancient cauldron that was slowly rotating. The patterns around the cauldron flickered with a faint light, and a dense aura of the great path emanated from the cauldron. The Heaven Void Cauldron! Luo Meng exclaimed as she stared at the giant cauldron engraved with complex patterns. This giant cauldron was the giant cauldron that had been projected into the world. Although it had shrunk countless times, it was still several meters tall. It wasn't just Luo Meng whose eyes were burning. The eyes of the 6 pseudo-emperors present also burned with desire at this moment. Long before entering the profound Heaven Palace, everyone knew that they had to find the Heaven Void Cauldron in this sealed world, but no one knew where the Heaven Void Cauldron was. At this moment, the key to becoming great emperors had finally appeared in front of everyone's eyes. And if they could unravel the secrets of the Heaven Void Cauldron, they could become great emperors. With a whoosh, a figure flashed past Luo Meng and pounced straight towards the Heaven Void Cauldron. It turned out that one of his companions had already made the first move. For the pseudo-emperors of the Star Boundary, the half-saint of demon race was a mortal enemy. But at the last moment, their original companions had become competitors. Luo Meng was startled, but she quickly reacted and chased after him. Whoosh, 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 Gon Li and the other pseudo-emperor were not willing to be left behind. In an instant, only Yang Inflammation and Bing Yun were left. The two women looked at each other. They didn't expect to reach the deepest part of the profound Heaven Palace so easily, and find the Heaven Void Cauldron so easily. As a result, the battle for the Great Tao had reached the most critical moment. Even if they didn't want to, who could remain unscathed in this vortex? Understanding each other's meaning, Yang Inflammation shouted, "Let's go!" Activating his Emperor Qi, he and Bing Yun rushed forward together. Now that Yang Kai was not here, their previous mission was meaningless. Regardless of whether Yang Kai was alive or dead, who could turn a blind eye to the great Tao opportunity that was right in front of them? However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. All of a sudden, violent energy erupted within the palace as a series of figures emerged from all directions. One ability after another was hurled toward the person closest to the Heaven Void Cauldron. This person was none other than the pseudo-emperor who came here with Yang Inflammation and the others and was the first to rush out. Seeing this, Luo Meng's expression changed drastically and she shouted, Brother Zhou, watch out. The man surnamed Zhou was also taken aback. He thought that he and the others had arrived first and could enjoy the benefits of being in a favorable position, but who knew that this was not the case? At this moment, he turned his head and saw passages appearing all around the hall. From these passages, figures flew out one after another. Among these people, there were pseudo-emperors from the star boundary and half-saint of demon race. Obviously, they had just arrived here and arrived almost at the same time as them. It was just that they had not come through the same glimmering passage. Those who attacked him were all from the half-saint of demon race. Although the pseudo-emperors of the human race were fighting for the initiative, it was not yet time for them to kill each other. Even so, the man surnamed Zhou felt his scalp go numb. There were at least a dozen divine technique attacks aimed at him. Although things had happened in a hurry, how could he block so many attacks? With a pale face, he raised his hand and summoned many artifacts, turning them into layers of protection around him. Chapter 3783. With a series of rumbling sounds, as the energy wreaked havoc, the layers of seemingly decent defenses crumbled like paper, layer by layer, unable to withstand a single blow. With a muffled groan, a figure was sent flying back, covered in blood and with a weak aura. Luo Meng reached out and caught this figure before his heart sank. At this moment, this man surnamed Zhou's Emperor Qi was fluctuating. His face was as pale as paper, and his body was covered in wounds. He was obviously seriously injured. This was not surprising. With so many half-saint of demon race attacking together, even Li Wuyi would not be able to resist, let alone this man surnamed Zhou, who was completely focused on the Heaven Void Cauldron. Everything had happened in a hurry, so it was already his limit to arrange layers of protection, but those layers of protection were not completely useless. At the very least, they had saved his life. Being seriously injured at this time was tantamount to losing the qualification to compete for the Great Tao. Brother Luo. The man surnamed Zhou opened his mouth and coughed up another mouthful of blood. His face looked even more dispirited and his eyes were filled with regret. He had cultivated for a lifetime and reached this point, but he had failed at the last moment. How could he be willing to accept this? He regretted being the one to stand out, but who would have thought that so many people would be here? Brother Luo, go ahead. This Zhou will heal first, the man surnamed Zhou said with difficulty before turning his head to look at the Heaven Void Cauldron. What he saw was another false emperor from the star boundary rushing towards the Heaven Void Cauldron with a fiery look on his face. His figure flickered as he rushed towards the Heaven Void Cauldron. However, before he could get close to the Heaven Void Cauldron, he was stopped by an invisible force, as if there was an invisible barrier around the Heaven Void Cauldron. If this barrier was not broken, no one could approach it. During this delay, many more attacks came. The man's face changed drastically and he hurriedly dodged, but he was still hit several times, causing blood to spurt out from his wounds. More people rushed to the Heaven Void Cauldron, but without exception, they were all stopped by the invisible force. At this moment, the half-saint of the demon race attacked fiercely, completely disregarding the great opportunities contained in the Heaven Void Cauldron and taking advantage of the opportunity to kill the star boundary's false emperors. One side was scattered like sand, while the other side came prepared. The result could be imagined. In the blink of an eye, the astral realm suffered a great loss. In just a dozen breaths of time, a false emperor from the astral realm died tragically on the spot. After suffering a few losses, the many fake emperors of the star boundary no longer rashly approached the Heaven Void Cauldron. Everyone could see that although the Heaven Void Cauldron had appeared, it was not yet the critical moment. It was meaningless to fight for it at this time. It was better to take advantage of this opportunity to kill a powerful enemy. A chaotic battle broke out. Lights flickered everywhere in the huge hall. The might of emperor treasures and demonic treasures blossomed, causing endless rumbling sounds to ring out. Miserable cries could be heard from time to time. In this battlefield that only belonged to fake emperors and half-saints, any carelessness could become a fatal flaw. As the battle continued, both sides suffered casualties. Corpses fell from the sky one after another. Before they could land on the ground, their vitality disappeared without a trace, turning them into dried corpses. The Heaven Void Cauldron that stood in the middle of the hall seemed to be rotating at a slightly faster speed. The pure grand mist yuan qi inside the cauldron slowly grew, expanding and contracting rhythmically, as if something was about to break out of the cauldron. Inside the hall, while the fake emperors and half-saints were fighting, Yang Kai was in an empty space. Without him noticing, he was separated from Yang Yen and the others and directly came to this strange space. There was not much fear, nor did he sense any dangerous aura. Instead, he felt a sense of peace, as if he had returned home. This feeling was fascinating, making one want to stay here forever and sink into oblivion. As soon as this thought appeared in Yang Kai's mind, a cool sensation instantly woke him up. This was the effect of the soul-warming lotus. Only when his soul was affected with the supreme treasure of heaven and earth, the soul-warming lotus, have such a reaction. Yang Kai was startled. He had clearly been vigilant enough, but he had still almost been bewitched. Furthermore, there was nothing in this strange space, yet he had such thoughts just by being here. What the hell is this place? Just as he was feeling puzzled, a bell-like voice suddenly sounded in his mind. What is heaven and earth? Who is it? Yang Kai shouted in a low voice. He looked around, but found nothing. This strange space was empty, and there was no one else besides him. He couldn't help but frown. Now that he thought about it, the voice just now didn't seem to have come from outside, but rather from inside his body. What is heaven and earth? The voice sounded again. Yang Kai became alert and quickly asked, Who is it that is sneaking around? There was no reply. After waiting for a while, the voice sounded again, asking the same question again. What is heaven and earth? This attitude of not wanting to give up until it got an answer gave Yang Kai a headache. If it was a physical enemy, he could make a scene and see if he could escape, but now that he couldn't even figure out the source of this voice, Yang Kai was at his wit's end. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai said in a clear voice, Heaven and earth give birth to all things. All things in the world depend on heaven and earth. All things are heaven and earth. After saying this, Yang Kai became vigilant of his surroundings. After waiting for a long time, the voice didn't sound again. Yang Kai raised his brows slightly, wondering if he had passed. Just as he finished thinking this, the voice sounded again, still as loud as a bell, shaking his eardrums and shaking his mind. What is Tao? With his previous experience, Yang Kai didn't compete with it this time, instead replying, Tao is the law, eternity, the origin of all things in the world. What is Tao? This time, the voice didn't stop at all and sounded again. Kai Yang's brow wrinkled. Did he answer incorrectly? Sorrow and joy are Tao, birth, old age, sickness and death are Tao, ripe melons fall as Tao, successful retreat is Tao, man follows earth follows heaven, heaven follows Tao, Tao follows nature. What is Tao? Heart is Tao. What is Tao? Tao is the road under one's feet. All things in the world, even a tree or a grain of sand, have their own Tao. This Tao is their destiny, their existence, their Tao. What is Tao? At first, Yang Kai needed to think for a while to answer, but as the voice asked, Yang Kai answered faster and faster, as if he was no longer asking questions, but asking questions from his own heart. As the words came out, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel as if the dark clouds had been lifted and the moon was revealed. Many thoughts in his mind suddenly became clear, and he felt refreshed. What is Tao? Yang Kai lowered his head and grinned. What is Tao? After a slight pause, his lazy gaze became firm. Don't ask if you keep chattering like this, I am Tao. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk as if something had exploded inside his body, the surrounding space suddenly shattered, like a broken mirror, peeling off piece by piece. The fog in front of him was swept away, and he suddenly appeared in a large hole. Before Yang Kai had time to investigate his surroundings, he felt many gazes focus on him from all directions. Turning his head, Yang Kai grinned. There are quite a lot of people. Inside the hall, two groups of people were clearly separated. One side was the false emperor of the star boundary, and the other side was the half-saint from the demon territory. In each camp, there were more than 10 people, and the demon race had slightly more half-saint than the star boundary side. But at this moment, almost all of the false emperors and half-saint present were injured. Yang Kai saw Jia Long in the demon race's camp. Even this guy had a huge and ferocious wound on his chest, showing what kind of cruel struggle he had experienced. In addition to these two groups of people, there were also dried corpses scattered around the hall. Judging from the clothes of these dried corpses, there were false emperors from the star boundary and half-saint of demon race, and there were more than 20 to 30 corpses. This time, no more than 70 people had entered the mysterious Tian temple. Among these 70 people, There were 30 false emperors from the star boundary and 40 half-saint of demon race. If the masters who had died outside the mysterious Tian temple before were included, then those who were still alive and still had the strength to fight were gathered here. The Battle of the Great Tao finally revealed its ferocious fangs here. It had only been a little more than a month since the mysterious Tian temple opened, and in this short period of time, the number of masters who had died in the star boundary and demon territory was as high as 40 to 50. This kind of thing was unimaginable in the past, but in the mysterious Tian temple, death had become a common occurrence. Yang Kai, are you okay? Yang Inflammation's voice came. When she saw Yang Kai appear here, she was pleasantly surprised. Although she felt that Yang Kai was in good condition, she was still a little worried that he might have encountered some accident. Yang Kai shook his head. I'm fine. Not only was he fine, after the strange experience just now, he felt surprisingly good, as if something in his body had loosened. Looking over, he saw the concerned eyes of Yang Inflammation and Bing Yun. Not only that, he also saw Shang Yuzhu in the crowd. When their eyes met, Shang Yuzhu smiled slightly while Yang Kai nodded. His eyes swept across the crowd, and when he saw one of them, his face immediately turned cold and murderous intent surged. Old dog Tsongmo, you still have the face to show up. Tsongmo looked at Yang Kai with a face full of resentment, but he did not say a word in the face of his curses. This was because he knew what he had done. At this time, arguing with Yang Kai would only expose what he had done. When the time came, there would be no place for him in the star boundary. Many false emperors frowned when they heard this. Although they knew that Yang Kai and Tsongmo had a grudge, it was just a personal grudge. No one knew why Yang Kai suddenly attacked this time. Yang Inflammation sent a voice transmission. Let's talk about Tsongmo when we return. Right now, it is more important to deal with the current situation. Yang Kai gently nodded when he heard this, and his figure flashed as he rushed towards the star boundary people. Although he wanted to take this opportunity to stab Tsongmo to death, if he really did, it would only make a fool of himself in front of the demon race. It was very likely that he would break the strange piece in front of him. Chapter 3784. As such, even though Yang Kai's killing intent surged like a tide, he could only secretly restrain himself. Arriving in front of Yang Yen, Yang Kai whispered, "What happened before?" The tragic situation in front of him undoubtedly showed that before he arrived, the human and demon sides had experienced an unprecedented war, and the cause of this war was definitely related to the Great Tao opportunity. The Heaven Void Cauldron is here. Yang Yen pointed behind Yang Kai. Yang Kai looked back and narrowed his eyes. Behind him, in the center of the hall, there stood a simple giant cauldron. It seemed to have emerged from the ancient river of history, flowing with a desolate aura. The giant cauldron was engraved with countless strange patterns. At first glance, these patterns didn't seem special, but upon closer inspection, they all seemed to contain the truth of the Great Tao. Even though he had seen the giant projection of the Heaven Void Cauldron from afar, when Yang Kai saw the real thing for the first time, he couldn't help but be stunned. His mind was drawn to the Heaven Void Cauldron, giving him the impulse to desperately study the mysteries contained in this giant cauldron. Moreover, at this moment, the Heaven Void Cauldron wasn't empty. There was a small tree inside the giant cauldron. It wasn't very tall, only about 10 meters tall. The branches and leaves were emerald green, and on one of the branches hung a fruit. The fruit was the size of a fist, sparkling and translucent, and flowed with an inexplicable variety of colors. A peculiar fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose and rushed straight into his mind. This fragrance was somewhat familiar. It was the same one he had smelled before. Yang Kai suddenly realized that the source of the fragrance was here. What is this? Yang Kai frowned. The information he obtained from Shang Yuzhu only mentioned the existence of the Heaven Void Cauldron, but at this moment, there was actually a small tree inside the Heaven Void Cauldron with a fruit hanging from it. He turned his head to look at Shang Yuzhu, but the latter slowly shook her head, indicating that she also didn't know. He didn't know if she really didn't know, but at this moment, Yang Kai faintly felt that the key to becoming great emperors wasn't the Heaven Void Cauldron, but the fruit on the small tree inside the Heaven Void Cauldron. Yang Yen explained to the side. It turned out that after they had parted ways with Yang Kai, they had rushed all the way here. However, when they arrived, they found that everyone had gathered here. When they saw each other, they naturally had nothing to say and a great battle broke out. People continued to die, and as the number of deaths increased, A small tree gradually grew out of the heaven-void cauldron. A fruit gradually grew on the tree, and the scene before their eyes became what it was now. Too many people had died on both sides, and the remaining people were all injured. Death and pain made both sides gradually calm down. Before Xueqi arrived, both sides were confronting each other. This is a heavenly source fruit. Jialong's voice sounded from the opposite side. Xueqi raised his head and saw Jialong staring at the only fruit on the little tree with an infatuated expression. He couldn't help licking his lips as he spoke. Whoever obtains the source heavenly fruit and consumes it will be able to seize the great Tao opportunity. He cast a sideways glance at Xueqi and said provocatively, "Do you want it? Heavenly source fruit?" Xueqi raised his eyebrows. "Did Kenyi tell you?" It had to be said that the star boundary was at an absolute disadvantage when it came to obtaining information in this battle of the great Tao. Many great emperors were trapped in an unknown space and couldn't leave. On the other hand, the half-saint of demon race had Kenyi who could point out the maze in advance and let the half-saint of demon race know what the goal of this trip was. For generations, those who entered this mystery realm were all false emperors. Which one of them didn't seize the fortune of heaven and earth and obtain the favor of heaven and earth? Jialong didn't answer Xueqi's question. Instead, he said, "Not to mention the false emperors of your star boundary, which one of us half-saint in the demon territory aren't in the same situation?" Even though they were enemies, Xueqi couldn't refute Jialong's words. Elites who could cultivate to the level of false emperors and half-saint were all people with great fortune and had lived a wonderful life. Take himself for example. On his path of cultivation, he had encountered countless opportunities. If it weren't for those opportunities that made ordinary people jealous, how could he have reached this step? In this world, there would always be some people who were especially lucky and didn't die after falling off a cliff. Instead, they would obtain the treasures left behind in the cave abodes of the ancients and cultivate divine arts. They could escape in one move and soar 90,000 miles into the sky. The false emperors and half-sages standing here all had their own fortuitous encounters and opportunities. The heavenly source fruit in this mystery realm is formed from these fortunes as nutrients. If it weren't for these fortunes, this fruit wouldn't have appeared. Jialong looked indifferently at Xueqi, a playful smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Xueqi pondered for a moment before he furrowed his brows and said, "You mean to say that this sealed world snatched away the luck and fortune of those who died and produced this source heavenly fruit?" "More or less." Jialong's expression turned solemn. "So in every battle of the great Tao, more than half of the participants die. If they don't die, how can this fruit appear? Only when most of the participants are dead and the heavenly source fruit is returned to the world will the heavenly source fruit be born. The total amount of heavenly source luck is limited. The reason why only one heavenly source fruit was born this time was because only one great emperor was allowed to be born. If the bottle of heaven and earth still had the capacity, there would be more than one heavenly source fruit on the little tree. If that's the case, if I consume this heavenly source fruit, it is equivalent to stealing the fortunes of those who died." His heart trembled. With so many false emperors and half-saint fortunes added to one person, it was no wonder the heavenly source fruit had such a miraculous effect. "Of course," Jialong said in a deep voice. "Moreover, this battle of the great Tao is different from the past. This time, we demon race will participate." Xueqi's expression turned solemn. "This is a lot of fortunes from two different universes." Jialong's arms shook as a crazed look appeared on his face. "This heavenly source fruit is more powerful than all the heavenly source fruits in the past. Whoever obtains it may stand above all the great emperors and demon saint in the future." Xueqi took a deep breath. "So that's how it is." Soon after, he grinned. "It seems that not enough people have died this time." Jialong also smiled. Of course, the fruit hasn't ripened yet. Although the heavenly source fruit on the little tree exuded an alluring fragrance and light flowed within it, anyone with a discerning eye could see that the heavenly source fruit had not fully ripened. There was also an invisible restriction around the heaven-void cauldron that prevented anyone from approaching to steal it. However, since the fruit had already grown to such an extent, even if it wasn't fully ripened, it would be soon. Jialong suddenly raised 3 fingers and said in a deep voice, 3. At most, we only need 3 more people to die for the heavenly source fruit to ripen. Xueqi rubbed his chin and nodded. In other words, we only need to kill 3 more people to complete the mission. Jialong grinned. Where do you get such confidence from? We have the advantage in numbers. Yang Kai looked at him expectantly. If we really have such a huge advantage, why are you wasting time with me? All of you are injured while I am at my peak. If we really fight, it's not certain who will suffer. Jia Long said, so, I have a suggestion. Speak. 3 individual battles to determine victory and defeat, as well as life and death. No one is allowed to interfere. Life and death are up to fate. After the 3 battles, the heavenly source fruit will ripen and everyone will rely on their own abilities. Yang Kai frowned and swept his gaze across the half-saint of demon race behind Jia Long. He faintly felt that these half-saints' injuries seemed to be more serious than he had imagined. If not, why would Jia Long make such a suggestion when they had the advantage in numbers? However, when he turned his head to look at the astral boundary camp, the situation wasn't any better. Jia Long said, if we continue to fight, no one can guarantee that they will stop. This time, whether it is your astral boundary or my demon territory, the losses are big enough. Therefore, I am willing to use the smallest price to exchange for the greatest benefits. What do you think? Jia Long was the leader of the demon territory camp. The other half-saint wouldn't object to his decision. However, there was no leader on the astral boundary territory side. Yang Kai naturally wouldn't rashly agree on behalf of others. He pondered for a moment and said, we need to discuss. Jia Long gestured with his hand, turned his head, and continued to stare at the source heavenly fruit, unable to conceal the greed in his eyes. There was no way he wouldn't be greedy. As long as he could obtain this source heavenly fruit and consume it, he would instantly rise to the ranks of the demon saint. What kind of supreme glory would that be? Moreover, as he had said before, this source heavenly fruit was different from the previous ones. It had gathered the fortunes of 2 different worlds. If he really consumed it, no one knew what kind of miraculous effects it would have. Yang Kai turned around and looked at the many fake emperors of the astral boundary. At this time, there were only 12 people left on the astral boundary's side, including himself. It should be known that when he entered the mysterious Heaven Palace's world secret domain, there were a total of 30 people. In just a short month, 18 fake emperors had fallen here and turned into nutrients for the source heavenly fruit's birth and ripening. Gon Li, who had been following him before, was also gone. His fate was most likely tragic. Yang Kai's eyes involuntarily revealed a pained look. He took a deep breath and said, Master, you must have heard that guy's words. What do you think? Yang Yenyun frowned. Do you believe him? Yang Kai pondered for a moment. I believe the part about the source heavenly fruit. At this point, it's useless even if he lied. Moreover, I feel that the fruit is indeed the key to becoming great emperors. As for the rest, Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Bing Yun said, the information about the source heavenly fruit doesn't seem to be false. When we came here, the fruit tree didn't exist in the heaven void cauldron, but as more and more people died, the fruit tree and fruit slowly appeared. Someone else said, if that's the case, then there's no harm in agreeing to his proposal. In any case, there's no harm to us. On the contrary, it's their side that will suffer a loss. There are only 3 battles. We still have to carefully consider who will go on stage. Chapter 3785. There were only 3 battles left, so the remaining people could rest up. Although they didn't know how long they could rest, at the very least, they would be able to avoid the risk of dying here. Regardless of whether they won or lost, they most likely wouldn't have a good ending. It was very likely that they would miss out on this battle of the Great Tao. This was a lifelong pursuit, so no one would be hot-blooded enough to take on such a task. After all, this wasn't a battle to determine victory or defeat, but a battle to determine life and death. If the source heavenly fruit wanted to fully ripen, people must die here. Sweeping his eyes over the crowd, Yang Kai opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, Yang Yen interrupted him. Since that's the case, we'll agree to their proposal first. As for who will go on stage, we'll see what they choose first. Everyone nodded. Yang Inflammation fiercely glared at Yang Kai, warning him not to speak carelessly. Yang Kai helplessly sniffed. Turning around, Yang Kai looked at Jia Long and said, we've discussed it. What do you think? Jia Long put his hands behind his back and smiled indifferently, as if he already knew that the star boundary side wouldn't refuse his proposal. We can accept your proposal. Jia Long chuckled, "That's good. But these 3 battles." Just as Yang Kai was about to carefully discuss the candidates, a sudden change occurred. A rumbling sound suddenly came from the ground, causing him to pause abruptly. He vigilantly looked forward and saw that Jia Long's expression had also turned solemn. 4 pairs of eyes met, and both saw the confusion in each other's eyes. They knew that the other side shouldn't have done anything. In the next moment, ripples appeared on the ground. In the originally spacious hall, a huge piece of foundation suddenly floated upwards, rising more than 300 feet in an instant before stopping. Then, 2 translucent light curtains descended from the sky, covering the star boundary side and the demon territory side respectively. It happened so suddenly that no one could react in time. By the time they saw the light curtains descending, it was already too late to escape. Roars rang out one after another as Emperor Qi and Demon Qi surged. Both sides tried their best, but without exception, they all failed. 2 semicircular light screens descended, separating the human race false emperor from the half-saint of demon race. Yang Kai furrowed his brows and his body swayed. At that moment, he seemed to have become illusory, but he soon solidified again. This was undoubtedly a sign that he couldn't use teleportation. The sudden appearance of the semicircular light screen actually had the effect of sealing the heaven and earth. No matter which side it was, all of them were in a state of chaos at this moment. Divine technique was constantly being launched at the screen of light, but the screen of light's toughness was far beyond their imagination. Those who launched the attacks were all fake emperors and half-saint realm experts, yet they were unable to do anything to the screen of light that sealed the world. Another series of rumbling sounds rang out as the ground within the range of the 2 light curtains rose until it was more than 100 feet above the high platform in the middle before stopping. At this moment, both sides were standing on a high platform. The high platform was surrounded by a light screen. In the center there was another high platform, but this one was much larger. When all the changes stopped, the more than 20 fake emperors and half-saint realm experts all looked at each other in confusion, none of them knowing what had happened. Kai Yang furrowed his brow and looked towards the center of the high platform, but before he could get a clear look, he suddenly heard a soft rustling sound beside him. Then, a figure appeared on the side of the high platform near him. Yang Kai's eyes widened as he exclaimed in surprise, "Master Lin!" The figure who suddenly appeared on the high platform in the center was surprisingly the Ding Xin Army's corps commander, Lin Rusong. This man was a good person. When Song Mo attacked Yang Kai when they entered the mysterious Heaven Temple, he even took the initiative to offer a spot to enter the mysterious Heaven Temple to calm the storm. His broad-mindedness was admirable. Yang Kai was extremely surprised, and the other fake emperors around him also exclaimed in surprise. Because Lin Rusong was standing with them just a moment ago, no one saw how he appeared on the high platform in the center. Lin Rusong himself was obviously very surprised as he suddenly appeared on the high platform with a blank expression on his face. At this moment, on the opposite side of the high platform, a half-saint of demon race suddenly appeared. Like Lin Rusong, the half-saint of demon race did not understand the situation when he appeared and looked around blankly. On a lonely high platform, a fake emperor and a half-saint of demon race appeared strangely, less than 1,000 meters apart from each other, while the others were trapped in the light screens on the other 2 high platforms, unable to escape. Wasn't this situation the best interpretation of a one-on-one battle? Heaven and earth spirit. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and shouted, looking up at the sky, but there was only darkness in the hall. He had just agreed to Jia Long's suggestion when such an unforeseen event occurred. It was as if there was a will in the unseen world that was paying attention to this side. Once both sides agreed, it would immediately create a one-on-one battlefield. Now, no one had to worry about the other side secretly interfering. Jia Long also understood this and couldn't help but grin. It seems that this heaven and earth spirit can't wait. Interesting, interesting. Previously, the human and demon race had stopped fighting, and the source heavenly fruit was not ripe yet. Now that there was an opportunity, the will of heaven and earth immediately accelerated the process of the Battle of the Great Tao. They didn't even give the 2 sides a chance to choose a candidate to participate in the battle, and directly chose one from each camp. "Master Lin, do it!" Yang Kai shouted. Lin Rusong quivered. But, he quickly reacted. It didn't matter why he had appeared on this high platform. But, there was a semi-sage devil on the opposite side. So, he had to kill his opponent first if he wanted to survive. As soon as Yang Kai finished speaking, he raised his hand and summoned out a ruler. This ruler was only the length of his palm, and as he poured his emperor qi into it, it turned into a boundless number of ruler shadows that shot towards the enemy. Strange laughter rang out as the half-saint of demon race on the opposite side turned into a streak of blood-red light and rushed over, shuttling through the endless ruler shadows without taking any damage. Lin Rusong didn't panic. Although he was old and had been living in seclusion in the mountains and forests before the demon race invaded the star boundary, he still had his foundation as a fake emperor, and this ruler artifact had been refined by him for countless years, so he had long since become one with it. Seeing his opponent rush over, Lin Rusong immediately clenched his hand, and the boundless ruler shadows twisted and turned into a giant ruler that swept horizontally. Even if they didn't face this attack directly, all the fake emperors and half-saint spectators could feel the power of this attack. Even if there was a mountain in front of this ruler, it would most likely be flattened in the next moment. And the blood demon half-saint was a little overwhelmed and was directly swept away by the ruler. Cheers immediately rang out from the star boundaries camp. However, at that moment, a loud boom rang out. The blood demon that was swept away instantly collapsed and turned into a sea of blood. It went around the ruler from both sides and enveloped Lin Rusong. Lin Rusong's expression changed, and he formed a seal with one hand, summoning the giant ruler to defend himself, once again turning into a boundless ruler shadow and bombarding the sea of blood. A large amount of blood was swept away, but the sea of blood seemed to be endless and didn't slow down at all. Lin Rusong retreated again and again, but there was no way out. There seemed to be an invisible barrier on the high platform, so he couldn't leave the range of the high platform at all. In a hurry, Lin Rusong bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. The ruler shone brightly and instantly broke through the obstruction of the sea of blood and returned to him, quickly rotating around him and turning into a solid layer of protection. This artifact was a top-grade offensive and defensive artifact. Strange laughter continued to ring out, and the sea of blood enveloped Lin Rusong like a tsunami and disappeared without a trace. The two had only fought for a few breaths of time, so it was still unknown who had the upper hand. But after Lin Rusong's figure disappeared from their field of vision, many fake emperors from the star boundary couldn't help but show worried expressions. Rumbling sounds came from the high platform, but due to the obstruction of the sea of blood, no one could clearly see what was happening inside. However, judging from the movements, it was clear that Lin Rusong and the blood demon were engaged in a life-and-death battle. "How is Master Lin's injury?" Yong Kai looked over with a grave expression and asked in a deep voice. Bing Yun shook his head sadly. "It's not light. He had some internal injuries before, so he can only display 70% of his peak strength at most." Yong Kai's expression darkened when he heard this. He knew that Lin Rusong was most likely going to die this time. Although his opponent was also injured, judging from the attacks just now, it shouldn't be as serious as Lin Rusong's. Moreover, Lin Rusong's strength largely relied on the ruler-shaped artifact, but the sea of blood of the blood demon had a strong corrosive power. If Lin Rusong couldn't end the battle in a short time, once his artifact was corroded by the sea of blood, he would lose his greatest reliance. At that time, the situation would only become worse. This feeling of knowing that his companion's life was in danger but not being able to rescue him was terrible. Yong Kai repeatedly tried to teleport to the high platform he was on, but he was powerless. The light curtain that shrouded the high platform had completely locked this space. Looking at the central high platform with a gloomy face, Yong Kai clenched his fists. Although he and Lin Rusong didn't have much interaction, the fact that the other party was willing to give up the quota to enter mysterious Tian Temple was still fresh in Yong Kai's mind. Such a selfless person shouldn't die here. On the contrary, the old dog Tsong Mo, who had plotted against his companion, was still standing on the high platform. Yong Kai looked back at him coldly, vaguely understanding what it meant to be ruthless. "I hope that Master Lin will be blessed by heaven." Yong Yun sighed, but he also knew that this was nothing more than self-consolation. Fighting alone in such a closed environment, the only thing he could rely on was his own strength. Opposite him, Jia Long looked over with a smile, and after meeting Yong Kai's eyes, he reached out and wiped his neck. The fierce battle continued. Surrounded by the sea of blood, the situation inside was completely unknown. Only rumbling sounds constantly came from the sea of blood. On the high platform, demonic qi and emperor qi were also fiercely colliding. Yong Kai's heart kept sinking. Too much time had passed. Chapter 3786. After a full half an hour, the commotion on the high platform slowly subsided. Under everyone's gaze, the sea of blood retreated with a loud crash, and the scene inside was imprinted in everyone's eyes. Although they were mentally prepared, when they saw the scene on the high platform, the expressions of many fake emperors on the star boundary's side couldn't help but dim. At this moment, Lin Rusong was lying in a corner of the high platform. His old body was emaciated, and his shriveled body was covered with wounds of different sizes. He was also dripping with blood from head to toe. It was a tragic sight. His ruler-shaped artifact had also fallen to the side. The ruler, which was originally overflowing with brilliance, was now dim, just like Lin Rusong's turbid eyes. There were many traces of corrosion on its surface. The shriveled body and the artifact that had lost most of its spirituality clearly showed the intensity of the previous battle. As for his opponent, the blood demon half-saint, he was half-kneeling not far away, gasping for breath. His scarlet eyes were full of murderous intent as he coldly stared at Lin Rusong, who was less than 300 meters away from him. Judging from the blood demon's condition, although he had won this battle, it was definitely not easy. Under normal circumstances, a fight between a fake emperor and a half-saint would result in both sides suffering, unless one side had an obvious advantage in strength. Staggering, the blood demon stood up, let out a strange laugh, and walked towards Lin Rusong step by step. "Elder Lin!" someone shouted. Although Lin Rusong's appearance at this moment was extremely miserable, his chest was still rising and falling slightly. Obviously, he was still alive. Now, both sides were arrows at the end of their flight. Even though the blood demon seemed to be in a better condition, as long as Lin Rusong still had a fatal blow, he might be able to turn the tables. But even when the blood demon arrived in front of Lin Rusong, he still didn't react. The blood demon raised his hand, and a dark red blood mist appeared on the surface of his body. He pointed at Lin Rusong, and the thick blood mist turned into blood snakes that drilled into Lin Rusong's 7 apertures. Lin Rusong suddenly opened his eyes, revealing an extremely painful expression. He looked towards the fake emperors of the star boundary and reached out to grab at them, as if he was trying to grasp at a life-saving straw. When they met that pair of turbid yet still yearning eyes, a deep sense of powerlessness welled up in the numerous fake emperors of the star world. They felt as if there was a volcano brewing in their chests that could erupt at any moment. Watching a veteran fake emperor walk step by step towards his demise, no matter who it was, they couldn't help but feel a sense of sadness. Apart from the heartache, they were also secretly worried that the next one to go up the high platform to participate in the battle of life and death would be themselves. Would they follow in Lin Rusong's footsteps? What made the fake emperors even more furious was that the blood demon half-saint actually turned his head at this moment and grinned maliciously at them with a complacent expression on his face. Yang Kai stared at him, the coldness in his eyes like ice that would never melt. Meeting Yang Kai's eyes, Blood Devil grinned fiendishly. His mouth moved a few times. From the shape of his mouth, he seemed to be saying, "If you have the ability, come and kill me." In the end, Lin Rusong was unable to turn the tables. The injuries he had suffered before were not light to begin with. Under the control of the blood demon's secret technique, he had no power to resist at all. After 10 breaths, the last bit of vitality he had left dissipated. His shriveled corpse turned into a dried corpse at a visible rate. The source heavenly fruit in the heaven void cauldron was indeed fuller, and its alluring fragrance was even richer. Seeing this scene, everyone knew that Jialong was right. Indeed, only 3 more people needed to die here for the source heavenly fruit to fully mature. At that time, the final battle of the Great Tao would begin. With a swoosh, the victorious blood demon disappeared from the high platform and instantly returned to the demon race's camp. He didn't return on his own accord, but just like before, he had suddenly entered the battle of life and death and involuntarily returned. Jialong glanced back at him and nodded slightly. "Well done." Blood demon smiled proudly and sat down cross-legged to meditate. He closed his eyes and began to heal his injuries. In the battle with Lin Rusong, he had also suffered serious injuries. If he didn't quickly recover, he definitely wouldn't be able to participate in the battle of life and death. At this moment, whether it was the fake emperors in the star boundary or the half-saint in the demon territory, an uneasy thought emerged in everyone's mind. Who will be the next to enter the battle of life and death? If it's me, who will my opponent be? Before they could finish their thoughts, there was a slight movement beside them. With their previous experience, No one panicked this time and immediately looked towards the battle of life and death. What they saw made the Star Boundary people cry out in surprise. Yang Yen-yun and Bing Yun's beautiful faces sank. Because the Star Boundary side's candidate for the second battle of life and death was Yang Kai. When they looked to their side, Yang Kai, who was standing at the side previously, was indeed nowhere to be seen. Yang Yen-yun suddenly revealed an anxious expression. He couldn't understand why the will of heaven and earth would choose Yang Kai to enter the battle. Didn't Yang Kai carry a part of the will of heaven and earth? Logically speaking, heaven and earth should be biased towards him. At this time, he shouldn't be allowed to enter the battle no matter what. Regardless of winning or losing this battle, Yang Kai wouldn't benefit. If he won, he would only consume his own strength. If he lost, he would end up in a miserable state. At this moment, Yang Yen even had the urge to curse out loud. This damned heavens really don't have eyes. On the opposite side, Jia Long's eyes suddenly burst with light. He stared at Yang Kai with a restless expression. He was the strongest person under the demon saint in the demon territory. He was the most powerful half-saint. If Yang Kai didn't have the space divine technique, he was confident that he could kill Yang Kai. However, whether it was outside or inside the secret realm of heaven and earth, even if he could win against Yang Kai, he wouldn't be able to kill him. Once the situation went south, Yang Kai would immediately escape. No one under the demon saint could stop his instant movement technique. However, the life and death arena was different. It had a diameter of 300 meters and was surrounded by invisible restrictions. Yang Kai's space divine technique couldn't be used at all. As long as heaven and earth chose him to enter the battle, he would definitely be able to make Yang Kai bleed here. Jia Long's eyes filled with expectation quickly turned into disappointment. When he heard a sound beside him, a half-saint of demon race appeared in the corner of the life and death arena. When he looked over, Jia Long's face immediately became gloomy. Yang Inflammation and Bing Yun's originally worried expressions also became a bit strange. Bing Yun smiled and said, as expected of someone blessed by heaven and earth. Even at this time, he can still take advantage of the situation. Yang Inflammation also let out a sigh of relief. Then I'm relieved. On the high platform, Yang Kai was at a loss for a moment, but he quickly reacted. He was on the life and death arena. Just as Yang Inflammation thought, he was slightly surprised. He didn't know why the will of heaven and earth would choose him to enter the battle. However, he didn't think too much about it. Since he was chosen, then the only thing he could do was to kill his opponent with the smallest price. As for whether he had this ability, Yang Kai was full of confidence. When he arrived here, the fake emperors and half-saint had already experienced a chaotic battle. They were all injured and couldn't use their full strength. On the other hand, he entered a strange space and asked about his Tao heart. Not only was he unharmed, but his thoughts were also cleared. There was no way he would lose when he was at his peak state against an injured opponent. In the first battle, Astral Realm was defeated and Lin Rusong died. He had to win the second battle no matter what. Before he finished thinking, a figure appeared in the opposite corner. Yang Kai immediately looked over. When he saw who his opponent was, he couldn't help but grin. 1,000 feet away, Blood Demon, who was covered in blood and had a pale face, looked around in panic. He couldn't understand how he came back up in the blink of an eye after leaving the life and death arena. There were 14 to 15 half-saint of the demon race, and it was him both times. This probability was simply unimaginable. Jia Long's face was gloomy. The will of heaven and earth. If the opponent wasn't Yang Kai, he might believe that this was a matter of probability, but since it was Yang Kai, it wasn't so simple. Previously, everyone was guessing what kind of help the will of heaven and earth could provide to Yang Kai in this battle, but no one could say for sure. After all, there was no such record in the past. It had always been those who seized the opportunity of the great path and became great emperors who received the will of heaven and earth. However, it was the opposite for Yang Kai. Such a situation was unprecedented and there was no precedent. And now, whether it was on the side of the Star Boundary or on the side of the demon territory, they all deeply felt the benefits of the invisible and inexplicable will of heaven and earth. Blood Demon fought with Lin Rusong for half an hour before. Although he won in the end, he was an arrow at the end of its flight. At this time, not to mention Yang Kai, a half-saint high-rank demon king, even an ordinary high-rank demon king would be able to take his life. In this battle, the star boundary would undoubtedly win. There was no need to doubt anything. It was precisely because of this that Yang Yun and Bing Yun, who saw Yang Kai enter the life and death arena, completely relaxed. In the crowd, Song Mo's face was gloomy, and the expectation in his eyes turned into disappointment. On the life and death arena, 1,000 feet away, Yang Kai looked at Blood Demon indifferently, but he didn't choose to make a move immediately. This silent oppression made Blood Demon panic. He couldn't help but turn his head and look at Jia Long for help. It was just like how Lin Rusong looked before he died. At this moment, he seemed to have experienced the despair of his previous opponent. The light in front of him was completely shrouded in darkness. Asterisk ta ta ta. Asterisk Yang Kai stepped forward. Blood Demon couldn't help but retreat, but where could he retreat to? He was originally in the corner. The invisible barrier on the life and death arena sealed the world, so he couldn't continue to retreat. Looking over in horror, he saw Yang Kai lowering his head. The hair in front of his forehead covered half of his face, but he could vaguely see a ferocious light through the gaps of his hair. There was also a dried corpse on the life and death arena. It was Lin Rusong. Yang Kai came to the dried corpse, squatted down, and waved his hand, putting it into the small sealed world. When he got up again, he looked up at Blood Demon, who was hiding at the edge of the life and death arena and looking at him vigilantly. He slowly raised his hand and suddenly shouted, "Die!" The wind blew. Yang Kai's figure was still in the same place, but there was another him at the edge of the arena. At this moment, Yang Kai was holding a spear with one hand, and there was a figure on the tip of the spear. Chapter 3787. The blue dragon spear pierced through the Blood Demon half-saint's chest, causing blood to flow down the spear. The Blood Demon's eyes widened as he gripped the spear with both hands, a look of shock on his face. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The crowd was in an uproar. Even though they knew that Yang Kai would definitely not lose after seeing who was on the other side, but seeing him lift the Blood Demon half-saint up so easily still gave them a strong visual impact. In front of the furious Yang Kai, the heavily wounded Blood Demon simply had no strength to resist. The Blood Demon struggled and squirmed as he made a gurgling sound. His blood chi surged as he held back for a long time before he angrily shouted, "I refuse to accept this." If he was given a fair opportunity to fight Yang Kai alone, he would definitely not be so miserable. However, he had fought with Lin Rusong before, so at this moment, he only had less than 20% of his combat power left. Facing Yang Kai's thunderous attack, he didn't even have the chance to dodge. He was well aware of how terrifying and difficult it was to deal with a martial Dao true intent. Under this spear attack, a strange force was destroying his body and mind. His grief and indignation finally turned into a roar. Many of the Star Boundary's fake emperors who watched this scene were full of joy. They recalled how this guy had made a silent provocation to Yang Kai when he was tormenting Lin Rusong. They didn't expect him to hit the nail on the head in the blink of an eye. Sure enough, karma came quickly. This king won't let you off easily even if he dies. The Blood Demon half-saint roared again, and the power of his vitality suddenly exuded a dangerous aura. His hands quickly formed seals, and his body suddenly expanded. "Yang Kai, be careful," Bing Yun exclaimed. Looking at this situation, the Blood Demon seemed to be about to self-destruct. Even though he was now an arrow at the end of its flight, the power of a half-saint's self-destruction was not small. If he wasn't careful, he might suffer a big loss. Just a dying struggle. Yang Kai coldly snorted. The black dragon's spear trembled, and a violent power was transmitted from the spear. With a boom, the Blood Demon on the tip of the spear was directly shattered, turning into pieces of bones that scattered in all directions. Before the skeletons even landed on the ground, they had already lost all of their energy and turned into dried corpses. It had only been 10 breaths of time since Yang Kai had entered the arena to the end of the battle. The Blood Devil half-saint hadn't even used a single move. Perhaps, such a situation wouldn't have happened even if he had faced a real demon saint. This was definitely the fastest death of a half-saint in history. Sheathing his spear, Yang Kai coldly stared at the demon race's camp. He pointed his spear forward and shouted, "Who's next?" Dang. As soon as he said this, Yang Yen frowned and said with a worried expression, "He can't be thinking of using his own will of heaven and earth to influence the next selection, right?" Bing Yun's expression changed slightly, but he nodded and said, "It's possible." There was no pattern to the two selections, so the fake emperors and half-saints present could only passively endure. However, if it was Yang Kai, it wasn't impossible for him to do as Yang Yen said and use his own will of heaven and earth to influence the next selection. After all, the karmic luck of the heavens and earth had given him a huge advantage in the second round. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to win so easily if it was any other half-saint who had entered the arena. However, in the next instant, Yang Kai's figure suddenly disappeared from the life and death platform. By the time everyone reacted, he had already returned to the Star Boundary Camp's high platform. After he appeared, he immediately urged the boundless corpse Qi to fill the entire life and death platform. Bing Yun swung her long sword, and sword halos swept around. A cold aura filled the air, blocking the spread of the corpse Qi. Jia Long sneered and raised his hand. From the corpse Qi, figures appeared one after another, each exuding a powerful aura. Seeing this, Bing Yun's expression became serious. She reached out and wiped the long sword with her fingers. Blood flowed out, and the sword hummed. The sword swept out like a waterfall. The refined corpses were cut in half, but under the nourishment of the corpse Qi, they quickly healed and stood up again. They continued to attack Bing Yun. Jia Long hid in the corpse Qi, and his figure was erratic. Powerful secret techniques covered Bing Yun from time to time. Ice law filled the air, and snowflakes fell from the sky. When the snowflakes fell on the refined corpses, they immediately turned into hexagonal ice crystals. They quickly spread and froze the refined corpses into ice sculptures. However, there were still 2 refined corpses that were not affected. These 2 refined corpses were refined from half-saint corpses. They were the most powerful refined corpses under Jia Long. Each of them seemed to have retained a little of their strength from when they were alive. They attacked from left and right, assisting Jia Long in harassing Bing Yun. In comparison, Bing Yun had only been promoted to false emperor for a few years, while Jia Long was a veteran half-saint in the demon territory. He was also the strongest under demon saint. There was a gap in their strength. Now that Jia Long had the help of refined corpses, how could Bing Yun be his opponent? After a few dozen breaths of time, Bing Yun's breathing became a little chaotic. She was careless and was hit by Jia Long's palm. A cracking sound came from her shoulder, and she was sent flying. On the life and death arena, Bing Yun and Jia Long were fighting to the death. On the Astral Boundaries grandstand, Yang Kai used all his means to bombard the light screen. At first, he was the only one, but Yang Yun soon joined in. Then, Shang Yuzhu also joined in. However, even with the combined strength of the 3, they could not shake the light screen at all. A person next to him sighed and said, "Please stop. This restriction is not something we can break. We have already tried before. If we don't fight to the death over there, I'm afraid we can't get out." Yang Kai turned a deaf ear. Anger burned in his heart, and his attacks became more and more fierce. The wanton energy made many false emperors' expressions change. On the life and death arena, Bing Yun's exclamation came again. She was hit by Jia Long's divine technique again. A dark green light appeared on her originally pale face. It was obvious that the corpse poison had invaded her body. Yang Kai turned his head and saw Bing Yun desperately trying to escape. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. According to the situation, Bing Yun would most likely die in less than half a cup of tea's time. At that time, all he could do was collect Bing Yun's corpse. His heart was burning with anxiety. What could he do to help Bing Yun resolve this calamity? Not to mention that the restriction on the grandstand was so tough that they couldn't break it. Even if they broke it, what could they do? There was another layer of restriction on the life and death arena. If they couldn't solve this problem in half a cup of tea's time, they wouldn't be able to save Bing Yun. Suddenly, Yang Kai seemed to think of something and turned his head to look at the Heaven Void Cauldron. In the Heaven Void Cauldron, the source heavenly fruit on the small tree was slightly swaying like a living creature. Light flowed inside as if it was about to ripen. When Lin Rusong died, the source heavenly fruit had already undergone some changes. When the blood demon half-saint died, the source heavenly fruit had undergone some changes again. As long as one more person died here, the source heavenly fruit should be completely ripe. As long as one more person died, the person who died might not necessarily be Bing Yun. Thinking of this, Yang Kai suddenly became enlightened. He secretly transmitted a message to Yang Yan and fiercely circulated his demonic qi. Yang Yan, who was casting spells to attack the restriction, was startled for a moment before her beautiful eyes lit up. She nodded imperceptibly and abruptly turned around. The 3 rings on her wrist turned into 3 flames and shot towards one person. She shouted in a low voice, "Song Mo killed Feng Wuliang while escaping. He's heartless, despicable, and shameless. The heavenly Tao will not tolerate him." At the same time, Yang Kai also abruptly turned around. His spirit power swept out like a tsunami. The golden vertical pupil in his left eye appeared and met Song Mo's eyes. The black dragon spear in his hand fiercely stabbed out. On the tip of the spear, a fist-sized black dot exuded an aura that could devour all things. Chapter 3788. Everything happened so quickly that no one was able to react. Even Song Mo himself was still waiting to watch a good show, coldly watching Yang Kai, Yang Yan, and the others bombarding the barrier. But who would have thought that in the next moment, they would all turn their spears against him? Caught off guard, he was affected by Yang Kai's divine soul power and his mind was in a trance. Fortunately, he had a good foundation and quickly reacted. With a roar, he punched out with both fists, which turned into a sky full of fist shadows. With a series of booming sounds, Yang Yan's 3 blazing flame rings were blown away. The 3 blazing flame rings flashed wildly and Yang Kai's figure also leaned back, taking a few steps back. On the black dragon spear, the black dot flashed and disappeared, collapsing a large area of the void. Song Mo took advantage of the situation to fall back, his face pale. Yang Kai showed a surprised look, secretly thinking that this old dog's strength was really good, but in a hurry to withstand his and Yang Yan's 2 divine technique, he estimated that his current situation was not much better. However, before he could attack again, he heard a low voice coming from beside him. "Yan Ru Shan Hua." A green figure flashed, and when it reappeared it was behind Song Mo, blood dripping from the 2 curved blades in Shang Yuju's hands. Song Mo looked like he was struck by lightning, lowering his head to look at his chest and waist, each with a huge wound. Turning his head, he cussed, "Bitch." He had no enmity with Shang Yuju, and had never even met her before. He really couldn't understand why this woman would attack him, and at such a critical moment, leaving him no chance to dodge or resist. "Thanks," Yang Kai shouted, and when he exhaled, the long spear leisurely retracted, and once again stretched out like a dragon coming out of the sea. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk with 3 whooshing sounds, Yang Yan's expression became solemn, his hands forming a series of seals, and the 3 blazing flame rings returned, turning into 3 shackles that covered Song Mo unable to dodge. Song Mo was directly tied up. Song Mo's face really changed this time. The scorching power of the 3 blazing flame rings had imprisoned his freedom and Emperor Qi. Seeing Yang Kai mercilessly thrusting his spear at him, Song Mo roared, "Yang Kai, how dare you? I am from the star boundary, facing a great enemy. If you dare kill me, you will be committing a crime against the world." Yang Kai was unmoved, his voice cold. "When Master Feng was trapped by you, why didn't you think you were from the star boundary? Now you mention it, don't you think it's ridiculous?" As soon as his words fell, the black dragon spear, Song Mo, Song, his chest. Song Mo's body shook, and he glared angrily at Yang Kai. 10 meters away, Yang Kai looked back at him without any hesitation, his eyes cold and callous. In the stands, there was silence. All the star boundary fake emperors looked at this sudden scene in horror, their minds unable to recover. From the time Yang Kai launched his attack until now, only 3 breaths had passed. It was so fast that no one could react. Before this, they were still watching the battle on the life and death stage, secretly worried about Bing Yun's safety. Who would have thought that Bing Yun was still alive, and Song Mo, who was beside her, would be killed? It was not that Song Mo was weak. He was able to cultivate to the fake emperor realm because of his own good fortune. But in the stands, 3 people had attacked him, and all of them were sneak attacks. How could he block them? Not to mention his freedom was restricted by Yang Kai's 3 blazing flame rings. Not only were the stands on the star boundary side silent, but even the stands on the demon territory side were also silent. Many half-saint of demon race members stared at this side with wide eyes, all of them wearing inexplicable surprise. The scene looked extremely fierce, But the cruelty of the battle was far from what it was at the beginning. Everyone was holding back, only preparing to snatch the source heavenly fruit. Unfortunately, under the obstruction of each other, no one could get within 10 meters of the heaven void cauldron. Anyone who had the opportunity would be blocked by the enemy. In terms of the number of people who entered the profound heaven temple, the demon territory had an absolute advantage. Although this advantage was not as great as it was at the beginning, the demon territory still had 4 or 5 half-saint realm cultivators more than the false emperors from the star boundary. And these 4 or 5 half-saint realm cultivators were the key to determining the outcome. As time passed, the half-saint of demon race gradually gained the upper hand. They formed a triangle and slowly approached the heaven void cauldron, while the false emperors from the star boundary were blocked outside. For a moment, everyone was anxious. Chapter 3789. Yang Kai's repeated attempts to use the law of space to approach the heaven void cauldron were all repelled by Jia Long, causing his expression to turn ugly. Although Jia Long was not proficient in the Tao of space, the heaven void cauldron was right there. If Yang Kai wanted to seize the heavenly source fruit, he would have to get close to the heaven void cauldron, so he only needed to exert pressure from the surroundings. The astral boundary's fake emperors could not break through the half-saint's defensive circle, so they could forget about getting close to the heavenly source fruit. At this critical moment, the extra people from the demon race became the key to victory. Time passed, and the battle continued. The fake emperors could only watch helplessly as the half-saints slowly approached the heaven void cauldron. Finally, when the heaven void cauldron was within reach, Jia Long shouted, "Stop them!" Then, he turned around and rushed towards the heaven void cauldron. He opened his hand and grabbed the heavenly source fruit, his eyes blazing. As long as he could seize the heavenly source fruit, he would win the final victory. Not only would he make the astral boundary lose everything, but he would also give the demon race another demon saint. At that time, the astral boundary would no longer be able to resist. At this moment, a person's low voice suddenly sounded. "Heaven! Crushing strike!" A terrifying divine sense spread out, and the invisible spirit attack turned into a short spear that was visible to the naked eye and shot straight towards Jia Long's head. Yang Kai's eyes widened as he turned his head to look at the person who spoke. He saw a middle-aged man smiling at him with a sly look in his eyes. Yang Kai knew this middle-aged man, but he was not familiar with him. He was one of the demon heavenly path's 4 great dark lords, Fire Lord. When he entered the profound heaven palace, Yang Kai had paid special attention to this person. After all, he was the only human in the demon race's camp. He was like a crane in a flock of chickens, so it was difficult not to pay attention to him. In profound heavenly temple's world-sealed world, Yang Kai had not met the other party, nor had he had any dealings with them. In the chaotic battle just now, they had fought a few times, but since everyone had been holding back, Yang Kai had not been able to determine the other party's depths. Who would have thought that he would suddenly launch an attack, and the target of his attack was Jia Long? This move was too surprising. Just like how Yang Kai suddenly attacked Song Mo, the demon race probably didn't expect that Fire Lord of the demonic path would actually have the guts to plot against the first half-saint of the demon race. Only Yang Kai's eyes lit up in surprise. If the Fire Lord hadn't said a word, he might not have understood what was going on. He would have guessed that the Fire Lord had ulterior motives and wanted to snatch the source heavenly fruit. However, when he heard the words heaven-breaking strike, how could he not know what was going on? He also knew this soul secret technique, and the person who taught him this secret technique was Tian Yen, whom he had met in the Divine Ascension Mirror in Azure Sun Temple. Tian Yen was born from the Divine Ascension Mirror, and because he didn't have a physical body, his attainments in soul cultivation were extremely terrifying. The Divine Ascension Mirror was also a world, and Tian Yan's attainments in soul cultivation had definitely reached the level of the great emperors. Later on, Yang Kai coincidentally obtained the flesh incarnation fruit and refined the flesh incarnation pill, which helped Tian Yen form a physical body and break free from the shackles of the Divine Ascension Mirror, allowing him to appear in this world. However, when Tian Yan's physical body had just been formed, his strength was low. Later on, he stayed in Azure Sun Temple for a while, and after he matured a little, he went out to wander the world. After that, there was no news of him. Yang Kai had also thought of inquiring about him, but the demon race had invaded and the star boundary was in chaos, so he didn't have the energy to do so. He never expected that the senior who had been missing for so many years would actually appear right in front of him. Moreover, he had even become one of the 4 great demon envoys of the demon heavenly way and infiltrated profound heaven temple, turning against him at the last moment. Yang Kai didn't know what Tianyan had experienced all these years to allow him to cultivate all the way to the false emperor realm from scratch. However, this wasn't strange. He originally had the foundation of the great emperors, but he didn't have a physical body. With Yang Kai's help, he was able to form a physical body, and all his comprehension of the martial Tao was there. As long as he cultivated step by step, his cultivation would naturally increase rapidly. He wasn't like other cultivators who were restricted by various bottlenecks. As for why his appearance had changed, it was probably because he had used some kind of secret technique. Tianyan's spirit cultivation was originally at the level of the great emperors. Even if there were many restrictions and he couldn't display his full strength, this attack couldn't be underestimated. The spirit spear visible to the naked eye blasted into Jia Long's mind from behind while he was unprepared. Jia Long's burly body suddenly froze in place, unable to move. His hand that was reaching for the source heavenly fruit was only a foot away from the 7-colored divine fruit. But it wasn't over yet. After Tianyan launched his attack, he didn't even look at Jia Long. He clapped his hands together and suddenly pushed them to the sides. With him as the center, a huge ring of fire suddenly spread out. The ring of fire contained a scorching power. Caught off guard, many semi-sages of the demon race were thrown off their feet. The originally tight formation also exposed a huge flaw at this moment. "What are you waiting for?" Tianyan chuckled as he looked at the pleasantly surprised Yang Kai. "Many thanks, senior," Yang Kai hurriedly said. His figure flickered as he rushed out through the gap Tianyan had torn open, arriving in front of the heaven void cauldron in the blink of an eye. Bastard! It was only now that Jia Long returned to his senses. He endured the heart-wrenching pain in his head as he clenched his hand into a fist and punched towards Yang Kai's waist. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to Jia Long's attack. The only thing in his eyes was the source heavenly fruit. The moment Jia Long's fist was about to reach his body, he executed the Nihility secret technique and banished himself into the void. The punch filled with destructive power passed through Yang Kai's body. Although it didn't use its full power, the power that shook the void still made Yang Kai groan. Thinking of this, Jia Long thought of retreating and shouted, "Let's go!" Then, he led the dozen or so half-saint of demon race to slowly retreat. A trace of hesitation flashed across the faces of the fake emperors, but in the end, they didn't stop him. Now that the dust had settled and the number of people on both sides was about the same, it wouldn't be good for anyone to continue arguing. It was better to wait until Yang Kai refined the source heavenly fruit and his strength soared. It wouldn't be too late to deal with them then. On Yang Kai's side, the source heavenly fruit melted into a sweet liquid the moment it entered his mouth and flowed down his throat into his stomach. A warm feeling instantly spread throughout his body, causing his tense nerves to relax involuntarily and even make him feel drowsy. At the same time, various mysterious principles flashed across Yang Kai's knowledge sea, allowing him to gain insight into many mysteries. The mysterious Tian Hall is about to close. Forcing himself to maintain his consciousness, Yang Kai looked at the people in front of him. He didn't know why he knew all of this, but somehow, he was able to see the situation inside profound heavenly temple down to the smallest detail. Everyone was startled by this news, but they soon calmed down. Now that the source heavenly fruit had been swallowed by Yang Kai, there was no need for the mysterious Tian Hall to exist. It was only natural for it to close. Chapter 3790. There's no need to panic. When this world-sealed world closes, everyone will withdraw safely. As for me, I may have to stay here for a while, so I'll leave everything in the outside world to you. Yang Kai cupped his fists. Everyone returned the gesture, and Yang Yen said, "Focus on refining the source heavenly fruit. You don't have to worry about the outside world." Yang Kai nodded. It was useless for him to worry about the outside world. Since the world had given him a chance to survive and he had firmly grasped it, what he needed to do was to do his best to refine the source heavenly fruit so that he wouldn't disappoint the world. This senior Tian Yen is one of us. Azure Sun Temple's temple master one knows his origins. Yang Kai pointed to Tian Yen again. Yang Yen turned his head and smiled at Tian Yen. Although Tianyan had previously played the role of Fire Lord of the Demon Sky Path, his betrayal at the last moment was enough to prove his position. In that situation, he could have rushed into the Heaven Void Cauldron and fought for the Source Heavenly Fruit, but he didn't do so. Instead, after attacking Jia Long, he dealt with the other half-saint of demon race, creating an opening for Yang Kai and creating a final opportunity. Therefore, at this moment, the many false emperors in the star boundary didn't have much hostility towards him. In fact, they didn't even have much vigilance against him. Senior, I will never forget this kindness. I will thank you again after I come out of seclusion. Yang Kai cupped his fists towards Tianyan. Tianyan chuckled. There's no need for that. Although the divine fruit is amazing, it isn't of much use to me. Since it has become your opportunity, this old master's many years of concealment have not been in vain. Yang Kai was taken aback and immediately understood that he had the foundation of the great emperors. Although others coveted the source heavenly fruit, it really wasn't of much use to him. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly frowned and said, "Time's up. Everyone, let's part ways here. I hope that the days ahead will be peaceful and we will have a good time drinking and chatting." As soon as he finished speaking, a buzzing sound suddenly resounded throughout the hall. Then, everyone felt a repulsive force pressing down on them from all directions. That repulsive force was so strong that no one could resist it. In just a short span of 3 breaths, it suddenly disappeared. Looking at the empty hall, Yang Kai's dizziness grew stronger. He sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and immersed his mind completely. In the star boundary, high up in the sky, a majestic and unadorned hall was suspended in midair. Among the billions of creatures in the star boundary, anyone could clearly see the outline of the hall as long as they raised their heads. It had been over a month since the Battle of the Grand Tao had begun, and the situation in the star dimension had become more and more precarious during this period. The demon race had set up a shocking spirit array, and the demon land, with the 108 demon dens of various sizes as its center, was constantly expanding. Every moment, large tracts of land in the 4 territories of the star boundary were being eroded by demon intent. As time passed, this speed became faster and faster. The space for the human race to move in the star boundary was constantly being compressed, and the various armies retreated again and again until there was no place to retreat. The entire western territory was now completely eroded, and the situation in the eastern, southern, and northern territories was not much better. Now, the human race's territory was less than 1/10 of its original size. It was likely that in less than half a month, the star boundary would completely fall. At that time, the star boundary would cease to exist, and when the nest was overturned, no eggs would remain intact. At that time, all the human race would likely become demons. The 2 great elders of the dragon race had repeatedly attacked, but the effect was minimal. Even though Zhu Yan and Fu Tianyi's strength had greatly increased, and the husband and wife could suppress the 3 demon saints' joint forces, they could not stop the erosion and expansion of the demon land. Li Wuyi's hair had turned white. As the chief commander of the various armies in the star boundary, the pressure he was under was greater than anyone else. Before the Battle of the Grand Tao, he had asked all the fake emperors who participated to leave behind their life lamps. If they were alive, their life lamps would remain. If they were dead, their life lamps would extinguish. Over the past few days, he had watched as the 30 life lamps in his hand went out one by one, and his heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. At this point, he only had 11 life lanterns that were still lit. In other words, of the people who entered the profound heaven temple, only 11 had survived. He had heard that the Battle of the Grand Tao was incomparably cruel, and that only 1/3 of the people who entered could return alive. Now, it seemed that this was not a lie. The only thing that made him feel fortunate was that Yang Kai's life lamp was still shining, as well as Yang Inflammation's and Bing Yun's. As long as the 3 of them were fine, there was always a glimmer of hope. Spirit Beast Island in the Eastern Territory, which was originally the Martial Beast's territory, had now been occupied by the various armies of the star boundary, and the island was full of human race soldiers. In the main hall, the commanders of the various armies were gathered together, with Li Wuyi at the head of the table. He glanced around and saw that everyone's expression was extremely solemn and gloomy. Today, they were gathered here to discuss the matter of retreat. The Western Territory had completely fallen, and the next 3 territories would be the Eastern, Southern, and Northern Territories. The difference was only a matter of time. Even so, the star boundary still had to make a final effort. After pondering for a while, Li Wuyi said, "We can no longer stay in the Eastern Territory. From the intelligence gathered from all over the world, I'm afraid that in less than 10 days, the Eastern Territory will follow in the footsteps of the Western Territory. At that time, even Spirit Beast Island will not be spared. How is the situation in the Southern Territory?" While speaking, Li Wuyi turned his head and looked at Wan Zishan. Wan Zishan stood up and cupped his fists, a solemn expression on his face. "Compared to the Eastern Territory, it's even worse. We can only hold on for a shorter time, 5 days at most." Hearing this, Li Wuyi frowned and looked at someone else. "What about the Northern Territory?" Chapter 3791. His eyes swept across the giant cauldron, but to Li Wuyi's disappointment, he couldn't find a new title. Did I fail? Even someone as calm as Li Wuyi, who could remain calm in the face of a demon saint, couldn't help but stagger at this moment, his face turning pale. The many corps commanders around him were also discussing spiritedly, their emotions flowing through the crowd. Asterisk Wang. Asterisk with a soft sound, a jade slip appeared in front of Li Wuyi out of thin air. Li Wuyi's expression brightened as he grabbed it and immersed his consciousness into it. After a moment of daze, a smile appeared on his face. At first, the smile was not obvious, but it soon widened and his laughter shook the world. Everyone turned their heads and stared at Li Wuyi and the jade slip in his hand. From the jade slip, they could feel the aura of Yang Inflammation. In other words, this jade slip was sent by Yang Inflammation, and Yang Inflammation was one of the candidates to participate in the Great Tao struggle. The fact that he sent this message at this time undoubtedly meant that the Great Tao struggle was indeed over. Judging from the happy look on Li Wuyi's face and his carefree laughter, everyone's spirits were lifted and the anxiety in their hearts was replaced by great surprise. Although they had some guesses, they didn't dare to be too sure until Li Wuyi confirmed it, lest the truth be false. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. General Master, could it be that the Great Tao opportunity has finally fallen into the hands of Star Boundary? An old man's beard trembled as he couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart, an abnormal red flush appearing on his withered old face. "General Master, what's the situation? Why don't you tell us first before you laugh?" Li Wuyi, however, couldn't stop laughing. He laughed so hard that tears came out of his eyes, leaving everyone quite speechless. Since they knew him, no one had ever seen him lose his composure like this. The pressure he had been under recently was simply too great. As the general commander of Star Boundary, he didn't dare to say that he was responsible for the survival of Star Boundary, but any decision he made was related to the future of hundreds of millions of lives and the continuation of an entire race. All he could do was stall for time as much as possible and preserve the strength of Star Boundary for any changes in the future. For this reason, he did not hesitate to give up the opportunity to enter the profound Heaven Palace and participate in the Battle of the Great Tao. He gave up his life's pursuit. But now, this glimmer of hope had finally appeared. His tense state of mind relaxed a lot at this moment. After a long while, Li Wuyi finally restrained his smile. His gaze swept across the faces of the fake emperors one by one, and then he said in a deep voice, "The opportunity of the Great Tao has been obtained by our Star Boundary." As soon as he said this, everyone's breathing quickened. Although they had guessed this before, they didn't dare to believe it until Li Wuyi personally admitted it. "Who is it?" the elderly man asked in a trembling voice. After all, this was the key to becoming great emperors. The person who had seized the opportunity of the Great Path was very likely to be the future great emperors of the astral boundary. How could he not ask clearly? "Yang Kai," Li Wuyi replied with a smile. A burst of exclamations rang out, and everyone couldn't help but look at each other. Although Yang Kai's performance when he returned from the demon territory this time was amazing, no one had thought that this candidate would actually be him. After all, his cultivation was there for all to see. Previously, when Li Wuyi gave up his spot to Yang Kai, to be honest, many people felt uncomfortable in their hearts. Chapter 3792. In the vast astral realm, Only the area within a radius of 1,000 miles around the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory had not been eroded. All the armies in the astral realm had gathered here, and the two great elders of the dragon race were personally overseeing it. This place would be the final battlefield of the final battle between the humans and demons. If they won, they would have a chance to catch their breath. If they lost, they would be doomed eternally. Since the start of the battle between the two realms, the billions of lives in the astral realm had been lost. In the eastern, southern, western and western territory, humans could be seen everywhere. They had been eroded by the demon will, lost their minds, and only knew how to kill. Although the High Heaven Palace was large, it could not accommodate so many people. Now that all the armies in the astral realm had gathered, it was almost overcrowded. Because of this, many soldiers had no choice but to stay in the One Realm bead all day. The One Realm bead that Xueqi had refined was also stuffed to the brim. Perhaps it was the final protection of the will of heaven and earth. After the demon will had eroded the eastern, southern, western territory and most of the northern territory, it finally met with resistance in the area within a radius of 1,000 miles around the High Heaven Palace. The speed of the erosion was extremely slow, and in the end, it could not advance even an inch. Somehow, there seemed to be some power around the High Heaven Palace that blocked the erosion of the demon will, leaving the last place for the humans in the astral realm to stand. Now that the entire astral realm had been taken in, whether it was the demon saint or the half-saint below, they could not tolerate the special existence of the High Heaven Palace. Only by eroding the High Heaven Palace could the great plan of the demon race be completed. Perhaps there was also a sense of crisis from losing the battle. Therefore, 10 days after the battle ended, and 3 days after the Eastern Territory had fallen, the demon race army attacked. The demon race from the various demon dens came out in full force. They rushed over from all directions and surrounded the High Heaven Palace. Without any pleasantries, they directly launched an all-out attack. The first to attack the High Heaven Palace was not the demon race's army, but the humans who had been eroded by the demonic will and turned into demons. The number of these demons was 10 times or even 100 times larger than the demon race's main army. They could be found almost everywhere in the 4 territories of the astral boundary. The demon race's army only needed to capture and drive them away to form a huge camp. Under the influence of the demon race, the confused demon race, who only knew how to kill, fearlessly rushed towards the High Heaven Palace. The strength of these demons was generally not high. Any soldier of the Star Boundaries army could kill a large number of them, but there were too many of them. Outside the High Heaven Palace, a fierce battle began. Facing his former compatriots, Li Wui could only harden his heart and give the order to annihilate them. In just 3 days, tens of millions of demon dwellers had died outside Lingxiao Palace. Blood flowed like a river within 1,000 li, and corpses piled up layer after layer. With the deaths of these demons, the demonic qi in their bodies leaked out and finally infected the land that was originally protected by the heavens and earth. Outside the High Heaven Palace, the demon land once again pushed forward. Although the speed was not fast, if this continued, the High Heaven Palace would not be able to survive one day. Zhu Yan and Fu Xiu were furious. They brazenly rushed out of the High Heaven Palace and headed straight for the demon race's army. The personal guards behind him who had been following him all this time shouted, "No!" Li Wui grinned. "There is a great terror between life and death. Even this king is afraid, so why are you not?" The personal guards showed embarrassed expressions, and one of them said, "To be able to follow Master, even if we die on the battlefield, we will have no regrets." The others also cupped their fists and said in unison, "We are willing to live and die together with Master." Li Wui was in high spirits and shouted, "Good, that's the right way to think." His arms shook as he said in a deep voice, "All of you will follow this king into battle and kill the enemy." Murderous intent swept out fiercely. Master." A personal guard suddenly shouted in a trembling voice. Li Wui sneered, "Are you afraid? It's normal to be afraid." "No, Master, look over there." The personal guard pointed to the sky. Li Wui looked over and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. The patterns on the surface of the heaven void cauldron, which had been floating in the sky all this time, were flashing even faster. The originally clear and changeable titles were now changing at a dazzling speed, and soon, the words were blurred. For so many days, the heaven void cauldron had been in this state and had never experienced such a change. No one had expected it to change at this time. This is... Li Wu Yi's eyes suddenly widened as he stared fixedly at the Heaven Void Cauldron. The flickering patterns on the surface of the Heaven Void Cauldron were faintly condensing into two large characters, but the light was flickering too fast for anyone to see clearly. After a moment of silence, the two blurry characters finally became clear. At a certain moment, they stopped with a bang and a dazzling light filled the entire star boundary. At that moment, the demonic chi of the star boundary seemed to be torn apart and the long-awaited light once again descended. Li Wu Yi's eyes narrowed as he stared blankly at the two golden characters, his heart filled with joy. The Void. Chapter 3793. The Void. These two words attracted the gazes of every living being in the star boundary. At this moment, countless pairs of eyes involuntarily looked up. Whether it was the human demon or the demon race, their eyes flashed with an indescribable light. This was especially true for the natives of the star boundary. When those two words completely froze on the Heaven Void Cauldron, a thought almost instinctively appeared in their hearts. A new great emperor had been born in the star boundary. This thought came out of nowhere, and no one knew where it came from, but everyone believed it without a doubt. Because this was the will of the heavenly Tao. To be able to witness the birth of a new great emperors in their own era, what kind of honor was this? What kind of exhilarating matter was this? The originally dispirited morale suddenly skyrocketed at this moment. Xueqi, who was hiding somewhere in the demon race's army, felt his eyelids twitch. He gritted his teeth and said, "He actually succeeded." Although he learned from Jia Long that the Genesis Empyrean fruit was obtained by Yang Kai in the end, Xueqi still harbored a trace of hope. Yang Kai's strength wasn't enough. Even if he obtained the Genesis Empyrean fruit, he probably wouldn't be able to become one of the great emperors so quickly. At most, it would increase his strength, but he still wouldn't be a match for the demon saint. But now, it seemed that the Genesis Empyrean fruit was indeed boundless. It actually allowed that high-rank demon king to directly become one of the great emperors. Xueqi clenched his teeth and shouted the moment this thought appeared in his mind. "Pass down my order. Regardless of casualties, take down the High Heaven Palace in the shortest time possible." Yang Kai had become one of the great emperors and obtained the title of Void. No one knew what kind of strength he would have when he reappeared, let alone when he would appear. What they needed to do now was to take down the High Heaven Palace as quickly as possible and soak the last pure land in the star boundary. Only then would all of their plans be considered complete. Even if Yang Kai really did have the strength of the great emperors, it would be useless. With this order, the already frenzied attacks increased by 30%. The High Heaven Palace's grand protective array wildly flashed with light, as if it could collapse at any moment. Noticing this, Li Wui hurriedly passed down the order. The surviving soldiers of the star boundary desperately resisted. Of the High Heaven Palace's various forces. While the two sides were fighting desperately, no one noticed that after the word void appeared in the sky, the Heaven Void Cauldron suddenly collapsed and soon disappeared. In the southeast corner of the High Heaven Palace, where the GZ army and the other 5 forces had set up a defense, Hyoji was sitting in the middle of the army. His expression was solemn as he gave out orders one after another. He had been fighting for many days, so he had not had a single moment of rest. His mind was operating at an extremely fast speed as he thought of a plan to defeat the enemy. Unfortunately, under the frenzied attacks of the demon race, all he could do was passively defend with the few troops he had. "Army Master, the Grand Formation won't be able to hold on for much longer." A Yao general from Soaring Eagle Town rushed over. His excessive consumption of energy made it impossible for him to stand steadily. As he spoke, he even fell down in front of Hyoji. As soon as his voice fell, a sound of the formation being overwhelmed came from the other side, and then the sound of cracking could be heard incessantly. Hyoji raised his head and looked over, his expression changing drastically. Chapter 3794. This was not surprising, as the One Realm bead had been refined by Yang Kai using huge meteorites or dead stars. Although Xia Ning Chong and the others could control them without worry, the weight of the beads was still there. Under such a situation, the shadow demon half-saint naturally suffered a small loss. However, that was all. After pausing for a moment, the shadow demon half-saint chopped down with his dagger towards Xiaoning Chang's head as he sneered, "Die!" "Don't!" Su Yan screamed with all her might. Xiaoning Chang's vision seemed to freeze at this moment, and everything around her seemed to slow down. She clearly saw Su Yan rushing towards her with all her might, and the figure of a divine rainbow phoenix appeared behind her. She saw the terrified and helpless gazes of Xueqi and Shanqing Luo as they fell to the ground, and saw the cold light flickering on the dagger. The aura of death rushed towards her, and the sharp aura pierced through her neck, causing her entire life to flash through her mind. Then, she saw a stalwart figure suddenly appear in front of her, just like when they had first gone to a nameless valley to obtain the 9 yuan condensing dew in the central capital. That night, that kiss had caused her to be in a state of chaos, making it difficult for her to part with him. That stalwart figure was like a mountain standing in front of her, blocking all the storms for her. Xiaoning Chang smiled. Surrounded by thousands of soldiers and horses, surrounded by a sea of blood and mountains of corpses, she couldn't help but feel a sense of peace and warmth in her heart. Dang! A light sound rang out, and sparks flew everywhere. The shadow demon half-saint's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly pulled back. Yang Kai held the black dragon spear in his hand and had no intention of chasing after him. He just stared at him quietly, and the coldness in his eyes made his opponent's heart turn cold. Their eyes met, and the shadow demon half-saint frowned. He couldn't see through Yang Kai's strength. The person standing in front of him didn't have any energy fluctuations, as if he was just an ordinary person who had never cultivated before. This phenomenon made him a little confused. Naturally, it was impossible for the other party to be an ordinary person who had never cultivated before. Just now, the huge cauldron in the sky had revealed the word void. This was an existence that had a high chance of becoming the great emperor's. "Little senior sister, are you all right?" Yang Kai glanced back at Xiaoning Chang and saw her smile from the bottom of her heart. She slowly shook her head and her eyes were filled with tenderness. However, there was a clear bloodstain on her fair neck and dark red blood was seeping out from it. Staring at the bloodstain, Yang Kai felt a burst of fear and felt his scalp go numb. He had rushed over as soon as he came out of the mysterious Tian temple and didn't stop at all. Fortunately, he had come in time. If he had come a little later, he wouldn't have been able to see such a sweet smile right now. His heart palpitated, and he became furious. When he turned his head again, he looked at the shadow demon half-saint with a gaze that pierced through his heart and filled with killing intent. The shadow demon half-saint coldly snorted and didn't bother with Yang Kai. His figure quickly faded and disappeared as if he had never appeared. "Naive," Yang Kai coldly said. Without any movement, his figure suddenly appeared in front of Xueqi and he thrust his spear forward. With a whoosh, the sound of something being pierced rang out. Immediately after, blood spurted out of the void and a blurry figure quickly solidified. It was the shadow demon half-saint who had just disappeared. However, at this moment, he was looking at Yang Kai with a horrified expression. He grabbed the black dragon spear that was stabbed into his chest and said in disbelief, "You." It was as if he had seen something inconceivable. He was a shadow demon half-saint and was naturally proficient in concealment and assassination. He had never expected that he would be so easily found by his opponent and heavily injured. It was only because he couldn't estimate Yang Kai's strength that he wanted to attack Xueqi. As long as he could capture Xueqi, he could use her to restrain Yang Kai whether he killed her or captured her. However, that lightning-fast spear strike had shattered all of his hopes. He didn't even see how the spear struck him before he was hit. A mysterious force rushed into his body and wreaked havoc on his meridians and flesh. The shadow demon half-saint's heart sank. How could he not know that this was the strange true meaning of martial Tao? Gritting his teeth, he exerted force in his hand and his body retreated. He directly pulled himself out of the black dragon spear, causing a large amount of blood to spurt out. He didn't dare to stay in place and his figure flickered as he tried to escape. That mysterious spear strike had completely disintegrated his fighting spirit and fighting spirit. However, before he could do anything, he saw a sky full of spear shadows coming towards him. The shadow demon was shocked and hurriedly waved the daggers in his hands to block. Ding ding dang dang dang. A series of crisp sounds rang out as the two figures crossed back and forth within a radius of less than 10 meters. After 3 breaths, the fierce battle came to a stop. Looking around, Su Yan and the other's eyes shone with surprise and joy. The black dragon's spear pierced through the shadow demon's head from the forehead to the back of his head. The shadow demon half-saint's eyes widened and the horrified expression on his face was clearly visible. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent, neither happy nor sad. With a shake of his spear, the shadow demon's entire body was shaken into powder. "Protect yourself," Yang Kai hurriedly instructed the four girls. His figure leaped and flew straight into the sky. He flew until he reached a height of 10,000 meters before he suddenly stopped. Placing the black dragon spear beside him, Yang Kai's gaze swept down. He spread out one hand and whispered, "My name is Void." His voice wasn't loud, but it resounded throughout the entire world. When that voice rang out, no matter which corner of the star boundary it was filled with this low and solemn chant. The spread out one hand slowly covered down and the low chant sounded again, reaching straight to the heart. "My Tao is the Tao of space." The hand under the cover suddenly pressed down. Annihilation. The void trembled and heaven and earth hummed. Countless tiny void cracks appeared out of thin air in a large area. The void cracks were like spirit snakes, cutting through the bodies of the demon race one after another. In the next moment, the human race soldiers who were fighting against the demon race were surprised to find that their opponents revealed extremely shocked expressions. Then, with a series of crashing sounds, they were torn apart. Blood spurted out from the pieces of corpses, drenching the heads and faces of countless people. With a single palm strike, millions of soldiers of the demon race were wiped out. The huge battlefield was cleared. What was shocking was that the human race soldiers on this battlefield were unscathed. The battlefield that was filled with endless fighting and clamoring fell into a strange silence at this moment. Everyone stared blankly at the scattered corpses in front of them. It was as if they were in a dream. The enemies who were fighting desperately just a moment ago had died without a complete corpse in the blink of an eye. In the sky, after Yang Kai's palm strike, he didn't stop. He aimed another palm strike at another location. With each strike, millions of soldiers of the demon race died under his palms. Since the beginning of the war between the two worlds, the human race and demon race had finally witnessed for the first time what kind of destructive power the great emperors could unleash on this kind of battlefield. There had never been a great emperor or demon saint who had done such a thing. Due to various constraints and unavoidable reasons, their opponents would always be each other. Even if they fought until the sky turned dark, it would never affect their respective armies. Until today, whether it was the human race or the demon race, it was the first time that they had personally witnessed the terror of the great emperors recognized by the heavenly Tao. High in the sky, Xueqi's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Even though he was entangled with the two great elders of the dragon race, he could still clearly sense the movements on the battlefield below. When Yang Kai had appeared, he had sensed him. When Yang Kai had killed a shadow demon half-saint within 3 breaths, the last trace of hope in his heart had disappeared without a trace. In the past, he had looked down on him. In the past, he could only hide in front of him. Now, he really had the power of a great emperor. Now, he could fly into the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Only the great emperors could kill a shadow demon half-saint in such a short amount of time. And Yang Kai's following actions made Xueqi even more furious. In just 10 breaths, the army of millions of soldiers of the demon race had been annihilated. He almost couldn't accept such a great loss. The plan that should have been the final step had been changed because of this mouse's appearance. A bad feeling lingered in his heart, causing Xueqi to go completely berserk. "You want to save your demon bastard? You'll have to get through this old man first." Zhu Yan roared angrily as the 1,000-foot-long dragon's tail swept over. Even Xueqi didn't dare to face it head-on and had no choice but to dodge. Zhu Yan, who was already in despair, had the urge to laugh out loud at this moment. After all, anyone who saw a trace of light in a hopeless situation would be greatly comforted. The 3 demon saint of the demon race were being held back by him and Fu Tin. As long as they didn't attack, Yang Kai was an invincible existence based on his performance just now. He would probably be able to wipe out the entire demon race army below in less than 2 hours. When that time came, who would cry and who would laugh? Xueqi clenched his teeth. Do you think that he can do whatever he wants just because he became one of the great emperors? Old man, have you become muddle-headed? Xueqi's words had a hidden meaning. Zhu Yan was shocked when he heard this, but before he could react, he suddenly felt the presence of another great emperor appear out of nowhere. Zhu Yan paled in shock and hurriedly turned his head in the direction of Yang Kai and roared, "Watch out! I've been waiting for a long time." Yang Kai wasn't surprised at all. Instead, it was as if he had expected this. He flicked the black dragon spear and swept it horizontally. A wild power swept out, and the might of this spear seemed to even activate the will of the world. A figure was forced out and looked at him with a serious expression. Yang Kai held the spear with one arm and pointed it forward. He looked deeply at the person who had come, and an indescribable disgust and hatred flashed through his eyes as he said darkly, "Can ye?" The figure in front of him was completely wrapped in black energy. Even with Yang Kai's divine sense, he couldn't see his true appearance. He also exuded the unique presence of great emperors. Who else could it be other than Night Shadow, the great emperor Can Yi? Every figure was exactly the same as him, and even the presence they exuded was flawless. Countless Can Yi waved the curved blades in their hands, and a low chant rang out, "Shadow dance kill." Blade light flashed, and a huge dragon roared. The black dragon's image crumbled and turned back into the black dragon spear, colliding with the blade light. Ding ding dang dang sounds rang out incessantly, and the void collapsed as heaven and earth turned upside down. If it weren't for the cage that Yang Kai had set up beforehand, the clash between the two great emperors would have been enough to shatter the heaven and earth within a radius of several million miles. Only Yang Kai could set up such a sealing cage. His Tao was the Tao of space, so he had a unique advantage in this kind of matter. If it had been any other great emperors, they wouldn't have been able to do this. The aftermath of the clash wantonly spread out in the cage, and the heaven and earth within the cage completely collapsed, turning into chaos. The two armies below even stopped fighting because of this, and raised their heads to look up. Many half-saint false emperors even distanced themselves from each other, quietly watching. Everyone knew that the battle between Yang Kai and Can Yi would definitely affect the survival of the Star Realm. Although the battle between the two great elders of the dragon race and Xueqi and the others was also related to the overall situation, the five of them had already fought countless times. Every time, they were evenly matched, and no one could do anything to the other. This time would probably be the same. Only Yang Kai's side had a chance of survival. However, although they were paying close attention, no one could clearly see the situation on the battlefield. Inside the cage of heaven and earth, there was only violent power sweeping out, and the aura of chaos pervaded the air. Occasionally, two figures would flash by, and even their appearances couldn't be seen clearly, so how could they tell who was better and who was worse? "General Master, what's the situation?" A Legion commander quietly snuck up beside Li Wui, and asked seriously. If there was anyone in the Star Realm who could see the situation of the battle, it would be Li Wui. No one else had the qualifications to do so. Unexpectedly, Li Wui also shook his head with a bitter smile, and said, "I can't see clearly." The Legion commander was speechless. If even Li Wui couldn't see clearly, didn't that mean that Yang Kai had really reached the level of great emperors? How could the false emperors predict the battle between great emperors? With this thought, the Legion commander's spirits were lifted. A loud boom came from the huge cage, and in the chaotic heaven and earth, the two entangled figures finally separated. A series of exclamations came from all over the world. Under the attention of many false emperors, Yang Kai's face was pale, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. It seemed that he had been injured. Even so, Yang Kai was still smiling, and his indifferent voice sounded, "Night Shadow great emperors are just us." As soon as he said this, everyone in the Star Realm was shocked. They turned to look in Kanye's direction, and couldn't help but gape. Because at this very moment, the black fog that had been shrouding Kanye's face had actually disappeared, revealing an extremely ordinary face. That face didn't have the slightest bit of peculiarity, and if thrown into a crowd, probably no one would give it a second look. That face looked to be about 40 years old, and was a male's face. This was the true appearance of the great emperors of Night Shadow? No one had ever seen what the great emperors of Night Shadow looked like. Even other great emperors had never seen him before, and they didn't even know whether he was a man or a woman. Until now, under the gaze of the great army of the Star Realm, Kanye's appearance was known to the whole world. Chi! A sound was heard. Kanye lowered his head to look, and his eyes narrowed slightly. There was a foot-long wound on his waist, and blood was spurting out. A strange power was growing at the wound, and it was like a maggot in his bones, causing him to feel uneasy. The short and hurried exchange just now was actually a situation where both sides were injured. With a cold humph, Xueqi activated his own power, and suppressed and sealed the true intent of martial arts that had invaded his body. This true intent of martial arts was extremely difficult to deal with. Even if he was one of the great emperors, it wasn't easy to dissolve it. Now that Yang Kai was eyeing him covetously, how could he give him the time to dissolve it calmly? Naturally, he could only suppress it first. Just as he finished doing this, Yang Kai said with a solemn expression, "The test ends here. Xueqi, next year on this day, it will be the anniversary of your death." Arrogant Jr. A hint of anger appeared on Xueqi's face. Obviously, he was greatly angered by Yang Kai's shameless boasting. "Arrogant or not, eat my spear first," Yang Kai shouted in a low voice. His feet moved, and his spear shot out like a dragon, ignoring the obstruction of space. Chapter 3796. Seeing that Yang Kai was injured, the hearts of the many elites of the Star Realm and the countless soldiers below couldn't help but jump to their throats, but the next scene made their eyes light up. When that spear shot out, Xueqi's expression changed again. He felt as if the will of the whole world was pressing down on him. Even though he was as strong as the great emperors, he actually felt some difficulty in breathing. He hastily parried, but a huge force came at him head-on, and he couldn't help but fly backwards. Yang Kai followed him like a shadow, and his spear was heavier than the last. His expression was calm, but his attacks were ruthless and merciless. Hong hong hong. One fierce attack after another actually caused Xueqi to be somewhat exhausted from parrying. His figure continuously moved about within that gigantic cage, yet he was unable to break free from it in the end. Under everyone's gaze, the great emperors were instantly suppressed and completely at a disadvantage. Everyone was in an uproar. No one had expected such a scene. Even though they knew that Yang Kai already had the power of the great emperors, Xueqi had been famous for a long time. Even if Yang Kai had the power to fight him, it was hard to say who would win in the end. However, looking at the current situation, Yang Kai had the upper hand. Xueqi's injuries are probably not light. A thoughtful look flashed through Li Wuyi's eyes. The army commander who came to his side earlier said, "In that case, it's not that Xueqi is inferior to Yang Void Master, but because his injuries haven't healed yet?" Li Wuyi nodded. "That should be the case. Or maybe it's because of the momentum." Yang Kai wanted to save the Star Realm, so he could only end the battle within 2 hours, so he naturally didn't hold back. But Xueqi was different. He only needed to stall for time, and there was no need to fight to the death with Yang Kai. Once the High Heaven Palace was completely eroded, then no matter how strong Yang Kai was, he wouldn't be able to reverse the situation. One was using all his strength, while the other was holding back. In addition, Xueqi was injured, so it wasn't strange for such a situation to occur. Arrogant Jr. Within the cage, Xueqi's suppressed growl was heard, as if enraged. "Don't go too far." Yang Kai didn't answer. His boundless fighting spirit burned fiercely, and there was also the dense killing intent that was locked onto Xueqi. "All right, since that's the case, we'll do as you wish." As Xueqi shouted angrily, his other empty hand suddenly clenched in the air, and another curved saber leisurely appeared. With both sabers in his hands, the aura on Xueqi's body suddenly changed. Invisibly, the will of heaven and earth gathered on his body, crossing and blocking in front of him. Boom! A loud sound rang out. Xueqi, who had been constantly retreating and falling into a disadvantageous position, actually stood firmly in place at this moment. Yang Kai pressed down with his spear, and the black dragon spear rubbed against the two curved blades, producing an ear-piercing sound as dazzling sparks flowed out. There was only a distance of 3 zhang between them. When their eyes met, one flew into a rage while the other's aura was as deep as the abyss. Around the two of them, their 4 extremities were shattered. This lord is also one of the great emperors recognized by the Star Realm. The mighty power of heaven and earth isn't something you can mobilize. Xueqi roared. The reason why great emperors were called great emperors was because they were recognized by heaven and earth. They carried the will of heaven and earth, and could mobilize the mighty power of heaven and earth. This was the biggest difference between great emperors and ordinary venerable sovereigns. Xueqi grinned maliciously. So what? As he spoke, he suddenly exerted force in his hand. On the dragon bone in his spine, the newly condensed Tao seal glowed brightly, and boundless mighty power gathered on his body. The deadlock was instantly broken, and Xueqi retreated step by step. The sudden change caused Xueqi's expression to change greatly, and he cried out involuntarily, "How is this possible?" In that instant, he actually felt that the connection between him and heaven and earth had weakened by a sliver. On the other hand, the mighty power of heaven and earth on Xueqi's side had suddenly increased by a bit. If that wasn't the case, the balance wouldn't have been broken. Xueqi looked at him with pity. Nothing is impossible. You've abandoned this heaven and earth, and you think this heaven and earth will still allow you to do whatever you want? The force in his hand increased again, and a ring of vibrations suddenly spread out. Xueqi was suddenly blasted away like a shooting star, and he spat out blood in midair. Xueqi stood in the air, his voice indifferent. The heaven and earth have a spirit. Xueqi, do you still not understand? If the heaven and earth didn't have a spirit, the Dark Heaven Palace wouldn't have been opened at the last moment of the Star Realm's survival. If the heaven and earth didn't have a spirit, Xueqi wouldn't have been protected by the mystery realm of heaven and earth after fighting for the origin heavenly fruit. The heaven and earth were constantly paying attention to these billions of living beings, and the invisible heavenly Tao could always guide the clearest path at the most crucial moment. Xueqi stopped, wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth, and said coldly, "If the heaven and earth had a spirit, how could it allow this lord to become one of the great emperors?" "Don't say such nonsense." Xueqi sneered. "Don't you know in your heart whether it's nonsense or not? Since you've turned your back on the great Tao of heaven and earth, then please return everything you've obtained from this heaven and earth." The moment he finished speaking, a huge crack suddenly split open in the air behind Xueqi. The crack's shape was strange, and it looked like an eye, indifferently watching Xueqi. Xueqi couldn't help but widen his eyes, staring at the huge eye in the sky in horror. When they looked at each other, the connection between him and the heaven and earth actually quickly weakened. Xueqi opened his arms, a strange expression appearing on his face. The invisible power of the heaven and earth gathered in his body, and the black dragon spear in his hand emitted waves of dragon roars. "Xueqi!" All of a sudden, Xueqi roared, his face ferocious. "Although you have the bloodline of the demon race, you were born in the star realm and grew up in the star realm. It's this heaven and earth that gave you the honor you have today. It's this heaven and earth that allowed you to become a human sovereign. It's fine if you don't think of repaying it, but now you've abandoned the heaven and earth, abandoned all living beings, and led foreign enemies to invade. Death is truly not to be regretted. Today, this lord will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens." The black dragon spear stabbed into the air, and he formed a seal with one hand. An incomparably mysterious mark suddenly appeared behind him. Tao seal. Xueqi's eyes widened, and he looked at Xueqi with extreme shock. "What are you doing?" He was also one of the great emperors, so he naturally understood what a Tao seal was. This was the crystallization of a great emperor's lifetime of power, which was almost equivalent to the monster beast's inner core. The monster beast would spit out its own inner core to attack a strong enemy in a desperate situation. That was the struggle of a trapped beast. If one was lucky, they might be able to turn defeat into victory, but if one was unlucky, then the result would be the scattering of their soul. It could be said that the monster beast's method was a double-edged sword. A single mistake and they would be consigned to eternal damnation. Xueqi had been one of the great emperors for so many years, but he had never seen anyone release a Tao seal from their body. But then again, the great emperors of the Star Realm hadn't fought with each other in all these years. At most, they had sparred with each other a few times, and it was unknown to the public. During sparring, no one would easily release a Tao seal. So, this was also the first time he had seen someone use such an attack. That Tao seal had a flowing halo that flickered in and out of existence, just like the law of space that Xueqi controlled. It was unfathomable and strange, and from that Tao seal, an incomparably terrifying aura fluctuated. Everyone who saw this Tao seal couldn't help but feel a chill. They had no doubt that if this thing was struck in the star realm, it was very possible that it could destroy a territory. The power of heaven and earth gathered madly in that Tao seal, causing that Tao seal to become brighter and brighter. In the blink of an eye, it was as if a small sun was hanging in the sky, and everyone couldn't help but close their eyes. There is not much time. This one strike will decide life and death. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent, as if the Tao seal in front of him wasn't the most important thing to him, but a secret treasure that could be casually thrown out. But it was this indifference that made Xueqi feel terrified. If it was possible, Yang Kai wouldn't be willing to take such a risk. He had just obtained a fated opportunity, and had a chance of peering into the mysteries of the peak of martial arts, so he naturally cherished his own wings. But now, time waited for no one. If he continued to tangle with Xueqi, though he was confident that he could win, it was definitely not something that could be resolved in a short time. Only this way, only this kind of risk could settle the matter in one fell swoop. With a decision in his heart, he didn't hesitate anymore. Even if it would damage the foundation of his great Tao, he wouldn't hesitate. Go. As he spoke, Yang Kai pointed, and that dazzling Tao seal slowly floated towards Xueqi. It wasn't fast, and it looked like any ordinary person could dodge it. But in Xueqi's vision, it was as if the whole star realm was pressing towards him. He couldn't dodge it. That was an attack that gathered a huge amount of the world's mighty power, and it was launched by a Tao seal. No one in the world could dodge such an attack. He could only block it with his life. With a furious roar, Xueqi gritted his teeth and pointed forward. In front of his fingertips, a seal also appeared. This seal looked a little similar to Yang Kai's Tao seal, both mysterious and unparalleled, but it was pitch black, and the whole Tao seal gave off a feeling of both sharpness and concealment. This was Xueqi's Tao, the Tao of assassination and concealment. Under the attention of countless pairs of eyes, the two Tao seals approached each other. They collided soundlessly, and black and white light filled the sky, turning into two huge semicircles of different colors that faced off against each other. Yang Kai and Xueqi both spat out blood, their bodies and minds shaking. Under everyone's nervous gazes, that white suddenly expanded and invaded the black territory. In the blink of an eye, the black quickly melted and was completely filled with white light. It was as if the two armies had decided victory and defeat, and the black army was defeated like a landslide, utterly defeated. In the world, Xueqi's unwilling roar rang out. The blazing white light enveloped the void and gradually dissipated, and everyone's vision recovered. Everyone looked over nervously. In the sky, two figures stood in the air. The cage that Yang Kai had set up was now gone. Although it was formed by borrowing the power of heaven and earth, it still couldn't withstand the impact of the two great emperors' Tao seals, and had long dissipated. In the void, a huge black hole appeared, and this world seemed to be missing a large piece. However, it was also thanks to the obstruction of that cage, or it would have been missing more than that. At this moment, the two figures in the sky were in a sorry state. Yang Kai was bleeding from all 7 orifices, and his face was pale. Xueqi's hair was disheveled like a ghost, and his whole person was on the verge of collapse. Everyone was shocked. They thought it would be an unprecedented battle, a fierce battle, but who knew that after Yang Kai struck out with his Tao seal, the outcome was decided in less than 10 breaths' time. This speed was simply shocking. This was a battle between great emperors, so how could it end in such a short time? His position as one of the great emperors was partly due to the great emperors of the Bright Moon continent and partly due to Li Wuyi. If Li Wuyi had also participated in the struggle for the great Tao, Yang Kai estimated that the position of great emperors would most likely have fallen into Li Wuyi's hands. At that time, the title of Void Master would no longer be his. How could Yang Kai accept such a great kindness from Li Wuyi? Li Wuyi smiled and said, "On the path of the great Tao, the one who reaches the top first. Master is already one of the great emperors, so please do not mention the word senior again in the future. This Li cannot accept it." Yang Kai smiled bitterly and swept his gaze over the people behind him. All he saw were pairs of fiery eyes. No matter how old Yang Kai was, no matter if he was a junior or not, now that he had been recognized by the heavens and earth as one of the great emperors, he had the entire star boundary behind him, giving them confidence and hope to clear the haze. With a solemn expression, Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Everyone hurriedly said that they didn't dare. Yang Kai took a deep breath and looked behind the crowd again. Behind them, there were many familiar faces, all of which were looking at him with respect. Among those faces, Zhu Qing, Su Yan, Xueqi, Shanqing Luo, Xianing Chong, Ji Yao, and others were all glowing with pride. This was their man. This was also the future hope of the star boundary. Chapter 3798. At the back of the crowd, Lan Sun walked up with red eyes and bowed gracefully. Many thanks to Void Master for avenging my father's death. Star Soul Palace is deeply grateful. Yang Kai smiled bitterly again. Junior sister Lan is too serious. I have received Master Bright Moon's kindness and have achieved what I have today. How could I not do my best? Hearing him call her junior sister Lan as usual, Lan Sun almost burst into tears again. In the future, if brother has any errands, my Star Soul Palace will definitely not refuse. Xiao Chen, who was following closely behind her, couldn't help but feel a trace of sadness and helplessness. Yang Kai took a deep breath and said, "Let's talk about future matters in the future. Right now, we have to get through this crisis first." While speaking, Yang Kai's thoughts flickered, and everyone present felt their vision blur. Before they could react, they suddenly appeared on top of a high mountain. Turning their heads, they saw that this mountain peak was the High Firmament Peak. They couldn't help but be moved. They were all on the battlefield a few hundred kilometers away from the High Heaven Palace. Being able to appear here in an instant was undoubtedly Yang Kai's doing. But thinking about how Yang Kai was now a great emperor, it was understandable. Only the great emperors could do such a thing. As far as the eye could see, the entire towering palace was in shambles. Under the attack of the demon race, the High Heaven Palace's sect protecting array was broken. The demon race poured in from all directions and fought a decisive battle with the Star Boundary's people on this last piece of land, resulting in countless casualties on both sides. At this moment, the entire High Heaven Palace was piled with countless human and demon corpses. This place, which used to be a beautiful place, was now like an Azura purgatory. The demon land had already expanded to the High Heaven Palace, and the High Heaven Palace was now filled with demon intent. If left alone, this last piece of land would be destroyed in a short time. At that time, there would be no place for the human race in the astral boundary. Under everyone's gazes, Yang Kai slowly floated in the air with a solemn expression. Invisible Taoist connotation flowed out from him, causing people to involuntarily feel a sense of worship. Pairs of eyes couldn't help but lose focus. Boom! Yang Kai felt a silent shock in the depths of his heart. His hands flew up and quickly formed a seal. Until now, no one had been able to understand what it was. As the seals changed, with Kai Yang as the center, waves of air visible to the naked eye began to ripple outwards. Everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes and look around in amazement. They saw that wherever the ripples passed, the scattered demonic chi in the High Heaven Palace seemed to be pushed out and rolled out with the ripples. In the beginning, the frequency of the ripples spreading was not high, and the speed was not fast, but as time passed, the ripples continued to expand and soon spread throughout the entire High Heaven Palace, continuing to expand outwards. A deep and solemn voice resounded throughout the world. In the name of the void, return the light to this heaven and earth, disperse. Asterisk boom. Asterisk waves of air exploded, and a halo of incomparably solid light emerged from beneath Yang Kai's feet and spread in all directions. Wherever the halo covered, the demon intent was eliminated, and the demon land melted away, returning the earth to its original appearance. Even the haze that had been shrouding the High Heaven Palace was unable to resist the baptism of this heaven and earth. A huge hole appeared in the sky, and dazzling sunlight shone down from the sky, giving people the illusion that they had come to another world. The hole in the sky rapidly expanded outwards, and the demon land on the ground was also constantly shrinking. Asterisk boom boom boom. Asterisk ring after ring of halos continued to vibrate at a unique frequency. Li Wu Yi's expression froze, and as if thinking of something, his figure flickered and disappeared in an instant. Not long after, he suddenly reappeared with a look of excitement on his face. "General Master, what did you find?" Bing Yun asked quietly. Li Wu Yi was pleasantly surprised. "The Pure Land is expanding." "Really?" Zhu Yan asked in surprise. I saw it with my own eyes. As soon as these words came out, everyone was excited. Although everyone had already guessed it from Yang Kai's actions and the changes in the High Heaven Palace, when Li Wuyi personally confirmed this news, they were certain. The expansion of the Pure Land meant that the Star Boundary Army's range of activities would increase in the future, and they would no longer have to defend a place like the High Heaven Palace, so they wouldn't be as passive as before. After years of oppression, was it finally time to retaliate? The demon race laid down a great array and used boundless demon intent to erode the Star Boundary. Many great emperors of the Star Boundary were trapped, and no one could resist. Although the two great elders of the dragon race had the power of great emperors, they were not great emperors. They could work together to fight against the three demon saint, but they couldn't do anything about the demon intent that was eroding the universe. Yang Kai was different. He carried the will of the heavens and was recognized by the heavens and earth. Now, in the entire Star Boundary, he was the only great emperor. In other words, his body was the spokesperson of the heavens and earth, so he could naturally borrow the power of the heavens and earth to protect the benefits of this world. This was something that only the great emperors could do. No matter how strong the two great elders of the dragon race were, they couldn't make bricks without straw. The halo of light continued to oscillate outward, and wherever it passed, the demon intent was eliminated, and the Pure Land was restored. Li Wuyi frowned again, but, after being eroded, the heavens and earth are somewhat different from before. Although Yang Kai was currently borrowing the power of the heavens and earth to disperse the demon intent and expand the Pure Land, Li Wuyi keenly noticed that the places that were once contaminated by the demon land were different. What's different? Everyone asked. Li Wuyi shook his head. I can't say. It wasn't as simple as losing vitality, it seemed to be more serious. The spiritual auspicious aura has been lost, so it's naturally different. Yang Kai's hands didn't stop moving as he sighed faintly. When Mo Shang told him about the spiritual auspicious aura, he didn't quite understand what it was, but at this moment, how could he not understand? If the heavens and earth were alive, then the spiritual auspicious aura would be the essence of the heavens and earth. The expansion of the demon intent didn't just transform the land of the Star Boundary into the demon land, it also devoured the spiritual auspicious aura of the heavens and earth. Although Yang Kai could now borrow the power of the heavens and earth to expel the demon intent and reduce the size of the demon land, he couldn't get back what he had lost. 1,000 kilometers, 10,000 kilometers, 100,000 kilometers, 1,000,000 kilometers. In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, with a high heaven palace as the center, the demon intent within 1,000,000 kilometers was completely purged. While speaking, a humming sound suddenly came from the heavens and earth, followed by an ethereal aura rising from the east. Although this aura wasn't strong, it caused everyone's heart to skip a beat as a feeling of unease welled up in their hearts. It's about time. Yang Kai took a deep breath as he looked towards the east and suddenly shouted, Mo Shang, get out of the Star Boundary, or this king will make you rest here forever. As soon as the name Mo Shang came out, Li Wuyi and the two elders from the dragon race paled and hurriedly followed Yang Kai's gaze. They had heard of this name from Yang Kai before, so they knew what it meant. This was the great demon god of the demon territory. The reason why the demon territory became the demon territory was related to this person. The last time Yang Kai returned from the demon territory, he had told them about his encounter with Mo Shang's doppelganger, so they had been on guard against him. However, the war of the two realms had been going on for so long, but they hadn't seen the so-called great demon god cause any trouble. Only the disappearance of the great emperors seemed to be related to him. No one had expected that at the critical moment when the dark clouds of the Star Boundary were about to be parted, this guy would actually show up. Thinking about it, it wasn't strange. According to the information brought back by Yang Kai, Mo Shang wanted to devour the Star Boundary's spirit aura to heal his wounds, but now he had failed at the last moment. Even the demon intent corroding the Star Boundary and the demon land were being purified and forced back by Yang Kai, so how could he hold himself back? Whether he was willing or not, he had to show up. However, this was the terrifying existence that had once killed the flowing time great emperor, the great emperors. He was also a strange powerhouse that came from outside the universe. Even though he hadn't recovered yet, no one dared to underestimate him. Except for Li Wuyi and the two elders of the dragon race, the others didn't know what Yang Kai meant when he said Mo Shang. However, they soon understood. The demonic chi of the entire Star Boundary was converging towards the east, and at a speed visible to the naked eye, an incomparably huge figure slowly appeared in the east. The figure's head reached the sky and its feet stepped on the ground. The demonic chi around its body was tumbling and squirming, and the strange demonic chi from before was transmitted from this figure. However, unlike the weak demonic chi at first, this demonic chi had become extremely terrifying. Moreover, as the demonic chi of the entire star boundary converged, a sensational pressure descended from the sky. Even though it was far away, the huge figure still gave everyone a feeling of invincibility. It could even be said that they couldn't even think of going against it. Everyone paled in horror. The two elders of the dragon race also looked extremely dignified. They were shocked to find that in terms of demonic chi alone, this huge shadow was stronger and more terrifying than any of the great emperors. The giant shadow roared and thunder rolled. Slowly, a huge face emerged from its head. Others might not recognize this face, but how could Yang Kai not recognize it? It was exactly the appearance of Mo Shang he had encountered before. However, the one in front of him was the great demon god's main body. The one he had killed in the ancient battlefield of the small sealed world was just a clone. We meet again. The mouth on the squirming giant face opened and closed, and a deafening voice came out. When it spoke, a faint smile even appeared on the giant face. Get out of the star boundary. Yang Kai coldly stared back at the giant pair of eyes, a scorching heat radiating from them. Whether he wanted to admit it or not, his demon eye of annihilation and black purgatory eyes both came from this great demon god, so now that his true body had appeared, he was immediately affected. You are very strong, reaching this height in such a short time. Even this king has not seen many people with your aptitude. What do you think? Is the scenery here wonderful? Mo Sheng asked as if he didn't feel Yang Kai's hostility. I will enjoy the scenery myself, it has nothing to do with you. If you leave the star boundary now, this king will let bygones be bygones, but if you insist on being stubborn, don't blame this king for being ruthless. Ha ha ha. Mo Sheng laughed, his giant face filled with joy, as if he had heard a very good joke. Amidst his laughter, the entire star boundary changed. Kai Yang's body trembled violently, and from time to time, a burst of explosive sounds could be heard from his body, followed by a bloody mist. His entire face was pale to the extreme. Zhu Yan and Fu Sui looked at each other. The husband and wife did not need to say anything. Their hearts were connected, and they soared into the sky, turning into two huge dragons that charged towards the east. They did not know if they could return safely, but they had no time to care about other things now. Although Yang Kai already had the power of great emperors, he had just advanced, after all. Moreover, he had fought a great battle with Ken Yi before, and had consumed a lot of energy. At this moment, he was at a disadvantage in the battle with the great demon god, and it looked like he was about to lose, and the only ones who could help him now were the husband and wife. Although there were millions of people, I will go, and I will not relapse. The two great elders of the dragon race took the initiative to meet the attack. Dragon roars rang out as the azure dragon and the white dragon tangled with each other. Their auras merged, and their auras rose madly. However, before they could approach the body of the great demon god's demonic chi, three figures came up to meet them. It was Xueqi and the others who had retreated earlier. They were all old rivals, and as soon as they met, they did not say anything and fought until the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. However, this time was different from the past. Zhu Yan and Fu Sui knew that time was of the essence, and they did not have the time to tangle with Xueqi and the others, so they fought as if they were not afraid of death. This shocked Xueqi and the others, and they instantly fell into a disadvantage. However, they could not break through the defense of Xueqi and the others, so it was useless. The life or death of the star boundary will be decided at this moment. Everyone, please follow me into battle. Li Wui shouted in a low voice, and his figure flickered as he rushed out. The two great elders of the dragon race were blocked, so the only ones who could contribute were the fake emperors. Even if they were ants trying to shake a tree, they had to bite off a piece of the other party's flesh before they died. The solemn atmosphere was filled with the unity of the people. The high-end forces of the entire star boundary were completely twisted into a rope at this moment. Following closely behind Li Wui, all the fake emperors who still had the strength to fight moved out, and none of them stayed. Even Yang Shao and Yang Shui followed closely behind on the flowing time temple. What welcomed them was the many half-saint of the demon race. The great battle began again. It had been less than half a day since the last battle to the death, but in the sky, the battles were in full swing. So, you're not that powerful. Yang Kai stared deeply at Mo Shang, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, forming a faint smile. If Mo Shang really had the strength to fight, how could he command the experts of the demon race to meet the enemy? With his strength, he could easily kill many fake emperors of the star boundary on the spot. But in fact, after seeing the fake emperors of the star boundary rush over, the ones to fight were the half-saint. This undoubtedly showed that Mo Shang had no time to care about other things at this moment. Of course, this could also be related to his injuries. The reason why the demon race invaded the star boundary was so that he could devour the star boundary's spiritual energy to recover. Now that the star boundary was still preserved, his injuries should not be completely healed. What's more, at this moment, he was just a body condensed from demonic chi, not a physical body at all. It's more than enough to deal with you. Mo Shang smiled indifferently, unmoved. Kachacha. The world continued to buzz and tremble. Every corner of the star boundary felt like the world was falling apart. The Pure Land's range was constantly being suppressed, while the Demon Land continued to expand. Yang Kai clenched his teeth, and blood flowed out from the corners of his mouth. Although he struggled to hold on in the sky, he was on the verge of collapse. He was not a match. He could not match Mo Shang's strength at all by himself. If this continued, he was afraid that he would be defeated in less than an hour. At that time, the star boundary would definitely cease to exist. Even though he was already one of the great emperors, Yang Kai could not help but feel a sense of powerlessness. But at this moment, a strange change suddenly occurred. An unfamiliar consciousness suddenly woke up, and as this consciousness woke up, an indifferent voice suddenly came from somewhere in the east. Who is it that is disturbing this queen's slumber? The voice was not loud, but it clearly entered everyone's ears. The expressions of everyone who was fighting changed, and they looked towards the east in bewilderment. Yang Kai was also looking in that direction, and his heart was extremely shocked. Although it was just a sentence without the slightest trace of power, he could feel an enormous majesty from it. It was as if a pair of lofty eyes had opened, silently watching all living things. And the strength of the owner of this pair of eyes was definitely unfathomable. But how was this possible? Currently, in the entire star boundary, besides him, only the two elders from the dragon race possessed the strength of the great emperors. So when did such a terrifying existence appear in the star boundary? Even he had not noticed it. One had to know that he was now one of the great emperors and possessed the will of the world. With a single thought, nothing in this world could escape his perception, but before this voice sounded, he had not noticed it at all. Even if it was because he was focusing all of his attention on dealing with the great demon god, it was still inconceivable. What surprised him the most though was that this voice belonged to a woman. It was indifferent, ethereal, and a little familiar. He vaguely felt that he had heard it somewhere before, but he could not recall where. At the same time, the huge body of the great demon god, who was confronting him, suddenly trembled and a trace of anger appeared on the giant face that had always been smiling as he roared, "This aura! It's you!" A roar rolling across the heavens and earth resounded. Boundless anger swept out from the huge body, making all the living beings in the world feel as if they were in the mouth of a volcano. The volcano seemed to be able to erupt with blazing flames at any time. Chapter 3800. When he heard that voice earlier, Yang Kai felt that it was familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had heard it before. However, when the pair of giant eyes appeared in the sky, he immediately remembered. He had seen this pair of eyes countless times, but at that time, they were more shy and timid. Now, after so many years, these beautiful eyes were full of confidence and strength. "Ruashi," Yang Kai murmured. "Yes, that's right. That voice, those eyes, they were so familiar now. Who else could it be but Zhang Ruashi? And Zhang Ruashi was in the Bloodgate in the Eastern Territory. Is she finally coming out of seclusion?" Yang Kai looked to the east with a burning gaze. It had been decades since Zhang Ruashi entered the Bloodgate, but there had been no movement from it. Just a few years ago, when he went to the demon territory for the last time, there was finally some change in the blood gate. He planned to stay there and wait for the blood gate to open again, but the plan changed at the last minute and he could only set off to become the demon race's territory. When he returned, he was engaged in continuous battles, followed by the great Tao struggle. He had no time to spare, nor did he have the time to investigate the situation in the blood gate. Before he left, he told Li Wuyi that the blood gate was very likely to open again and asked him to always pay attention to the situation there. Today, Zhang Ruoxi sent him a voice transmission. Yang Kai didn't know what was going on with Zhang Ruoxi and whether the blood gate had opened or not, but judging from her words earlier, it was very likely that Zhang Ruoxi was awakened by the battle between him and Mo Shang. It was no wonder. Today's battle involved the survival of the star boundary and shook the foundation of the entire world. Although the blood gate was the heaven's punishment palace and formed its own world, it, like other small worlds, was dependent on the star boundary. The entire star boundary was in turmoil, so how could the blood gate be safe and sound? Zhang Ruoxi, who had been in the blood gate all this time, was bound to be disturbed, so it wasn't surprising that she woke up. However, what surprised Yang Kai was that Zhang Ruoxi actually recognized Mo Shang. Just now, she had called out Mo Shang's name, and Mo Shang's previous words were also very interesting. He seemed to know Zhang Ruoxi's ancestor. The great master known as Tianxing. Zhang Ruoxi being able to recognize Mo Shang should have something to do with the heaven's punishment inheritance she had inherited from her ancestors. But how did Mo Shang and Tianxing know each other? Could it be that these two were experts from the same era? Or perhaps they all came from outside the universe? Suddenly, Yang Kai recalled a story that Mo Shang's clone had told him in the ancient battlefield. In this story, Mo Shang suffered 2 serious injuries, the second of which was related to the Flowing Time Great Emperor. In that battle, the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor perished, ending in tragedy. Mo Shang's body was destroyed and he had no choice but to recuperate. It was because of this second injury that he began to scheme for the star boundary's power. As for who was the one who injured him the first time, Mo Shang did not say, only that it was a woman. Now that he thought about it, could that woman be Tianxing? Thinking of this, Yang Kai trembled. If this was the case, then he had underestimated Tianxing's strength all this time. He was a peerless master who had once seriously injured the great demon god. Although he was also seriously injured, he was at least on the same level as the great demon god. Chapter 3801. Zhan Wuhen looked at him with pity. I'm afraid this includes you as well. Although he didn't know what this secret technique was or why it could take away the world's will from his body, how could Zhan Wuhen not see that using this secret technique required a huge price? Just like the price of trapping him here, Endless Desolate had also been unable to move all these years. The severed hand was inserted into Endless Desolate's chest and was constantly absorbing his blood essence. It wouldn't be long before Endless Desolate's strength plummeted. At that time, whether or not he could maintain his cultivation as a demon saint would be a question. And all of this was to take away the world's will from his body. If his situation was like this, then the other people's situation wouldn't be much better. After being trapped here for several years, Zhan Wuhen had no understanding of Star Boundary's current situation, but judging from Endless Desolate's attitude, Star Boundary should have reached a critical moment of life and death. Feeling anxious, Zhan Wuhen wanted to break free from his shackles, but he was powerless, so he couldn't help but grit his teeth and stare at Endless Desolate. Don't waste your energy. Although it's a pity I couldn't kill you with my own hands, this ending isn't bad. You. Zhan Wuhen's face was full of ridicule. Do you have the ability? Endless Desolate slowly shook his head. It's too late to say anything now. He closed his eyes and didn't say anything else. He, found it. At this moment, a burst of low laughter suddenly rang out, clearly entering Zhan Wuhen and Endless Desolate's ears. When the laughter stopped, Zhan Wuhen revealed a strange expression, thinking that he had misheard. Endless Desolate's expression changed. Who is it? Even though he was a demon saint, Endless Desolate had a look of panic on his face at this moment, Because this inexplicable space was created by the demon god master himself, specifically designed to imprison the great emperors of Star Boundary. After so many years, only he and Zhang Wuhen had been here, so how could a third person have discovered it? The sound of something being torn apart could be heard. Immediately after, a crack suddenly appeared on the boundary wall of this strange space. Two large hands stretched out from the crack and exerted force on both sides. The boundary wall was torn apart like silk and rapidly expanded. Under Huang Wuji's incredulous gaze, a figure flashed into the crack, glanced around with a smile, and then looked at Zhang Wuhen with a mocking expression. "You don't look good." Zhang Wuhen's eyes twitched. He frowned and said, "Hong Chen?" Standing in front of him was a ruddy old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. Who else could this old man be but Duan Hong Chen? The newcomer grinned. "I've already killed that old man." Zhang Wuhen's face darkened. "Wukong. You're Wukong." Huang Wuji's face also changed. He had obviously heard of this terrifying existence who had once single-handedly destroyed 4 great emperors, so he couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. Like a lunatic, Wu Kuang rubbed his chin and looked at Zhang Wuhen with a malicious expression. Then he looked at desolate Wuji and said with a sinister smile, "Let me think, which one did I eat first? This king's heaven-devouring great emperor battle technique is already thirsting for blood." "How dare you!" Zhang Wuhen shouted angrily. Huang Wuji also had a bitter expression. Since he knew Wukong, he naturally knew the heaven-devouring great emperor battle technique. This was the most terrifying battle technique in the entire Star Boundary. Wukong was able to make a name for himself in the Battle of Great Emperors because of this battle technique. But now both he and Zhang Wuhen were trapped here and couldn't move at will, so when facing Wukong, they couldn't resist at all. Chapter 3802. The false emperors of the Star Boundary turned pale with fright. They wanted to help, but they were powerless. They were already few in number, and now the situation had suddenly become extremely passive. A few of them were caught off guard and were instantly seriously injured. "Is it our turn to fight?" Not far behind Yang Kai, Wen Zishan's clothes fluttered in the wind. Even though he was facing dozens of half-saint, he still looked calm and laughed. "After watching the show for half a day, it's finally time to act." Ma Qing looked at him from the corner of his eyes. "Don't die." Wen Zishan said, "I won't die before you do." Ma Qing sneered. "Then let's see whose life is tougher." Wen Zishan smiled and turned to look at Gao Xueqi. A trace of guilt and reluctance flashed in his eyes. "If I don't die this time, I'll marry you." Gao Xueqing's face flushed red. Wen Zishan reached out and patted her head, just like he did many years ago. He couldn't help but think of the little girl who used to follow him and tug at the corner of his clothes no matter where they went. He couldn't help but look absent-minded. Little Xueqi has grown up. "They're coming," Ma Qing shouted in a low voice. "Follow me closely," Wen Zishan said one last time to Gao Xueqi. He raised his hand and grabbed a long sword glowing with purple light. He pointed the long sword forward, and Sword Chi soared into the sky as he shouted in a low voice, "Welcome, battle." As soon as he finished speaking, he was the first to rush out, followed by Gao Xueqi. Behind the two were the various armies of the Star Boundary. At this time, all the remaining forces of the Star Boundary in the High Heaven Palace poured out. The army turned into a torrent of steel, carrying a tragic and resolute determination as they faced the dozens of half-saint of demon race head-on. Asterisk swoosh swoosh swoosh. Asterisk figures swept past Yang Kai as tens of thousands of soldiers rolled forward, bombarding them with secret treasures and secret techniques. Although there were only dozens of half-saint of demon race in front of them, the huge gap in strength caused the Star Boundary to suffer huge losses as soon as the two sides clashed. In their field of vision, one figure after another exploded into clouds of blood mist, leaving not even a single bone behind. Although the dozens of Devil Saints were submerged by the Star World's army, it was as if no one was there, and no one could resist even half a move from them. Wen Zishan was instantly seriously injured. If Gao Xueqi to save him, he would have died on the spot. However, he gritted his teeth and joined forces with the other venerable sovereigns, fearlessly delaying the advance of a half-saint demon. Yang Kai's eyes turned blood-red as he watched everything in a daze. He felt as if his heart was dripping blood, and his eyes couldn't help but become moist. After this battle, he didn't know how many of the remaining soldiers of the Star Boundary could survive. Fortunately, the half-saint's target was not the Star Boundary's army, but Yang Kai himself, so although they rampaged through the army, they didn't cause the expected losses. They were under the control of the great demon god and only wanted to approach Yang Kai to kill him. Along the way, they just casually killed some people who blocked their way. As long as they could find an opportunity to retreat, they could barely protect themselves. One figure after another rushed through the Star Boundary's army, approaching Yang Kai at an extremely fast speed. Wherever they passed, they destroyed everything in their path. As long as the false emperors didn't appear, no one was a match for these half-saint. The blood and fearless deaths on the ground only delayed their advance. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk all of a sudden, a group of figures appeared around Kai Yang, surrounding him like stars surrounding the moon. Su Yan, Xueqi, Shanqing Luo, Xianing Chong, Ji Yao, Lan Sun, Mo Xueqi, Lin Yun Xiao Chen, Xia Shang, Xiao Bai Yi, Haioji, Qi Gui, Li Shiqing, Gao Zhan, and others all appeared. Such a lineup could only be described as luxurious. If it was in the past, no one would have dared to look down on them. Although these people were from the younger generation of the Star Boundary, they were all emperors. It could be said that they were the future of the Star Boundary, the rising stars of the Star Boundary. In time, they would definitely shine brightly in the Star Boundary. But now, even if such a group of young people gathered together, what were their chances of winning against the half-saint of demon race? But they were fearless, and everyone's face was calm. You! Yang Kai frowned at them. Qi Gui grinned. The old fogies are going to risk their lives, so someone has to protect you, right? Void Master, you are the key to the survival of the Star Boundary. Don't let us down. Even though he was already one of the great emperors, Yang Kai didn't know how to answer. He only felt a hot current rolling through his chest, and his whole body became scorching hot. He replied in a serious tone, I don't dare to say anything else, but this king is determined to live and die with you. Qi Gui turned around and chuckled, that's enough. They're coming. Su Yan shouted. Everyone's expression became serious as they looked over, and saw three figures rushing out of the Star Boundary's army. Before they even arrived, the murderous intent they emitted made it difficult for everyone to breathe. You focus on dealing with Mo Sheng. Leave these three to us. Qi Gui shouted as his body turned into a crimson light and rushed forward. The cry of a phoenix rang out as the seven-colored divine phoenix spread its wings and soared, covering the sky as ice principles filled the air. Su Yan held her sword and led Xueqi, Shanqing Luo, Xianing Chong, and Ji Yao to meet a power demon half-saint. Lin Yun stretched out her hand and threw the return to one iron pot straight at another blood demon half-saint. Mo Xueqi formed a series of seals with her hands and shouted, Release! The butterfly mark on her face instantly came alive and turned into a huge figure that floated behind her. The butterfly wings flapped, and a dense light burst out, as if it had infinite magical power. The universe tower in Lan Sun's hand blasted towards the last flame demon half-step saint. The tower spirit had already taken root in the ground, and within 100 kilometers, vines danced in the air, turning into violent attacks that shot towards the three half-step saints. In the blink of an eye, the sky darkened and the mountains shook. With the combined strength of many young people from the Emperor realm, they finally managed to stop the three half-saint of the demon race, but that was all. Although they had more people and treasures in their hands, their cultivation was still not enough. It was extremely difficult to kill these half-saints. The only thing they could do was delay them as much as possible, delaying the time it took for these half-saints to reach Yang Kai's side. Yang Kai closed his eyes, not daring to watch, or rather, he couldn't watch. He was afraid he would see something he didn't want to see, which would distract him and put him at a disadvantage in his confrontation with the great demon god. The pure land he had expanded with great difficulty was slowly being suppressed. Yang Kai asked himself how he could turn the tables in such a desperate situation. Only when Ruoxi returned and joined forces with him would there be hope. But for this hope, the Star Boundary would have to pay a huge price. Blood and broken limbs were the only prelude in this world. The mournful cries one after another played the elegy of life. The number of Star Boundary's army continued to decrease as one emperor after another fell between the heavens and earth. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Suddenly, a low chant sounded in Xueqi's ears, flowing time great emperor's withering glory, like a shuttle, like a dream. This voice didn't come from one person, but from two people, a man and a woman, but they were in perfect harmony. Whether it was the tone or the ups and downs of their voices, they were all identical. The principle of time flowed out. Xueqi opened his eyes and looked over, only to see a large hall flying over. Atop the steps of the hall, Yang Xiao and Yang Xue stood side by side, each of them sending out a palm strike. Flowing time great emperor's shuttle seal. The power demon half-saint, who was fighting Su Yan and the others, was caught off guard and was instantly struck. His figure couldn't help but stagnate. When Su Yan and the others saw this, they used all kinds of divine technique to greet the power demon, but at most, they could only leave some superficial wounds on his body. They couldn't take his life. After Yang Xiao and Yang Xue finished using the flowing time great emperor's shuttle seal, they immediately summoned the endless hourglass. 10,008 grains of flowing time great emperor divine sand stirred up a storm of time and shuttled through the sea of blood of the other blood demon half-saint, causing the blood demon to roar as if he had suffered a heavy blow. But this wasn't the end. Under the control of the two, the entire flowing time temple crashed into the last half-saint. The half-saint seemed to have noticed the extraordinariness of the flowing time temple and dodged in distress. The situation was already precarious, but after Yang Xiao and Yang Xue returned, the situation suddenly changed. Many of the younger generation were overjoyed to see this. It wasn't that Yang Xiao and Yang Xue could predict the future and came to the rescue. Previously, they had followed the group of fake emperors and half-saint to kill their way out. Although their cultivation wasn't high enough, they could rely on the flowing time temple, a great weapon of mass destruction, to act as bystanders. But after the great demon god took control of the half-saint, they were in an awkward situation. They couldn't intervene in the battle, so they had no choice but to return. When they saw Xueqi's situation from afar, they immediately rushed over. It's that old man's aura. The great demon god's huge figure stared at the flowing time temple with eyes full of hatred. It seems that the two of you are the inheritors of that old man's mantle. Very good. Although the enemy is dead, the descendants are still alive. This king will kill you first to collect some interest. The second time he was injured, it was all thanks to the flowing time great emperor, the great emperors. If it weren't for that injury, he would have completely recovered long ago. He wouldn't have needed to suffer for so many years and painstakingly scheme for Star Boundary's spiritual aura. Therefore, when he sensed the aura of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor, some of his enemies' eyes turned red. While speaking, he raised a huge hand that covered the sky and slammed it towards Yang Xiao and Yang Xue. The huge black hand covered the sky and the earth, making it impossible to avoid. Before the attack arrived, Yang Xiao and Yang Xue felt their blood boil. Little auntie. Yang Xiao paled and turned to look at Yang Xue. There was no need to say anything more. With a flash, the two of them hid inside the flowing time temple, and the huge temple rapidly shrank at this moment. With a bang, when the giant hand slammed down, the flowing time temple smashed into the ground like a falling meteor, its surface flashing wildly. The ground shook and the entire flowing time temple was smashed directly into the ground, leaving a deep ravine where it landed. Xueqi's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he looked in the direction of the flowing time temple with a look of horror. His heart filled with great anger and powerlessness. Judging from the great demon god's actions just now, he was indeed inferior to him. After all, he had no time to divert his attention, but the great demon god still had the strength to attack others. In comparison, it was clear who was stronger and who was weaker. Chapter 3803. However, thanks to the great demon god's distraction, Xueqi immediately mobilized the world force and pushed the range of the Pure Land outwards a little. Although the effect was not ideal, at least this was the first time he had managed to counterattack the great demon god. When Xueqi turned his head to look at the flowing time temple, he saw that the temple, which had been smashed into the ground, was once again flying up shakily. Although its light was dim, it was not seriously damaged. Xueqi relaxed, knowing that Yang Xiao and Yang Xue should be fine. The Flowing Time Temple was a treasure left behind by the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor, so it naturally could not be destroyed so easily. Yang Xiao and Yang Xue, who were hiding inside the temple, were naturally not in any danger. Seeing his attack fail, Great Demon God flew into a rage. Seeing the temple fly up again, he was in no mood to attack again, as the pressure Yang Kai was putting on him was not small. Although he had borrowed the power of the 7 great emperors to stimulate the world energy of this area to compete with Yang Kai for control, in the end, he did not possess this power himself and had only borrowed it from someone else, making it impossible for him to fully utilize it. A bunch of trash. The Great Demon God roared. The situation was good, but he could not take down Yang Kai in a short time and completely invade the star boundary, which made him a little angry. As he spoke, a strange light flashed in his huge eyes. At the same time, accompanied by a loud noise, a figure flew back from the front, bleeding profusely mid-air as he flew straight towards Yang Kai. Seeing this, Yang Kai could only stretch out his hand and catch the person, asking, "Is Brother Xiao all right?" The one flying towards him was Xiao Chen. Judging from his aura, he seemed to have been seriously injured just now, but his life should not be in danger. Xiao Chen did not answer, instead turning around and thrusting out his sword, his emperor chi surging wildly. This sword contained all of his strength, and when the sword was thrust out, his originally weak aura suddenly soared and a sinister grin appeared on his face. It happened so suddenly that Yang Kai didn't have time to react. Only when the long sword was right in front of him did he shout, "What are you doing?" He raised his hand and sent a palm strike towards Xiao Chen. Normally, a second-order Emperor Realm Master like Xiao Chen wouldn't be able to threaten him. But right now, all his energy was focused on dealing with the Great Demon God and competing with him for control of this world. The slightest interference could lead to a disaster. When he sent out his palm strike, he discovered that Xiao Chen's eyes had turned pitch black. His heart could not help but sink, and he withdrew some of the force in his palm strike. Such a situation meant that Xiao Chen's actions were not intentional. It was very likely that he had already become the demon race. But, when did Xiao Chen become the demon race? Before this, he hadn't noticed at all. Wah! Xiao Chen was sent flying again. His soaring aura suddenly withered. This was not the end. Just as Yang Kai sent Xiao Chen flying with a palm strike, another silhouette appeared from the side and pointed a sword at Yang Kai. A faintly discernible flower fragrance pervaded the air, disturbing one's mind. Li Shiqing. Yang Kai gritted his teeth as he looked at the approaching figure with a furious expression. "When did even you become the demon race?" Li Shiqing turned a deaf ear to his words. Her beautiful eyes turned pitch black as she suddenly transformed into a rain of petals that enveloped Yang Kai. As the petals fluttered in the air, each one was a sharp weapon. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and grabbed towards the rain of petals. Accompanied by a muffled groan, the rain of petals shattered as Yang Kai grabbed Li Shiqing by the neck. He exerted some force in his hand and directly pinched her unconscious before throwing her into the sealed world bead. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, 2 of their original companions had changed sides. This caused everyone to be greatly shocked, and they all turned their heads to look around. Only after confirming that the others didn't show any signs of being possessed by the devil did they finally relax. Yang Kai also understood the whole story in an instant. In the 3 Saint Peak of the sealed world bead, Li Shiqing had spent many days with Mo Shang's avatar, so it was very likely that she had been tampered with at that time. Mo Shang had been hiding this chess piece all this time because the time was not right yet, and now was the best time for Li Shiqing to play a role. Li Shiqing's situation should have been tampered with by Mo Shang's avatar, but Xiao Chen's situation might be more complicated. Before this, Yang Kai felt that Xiao Chen's mentality was a bit off, especially after he returned from becoming the great emperors. As the saying goes, demons are born from the heart. If he had any thoughts that he shouldn't have, Mo Shang would definitely take advantage of it. With the wisdom of the great demon god, he naturally knew that these 2 people couldn't do anything to Yang Kai. But facing these 2 people he had known for a long time, Yang Kai didn't know whether to kill them or not. No matter what choice he made, his mind would be disturbed. The good advantage that Yang Kai had gained because of the return of Yang Xiao and Yang Xue had disappeared at this moment because of Xiao Chen and Li Shiqing's betrayal. Because of this distraction, the initiative he had gained collapsed in an instant, and he was once again suppressed, and this time, the situation was much more serious than before. Seeing the demon land corroding the high heaven palace at an extremely fast speed, Yang Kai became anxious. Those who resist stubbornly are bound to die. Yang Kai, a wise man, submits to the circumstances. It is not too late to surrender to this king. Good. Yang Kai agreed. How about we stop for now and talk in detail? The great demon god smiled. If you want to talk, we can talk, but give up resistance first. This king may not necessarily spare you. Before he finished speaking, the great demon god's complexion suddenly changed, as if he had noticed something, and immediately shouted angrily, "Trash, a bunch of trash." At the same time, Yang Kai also showed a look of surprise, because just now, he discovered that the pressure from the great demon god had suddenly decreased by a lot, and it seemed that the other side's control over the heavens and earth was gradually weakening, allowing him to mobilize more world force. The most direct result was that the Pure Land's range was rapidly expanding. He didn't know what was going on, nor did he know why such a change occurred, but for Yang Kai, for the entire star boundary, this was a pleasant surprise. How could Yang Kai dare to be negligent? He hurriedly urged the world force wholeheartedly to repel the invasion of the boundless demon intent, madly pushing the Pure Land to expand. Gotcha. The sound of something shattering rang out, and in the void, a huge crack appeared, as if the heavens and earth had been wounded. From this crack, Yang Kai clearly felt a familiar aura and could not help looking in that direction with pleasant surprise. Silhouettes walked out of the crack one after another. There were 8 of them in total, and a great pressure descended from the sky. It was as if the ones who walked out of the crack were not 8 people, but 8 wills of heaven and earth. The world buzzed, and the void trembled. In an instant, everyone's gazes were fixed on the 8 figures. Yang Kai looked up to the sky and laughed wildly, sparkling tears flashing from the corners of his eyes as a sense of relief lingered in his heart. They're back, they're all back. Since the second struggle of the 2 worlds began, the 7 great emperors had been trapped in an inexplicable space, their whereabouts unknown. The burden of the entire star boundary survival had been placed on the shoulders of the various corps commanders, as well as Chief Commander Li Wu-yi. And this burden had been transferred to Yang Kai after the struggle of the Great Tao. Yang Kai did not dare to shirk this responsibility, nor could he shirk this responsibility. As the only great emperors in this world, it was his duty to maintain the peace of his homeland. But he was tired. Truly tired. Watching his compatriots perish one after another, watching the star boundary suffer but unable to do anything about it. He felt as if a knife had been twisted in his heart, and the tremendous pressure he had to bear was something no one could understand. At this moment, seeing the 8 familiar figures, Yang Kai suddenly felt relieved. He no longer needed to fight alone because he now had companions. He no longer needed to bear the burden of the survival of the entire star boundary because he now had someone to share the burden with. Yang Kai laughed wildly, even tears coming out of his eyes, feeling a little wronged. It was as if the master was not at home, and not only was he bullied, but his home was also in a mess, and now he finally saw the master return. 8 pairs of eyes focused on Yang Kai. At first, they were surprised because they felt a similar aura from him, and then they praised him. Although the home in front of them was a little messy, at least it was defended and not lost. Needless to say, this was all thanks to this young man in front of them. Zhan Wu-hen stepped forward, bowed to Yang Kai, and said in a deep and solemn voice, "My name is Iron Blood." Another person stepped forward, "My name is Heaven's Revelations. My name is Serene Soul. My name is Beast Warrior. My name is Ice Feather. My name is Flower Shadow. My name is Wonder Pill. My name is Red Dust." Low chants and honorific titles spread throughout the star boundary, impacting everyone's mind. At this moment, the star boundary seemed to move. The great emperors had returned. Except for the great emperor's Night Shadow, who had already died at the hands of Yang Kai, and the great emperor's Bright Moon, who had fallen in the eternal heaven, the other 8 great emperors had finally gathered here at this moment. Yang Kai's expression was solemn, and he also bowed with his hands clasped. "My name is Void. Greetings everyone." Zhan Wu-hen smiled. "I know you have a lot of questions, but let's talk about them after we solve the matter at hand." Yang Kai nodded. He did have a lot of questions in his heart. Where had they been trapped all these years? How did they get out now? Was the Red Dust Great Emperors Duan Hongchen or Wukong at this moment? How did he appear with everyone? All kinds of questions lingered in his heart, but he didn't have the time to ask in detail. However, these didn't matter. As long as he could set this world right, he would have a chance in the future. However, in Yang Kai's perception, the auras of the other 8 great emperors were a little weak, except for the great emperors of the red dust. It seemed that they had consumed a lot of energy during these years of being trapped. Even if they were free now, they probably wouldn't be at their peak strength. As soon as the crowd finished speaking, another terrifying pressure descended from the sky. Then, from the countless cracks in the sky, figures flew out one after another. It was the demon saint led by Desolate Everlasting, and there were exactly 7 of them. Just like Zhan Wuhen and the others, Desolate Everlasting and the other demon saints' auras were also weak, and it seemed that their situation was even worse. Trash. All of you are trash. The great demon god glared at Desolate Everlasting and the others, and his angry roar shook the sky. Emoshing simply couldn't accept that they had failed at the critical moment, and the great emperors were able to escape. The demon saints' crowd kept quiet out of fear. Chapter 3804. The demon race set up a shocking great array, engulfing Star Boundary with demonic intent and devouring Star Boundary's spiritual energy. The people of the 4 territories were plunged into misery and misery. 9 out of 10 houses were destroyed and the great rivers and mountains were turned into demon land. Heaven and earth had a spirit. The mysterious heaven temple opened, the heaven void cauldron appeared, and Yang Kai sought the Tao heart and became one of the great emperors, seizing a chance of survival between life and death. With the bodies of the great emperors, Yang Kai urged the power of heaven and earth to resist the corrosive demonic intent and protect Star Boundary's last pure land. If this pure land was not lost, the great demon god's plan would not be successful. With no other choice, the great demon god could only use a secret technique and borrow the power of the 7 trapped great emperors to suppress Yang Kai. Everything went smoothly and according to plan. Although Yang Kai being able to become one of the great emperors in such a short time brought Emoshing a little trouble, it was not a big deal. In the face of such a terrible situation, all Yang Kai could do was struggle at death's door. He had never imagined that the 7 great emperors of the Star Realms would be rescued by someone. With the great emperors escaping, the most direct consequence Emoshang had to face was that he could no longer urge Star Boundary's world force. Without being able to urge Star Boundary's world force, there was no way he could devour the last pure land. How was he supposed to play this game? The great demon god was furious. He wished he could kill Endless Desolate and the others to quell the anger in his heart. Endless Desolate and the others obviously knew that they had failed in their mission and were all angry and humiliated. Although they did not lose their lives this time, they were really cowardly. Facing the great demon god's curses, they did not dare say a word for fear of being implicated. On the battlefield of heaven and earth, the fierce battle calmed down as the 8 great emperors and the 7 demon saints appeared one after another. Everyone in Star Boundary was pleasantly surprised as they looked at the 8 figures standing in the void. What they saw was not just 8 figures but also the future of Star Boundary. Zhan Wuhen's gaze swept over, and when he saw that his precious disciple was covered in blood and in a sorry state, his eyes couldn't help but flash with dense killing intent. He coldly stared at the half-saint who had fought with Lin Yun-er and the others. When he saw this, the half-saint felt a chill run down his spine. Without any hesitation, his figure flashed and he quickly retreated. "Leave these bastards to me." Wu Kuang let out a strange cackle as he stared at the half-step sages in the field with a burning gaze. He didn't seem to have done anything, but in the blink of an eye, he had pounced in front of the half-step sages who were trying to escape and stretched out his hand to grab them. Under this palm, the light in front of the half-saint was covered. The half-saint turned pale with fright and punched out with both fists. Copious amounts of demonic qi surged and turned into afterimages of fists that covered the sky towards Wukong. Wukong turned a deaf ear to him. He stretched out his hand and crushed the afterimages of the half-saint as if he was pinching an ant. He laughed nastily and shouted in a low voice, "Heaven-devouring great emperor! Battle technique!" In an instant, Wukong seemed to have turned into a black hole that could devour everything. The half-saint in his hand shriveled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 10 breaths of time, he turned into a dried-up corpse without any signs of life. Everyone in Star Boundary had long heard of the heaven-devouring great emperor and the great emperor's battle technique. With the return of the 8 great emperors, the precarious situation in Star Boundary immediately stabilized. On the great emperor's level, Zhan Wuhen and the others were fighting against Huang Wuji, while the 2 elders from the dragon race were delaying Xueqi's trio. Yang Kai could suppress the great demon god's invasion of Star Boundary and was no longer passive. Although the Star Realm was at a disadvantage in terms of fake emperors, with the addition of Wu Kuang, how could those half-sages contend against him? As long as they won the battle on these 2 levels, they could crush the great demon god's extravagant hopes and save Star Boundary. Not to mention, Zhang Ruoshi would soon come out of seclusion. Although Yang Kai didn't know how strong she was now, every bit of strength was urgently needed by Star Boundary at this moment. Ignorant Junior. Have you become complacent just because you have a few advantages? Great demon god snorted coldly. This king has been planning for hundreds of thousands of years. How could I fail because of your stubborn resistance? Show me all the cards you have. This king will make you accept your defeat wholeheartedly. I only hope that your face won't be so ugly when the time comes. Yang Kai mocked. Arrogant. Great demon god gritted his teeth. Since you are so eager to die, this king will fulfill your wish. Then he shouted, come out. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk another huge crack appeared in the void, and from this crack, 3 demon saints pressure pressed down. 3 figures walked out of the crack. 1 man and 2 women. The man was handsome and the woman was beautiful, but the powerful aura they exuded clearly indicated that they were demon saint. Chapter 3805. So they still came. Looking at the 3 figures walking out of the void, Yang Kai's eyes flashed with a trace of worry. These 3 people were none other than Yu Ru Meng, Bailey Mo, and Chang Tian. Needless to say, Yu Ru Meng had long been his wife and was the first demon saint to help him fight against the demon race. Yang Kai had benefited a lot from her, his soul soaring because of her primordial Yin. Chang Tian was also very good to him, even intending to let him rule over the 100-spirit continent. Although Bailey Mo was forced to do so because she was under his control, she had also contributed a lot in the War of the 2 Realms over the years. Previously, when he saw Endless Desolate and the others obey Mo Shang's orders, Yang Kai had been secretly vigilant, fearing that Yu Ru Meng and the others would do the same. But now, it seemed that Yu Ru Meng and the others had not been able to escape the great demon god suppression, and their situation was even worse than Endless Desolate and the other demon saint. Because of this, Yu Ru Meng, Bei Li, and Chang Tian looked like puppets under his control. Their expressions were silent, and their eyes were empty, as if their bodies and minds were not under their control. But even if they were just puppets, they were still 3 demon saint-level puppets. Although he was worried, Yang Kai felt as if a large stone had been lifted from his heart. When the Second War of the 2 Realms broke out, 10 demon saint broke through the barrier and used secret techniques to restrain the 10 top masters of Star Boundary, trapping them in an inexplicable space. Not long after, Xueqi, Fu Yu, and Hua Bu escaped, and these 3 demon saints' original opponents were Yu Ru Meng, Bailey Mo, and Chang Tian. Now it seemed that the reason Xueqi and the others were able to escape was because Yu Ru Meng and the others were from the demon race. They did not need the other demon saint to restrict their freedom. Instead, it was Zhan Wuhen and the others who had to stay behind with Endless Desolate and the other demon saint. However, Yang Kai did not know what the situation was before. Since Xueqi and the others had escaped, he was naturally worried about the safety of Yu Ru Meng and the others, fearing that they had encountered some mishap. Yu Ru Meng and the others were not great emperors of Star Boundary, so Yang Kai could not sense their auras. Although the current situation was bad, their lives is to say the least. Despair, boy, Mo's Demon Saint Mo Shang's voice boomed like thunder. As he spoke, the 3 figures that came out of the crack pounced towards Yang Kai. Zhan Wuhen and the others turned pale with fright when they saw this. They knew that Yang Kai could not be disturbed in his current state, not to mention facing the attacks of 3 demon saint-level powerhouses. If the 3 of them were allowed to get close to Yang Kai, he definitely would not be able to resist. They wanted to rush to Yang Kai's aid, but Huang Wuji and the other demon saints were desperately entangling them, not giving them the slightest opportunity. They could only watch helplessly as the 3 figures rapidly approached Yang Kai. 3 sensational waves of pressure pressed down on Yang Kai's head, and before they even arrived, 3 terrifying divine abilities had already been unleashed. Wukong. Zhang Wuhen roared. On this battlefield, everyone was too busy to be distracted. Only Wukong had extra energy. If they wanted to protect Yang Kai, they could only rely on Wukong's strength. He never thought that there would be a day when he would fight side by side with Wukong. Ever since the War of the Great Emperors, Zhang Wuhen had always wanted to tear Wukong into pieces. Who would have thought that there would be a day when he would need Wukong's help? The current situation could only be said to be a joke of fate. When his voice fell, he saw a woman among the three figures suddenly let out a muffled groan before her eyes rolled back and she fainted, falling straight down from the sky. Even though Wukong had lived for who knows how many tens of thousands of years and had seen many things, he was still shocked by this scene. He could not help but widen his eyes in horror. What the hell? The figure who fainted and fell from the sky was not an ordinary woman, but one of the demon saint in the demon territory. How could a demon saint faint for no reason? It was nothing more than Yang Kai using some kind of mysterious method, but he did not see any trace of it at all. Three demon saints appeared brazenly at this most critical moment, but one of them was directly crippled. Such a situation was really a bit unbelievable. Just as he was confused, the great demon god's angry roar rang in his ears. Divine Soul Brand. You actually planted a divine soul brand in her knowledge sea. Wukong's expression instantly became very interesting as he stared blankly at Yang Kai. For a moment, this brat was like a celestial being. It had to be known that Yang Kai had just been promoted to the rank of Great Emperors and was only a high-ranked demon king before. With the power of a high-ranked demon king, he was actually able to plant a divine soul brand in a demon saint's knowledge sea and control the freedom and life of that female demon saint. How did he do it? Wukong believed himself to be a peerless genius. Otherwise, he would not have been able to create such a heaven-defying secret art like the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. On his path of growth, fighting above his realm was a common occurrence and killing powerful enemies was as easy as pinching a conch with his fingers. But when he recalled his life in the star boundary, he had never been able to achieve such a feat as Yang Kai. A demon saint's status and strength were equivalent to great emperors. So how could Wukong have the ability to plant a divine soul brand in a great emperor's knowledge sea when he was just a third-layer emperor? If he had really done so, he would have definitely suffered a fatal backlash. Wukong clicked his tongue in wonder. Yang Kai had never thought that the divine soul brand he had planted in Bai Li Mo's knowledge sea would play a role at this time. When he was a high-ranked demon king, even with the divine soul brand, Yang Kai could not control Bai Li Mo's life and death. At most, he could only use the brand to cause her some pain. It was also because of this that Bai Li Mo was forced to rely on him. But now that Yang Kai had the power of great emperors, he indeed had the ability to kill Bai Li Mo with a single thought. However, Bai Li Mo's betrayal was not out of her own volition, so Yang Kai could only knock her out. As for whether or not there would be any trauma or sequelae, time was of the essence right now. With the enemy before them, Yang Kai could not care so much. The moment Bai Li Mo fainted, Yang Kai looked at another graceful figure and roared, "Ru Meng." The mournful voice went straight to the depths of Bai Li Mo's heart, causing ripples to appear in her clouded heart. Ru Meng's hand movements paused slightly as a trace of struggle flashed across her empty eyes. But that was all. Even though she had heard Yang Kai's voice in her muddle-headed state and had instinctively reacted, as a member of the demon race, she could not escape the grasp of the great demon god. Wukong once again moved to block Bai Li Mo's attack and said without looking back, "Boy, if you have any trump cards, hurry up and use them. I'm afraid you won't have the chance." Yang Kai's mouth was full of bitterness. "What trump cards do I have?" Being able to knock Bai Li Mo out was already a stroke of luck, and it was all thanks to the soul brand he had planted in her back then. Although he and Ru Meng were connected by a heart seal secret technique, it could not be compared to the soul brand. In a situation where one's mind was blinded, the heart seal secret technique could not play much of a role. Unless Ru Meng suffered a great shock, it would be impossible for her to recover on her own, and this shock would be a price Yang Kai could not afford to pay. Wukong grinned maliciously. "Then it's up to this old master." As soon as his words fell, his expression suddenly became fierce. "Reckless juniors, do you really think this king is powerless against you? When this king dominated the world, you were still sucking on your mother's milk." With a shake of his arms, Yang Kai's devouring force reappeared as he faced the two demon saint alone. Yang Kai hurriedly said, "Don't hurt her. Kill that woman." Scram! How could Wukong pay any attention to him? In a battle of life and death, showing mercy to one's enemy was cruel to oneself. It was the stupidest thing to do. Boom! 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 Wukong was fighting against the joint forces of two devil saints by himself, and he was not at a disadvantage at all. The aftershocks of the battle swept out, causing the heavens to crumble and the earth to crack. Anyone who felt this anger could clearly feel the unwillingness of the great demon god. As the boundless demonic qi gathered, Huang Wuji, who had thrown himself into it, let out a miserable scream, as if he was enduring great torture and pain. Yang Kai took a deep breath, took out some spirit pills from his space ring, and stuffed them into his mouth as he stared off into the distance with a dignified expression. The first battle with the great demon god had already ended. This battle had been centered around the battle for the last piece of pure land to protect the star boundary. Although Yang Kai had successfully defended that piece of pure land in the end, it could not be said to be a victory. At most, he had gained the upper hand. However, this slight advantage had caused the star boundary to pay an extremely painful price. Many star boundary soldiers had died, and many emperors had perished. This was far from the end. The next battle would be the one that would decide the fate of the world. If he won, the world would be at peace, but if he lost, the star boundary would be destroyed. Even facing a master outside the star boundary, Yang Kai's fighting spirit soared. Because at this moment, he was not alone. It could be said that from the beginning until now, he had not been fighting alone. At his side, there were several dozen armies from the star boundary, and behind him, there was the entire star boundary. All of a sudden, Huang Wuji's screams stopped and turned into hideous laughter. Then, a huge body began to expand rapidly. Unlike before, when his body was completely condensed from demonic qi, the great demon god at this moment truly possessed his own body. This behemoth was over 1,000 meters tall, and as the demonic qi in his body surged, his body continued to expand. 3,000 meters, 5,000 meters, 10,000 meters. His head reached the sky and his feet stepped on the ground, casting a shadow that obscured the light in front of everyone's eyes. It was not until 10,000 meters later that the great demon god's body stopped changing, and at this moment, the terrifying master that appeared in front of everyone's eyes no longer had the appearance of Huang Wuji. The real Huang Wuji had been completely annihilated from this world. A horn had sprouted from his forehead, and his two huge eyes were like two small suns, exuding an astonishing light. The hot breath from his nostrils seemed to be able to burn through the void. When he raised his hand, the sky was torn apart, and when he stepped on the ground, the earth shattered. His lofty eyes overlooked all living beings. A terrifying pressure swept through the entire star boundary. Even the great emperors felt their chests tighten, and their blood tumbled. Insignificant ants. You think you are invincible just because you want to defend this star boundary? What a joke. Today, this seat will teach you what it means by there is always someone stronger than you. The great demon god's voice boomed like thunder. In the sky, dense fog flowed, and the aura from his body was something that none of the great emperors could compare to. At this moment, a wisp of purple energy suddenly came from the east, appearing behind the great demon god in the blink of an eye. The purple energy dissipated, revealing a slender figure. Holding a sword in one hand, a solemn expression on her face, she wiped her sword with her fingers and shouted, "Slash!" As her words fell, she slashed down with her sword. The moment the sword came out, a huge phantom of a woman appeared behind the slender figure. This woman's appearance was so beautiful that she didn't seem to belong to this mortal world. Holding a sword in her hand, she mercilessly slashed at the great demon god. The change was so sudden that not only Yang Kai couldn't react in time, but even the great demon god couldn't react in time. He had just possessed his own body and was in high spirits. Therefore, when this sword slashed down, he didn't even have the slightest bit of defense. In the end, he was still the great demon god. The moment he felt the crisis, he tilted his body and threw a punch behind him. The shocking sword slashed down, and the slender figure was sent flying with blood spurting out of her mouth. The sound of a sharp weapon cutting through silk rang out. Blood splashed everywhere as the great demon god roared in pain. His body staggered, and wherever his feet stepped, huge pits would appear one after another. Descendant of Tian Xing. The great demon god turned his head and glared, the anger in his eyes almost tangible. Ruashi. Yang Kai was first overjoyed, then shocked. He was overjoyed that Zhang Ruashi had come out of seclusion at this time. Calculating the time, she shouldn't have come out yet. Previously, she had asked him to delay the great demon god for a while and had given him a very clear time, but she had actually come out ahead of time. Now, it seemed that Zhang Ruashi had deliberately misled the great demon god. He was shocked that Ruashi had been beaten to the point of vomiting blood as soon as she came out of seclusion. Chapter 3807. Although Zhang Ruashi vomited blood and was sent flying as soon as she came out of seclusion, the power of that one sword strike was extremely significant. The great demonic god had just reformed his body when the left half of his arm was directly chopped off, falling to the ground like a small mountain. Blood flowed like a fountain as the great demonic god roared in pain again and again. A figure quickly rushed over there. His eyes were full of greed, like a hungry wolf that had seen delicious food. With a few leaps, he arrived in front of the broken arm that had fallen on the ground. With a wave of his hand, the broken arm disappeared. No one knew where it had been put away by him. Yang Kai, who was rushing towards Zhang Ruashi, glanced over and found that this person was Wu Kong. His face couldn't help turning black. On the other hand, Wu Kuang, who had put away his severed arm, couldn't help but feel happy in his heart. He laughed loudly, and his laughter was filled with satisfaction. Bastard! The great demon god roared. In a moment of carelessness, one of his arms had been cut off. This wasn't a small injury for him, but as long as his severed arm was still intact, he would only need to pay a small price to recover. But now, someone had actually taken his severed arm away. How could he endure this? His severed arm being taken away meant that he would have to regrow it, and the price he would have to pay was not small. With a roar, the great demon god opened his hand and grabbed towards Wukong. As the giant hand descended, it seemed to seal the world. Wukong's face changed drastically and he immediately dodged. Yang Kai had already caught Zhang Ruashi, who had been sent flying, and asked with concern, "How are you?" Zhang Ruashi's face was slightly pale, but she still smiled, her eyes curved like crescent moons as she pursed her lips. "Sir, long time no see." Yang Kai also smiled. "Yes, long time no see." It had been several decades since Zhang Ruashi entered the blood door. Whether it was for Yang Kai or Zhang Ruashi, this was a very long time. However, even though they hadn't seen each other for several decades, there wasn't the slightest estrangement between them, as if they had just parted yesterday. But Zhang Ruashi was no longer the timid little girl she used to be. Now, she had inherited the power of heaven's punishment and was a genuine descendant of heaven's punishment. The power of her sword strike just now had demonstrated her current strength. Ruashi has long wanted to fight side by side with Sir. Now, I finally have this opportunity. Even though there were powerful enemies and the world was turned upside down, the smile on Zhang Ruashi's face was still incomparably bright. Yang Kai nodded. Then, I'd like to see how powerful Ruashi is now. Hey, you two, if you don't come over and help me, I'll die. Hiruashi's backs as he turned his head. Hiruazan's eyes, he's, and his Ruashi's, he's ants. He, s's she's. Yang Kai and Zhang Ruashi looked at each other and smiled. Then Yang Kai turned his head and said, "Wukong, hold on a little longer. This king will be there soon." Wukong's face turned black when he heard this. He cursed, but he didn't dare to show the slightest neglect and focused all his attention on dealing with great demon god. "Ruashi, lend me a hand." Yang Kai turned around and stared at the other figure in the sky with a solemn expression. Zhang Ruashi gripped her heavenly punishment sword and nodded solemnly. "Let's go," Yang Kai shouted, his space principles surging and wrapping around Zhang Ruashi as he rushed in front of Yu Rumeng. Yu Rumeng had been entangled with Wukong before, but Wukong had used some unknown method to shake her off. It seemed that Wukong's ability was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. After Wukong escaped, Yu Rumeng stood in place blankly until this moment. When Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi appeared together, Yu Rumeng's expression changed and a pure divine sense gushed out from her knowledge sea, turning into a boundless soul attack that blasted towards Yang Kai. Yu Rumeng was a succubus demon and was most proficient in soul power. If it were any other ordinary great emperors, even if Zhang Wuhen was here, they would have been affected by such a blow. However, Yang Kai was special to Yu Rumeng. Back then, his soul had skyrocketed due to the power of Yu Rumeng's primordial yin. At that time, Yu Rumeng had told him that from then on, no succubus demon would be able to use soul power to confuse him, not even her. Therefore, even though the soul attack was powerful, Yang Kai turned a blind eye to it. His mind shook slightly before he calmly stretched out his hands and grabbed towards Yu Rumeng. Although Yu Rumeng was under the control of the great demon god and her body and mind were involuntarily controlled, the fighting instincts that had been hidden in her body for countless years were still present. Facing Yang Kai's grab, her figure flickered and retreated. Zhang Ruoxi blocked her back at the right time and slashed down with the heavenly punishment sword. "Don't hurt her." Yang Kai was shocked. He did not have time to explain his relationship with Yu Rumeng to Zhang Ruoxi, nor did he expect Zhang Ruoxi to be so decisive. He hurriedly shouted. Zhang Ruoxi frowned and stopped the slash. Surprisingly, she was able to control it freely. Being attacked from the front and back at such a close distance, even if Yu Rumeng was a demon saint, it would be difficult for her to resist. Her shoulders tightened as Yang Kai's two big hands grabbed her. "Rumeng!" Yang Kai looked straight into her eyes and shouted. The expression on Yu Rumeng's face changed slightly, as if she was struggling, as if she had some reaction to his shout. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai's divine sense rushed towards Yu Rumeng, wanting to take her into his sealed world bead. As long as he could take her into his sealed world bead, everything would be fine. The struggle only lasted for a moment before Yu Rumeng raised her hand and slammed it down on Yang Kai's chest. Hong hong hong. The power contained in her jade palm was enough to destroy heaven and earth, and when it hit Yang Kai's chest, it made a deafening noise, causing shockwaves visible to the naked eye to spread out in all directions, shaking the world. Although Yu Rumeng's succubus demon body was not good at melee combat, she was still a demon saint. Under these few palm strikes, Yang Kai felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Blood flowed from his mouth and nose, and several of his ribs were broken. However, he refused to let go, his divine sense surging like a tide. However, the more the sealed world bead resisted, the greater the consumption. It was extremely difficult to forcibly take in a demon saint. Although Yang Kai had the power of the great emperors, if Yu Rumeng did not cooperate, it would be impossible for him to successfully take her into his sealed world bead. Just as they were in a deadlock, a pink fist came from behind and hit the back of Yu Rumeng's head mercilessly. That vast and mighty movement made people wonder if Yu Rumeng's head would be smashed by that punch. Yu Rumeng's head was not smashed, and Zhang Ruoxi had obviously controlled her strength. However, Yu Rumeng obviously did not have a good time under this punch. She was dizzy from the blow, and the palm she used to slap Yang Kai instantly lost its strength. With a swish, Yu Rumeng disappeared. She was directly taken into the sealed world bead by Yang Kai. "Sir, are you all right?" Zhang Ruoxi nervously came up to support him. Yang Kai coughed a few times, clutching his chest, slowly shaking his head. At the same time, he immersed his consciousness into the sealed world bead to investigate. Yu Rumeng was fine, and although Zhang Ruoxi's punch was powerful, it had only shaken her a little. After entering the sealed world bead, the great demon god's control over her seemed to have weakened a lot. At this moment, the expression on Yu Rumeng's face was very strange, as if she was about to wake up from her sleep. However, even if she completely broke free from the great demon god's control, Yang Kai would not dare to let her out again. Mo Shang's suppression of the demon race was too strong. If he really let Yu Rumeng out, it would definitely be more of a hindrance than a help. There was no time to wait for Yu Rumeng to wake up and explain anything to her. Wukong's voice became even more urgent. "What are you waiting for?" He was facing the wrath of the great demon god alone and was really exhausted. If Yang Kai did not come to help, it would take at most half a cup of tea's time for him to die. "It's time to end all of this." Yang Kai took a light breath, stretched out his hand, and with a dragon's roar, the blue dragon spear appeared in his hand. The 10-meter-long spear exuded an ancient aura, attracting Zhang Ruoxi's attention. With her current eyesight, she could naturally see that this spear was extraordinary at a glance. Moreover, this treasure did not seem to be something that could be found in the star boundary. With the spear in hand, Yang Kai's momentum soared. "Sir, take care of yourself. There will be a surprise waiting for you," Zhang Ruoxi said, and as her sword light flashed, she flew out and slashed towards Great Demon God from afar. Surprise! Yang Kai was startled, but before he could ask for more details, Zhang Ruoxi had already rushed over. Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Yang Kai's expression became solemn, and only the 1,000-meter-tall Great Demon God remained in his eyes. With a face like jade and a spear like a dragon, Yang Kai thrust his spear forward, and as he did so, a dragon's roar resounded through the world. When he thrust his spear, it was in its normal form, but when it arrived in front of the Great Demon God, it had transformed into a 1,000-meter-long dragon. The blue dragon spear in his hand also expanded as he thrust it straight towards the Great Demon God's heart. The power of this spear caused the world to change color. World force gathered on the blue dragon spear, and with the blessing of the world's will, not to mention a 1,000-meter-tall mountain, even a 10,000-meter-tall mountain would collapse under this spear. The Great Demon God did not dare to ignore the power of this spear and stretched out his hand to slap Yang Kai, sending a violent force through his palm. With a loud bang, Yang Kai's body shook violently as his eyes bulged. World force. His 1,000-meter-long dragon body was involuntarily sent flying back 10,000 meters before he managed to stabilize himself. On the other side, Zhang Ruoxi was also forced to retreat. Wukong had already run to the side when the two arrived and used his divine technique, but to no avail. The combined strength of the three was unable to hurt the Great Demon God at all. If the Great Demon God had not been so careless, not expecting Zhang Ruoxi to suddenly come out of seclusion at that time, perhaps he would not have lost an arm so easily. At this moment, his severed arm had been regenerated, and the most obvious price to pay was that his 1,000-meter-long body had shrunk by about 2,000 meters. It seemed that the sacrifice he had made was not small. The Great Demon God was very strong, and Yang Kai had been mentally prepared for this. If he had not been strong, the Flowing Time Great Emperor would not have been defeated so easily. One had to know that the Flowing Time Great Emperor of that era was invincible while the Great Demon God of that era had not yet recovered from his injuries. Ruoxi slowly shook her head. Within the universe. Although Ruoxi's strength had greatly increased after going into seclusion, it had still taken her several decades to do so. The inheritance she obtained couldn't possibly allow her to grow beyond the level of the Great Demon God in such a short period of time. Therefore, even if Ruoxi was as strong as a heavenly emperor, she still hadn't reached the heaven-opening realm. Then aren't we doomed? Yang Kai grinned, but despite his words, there was no fear on his face. On the contrary, there was a look of eagerness on his face. He was very familiar with fighting those above his realm, and now that he was going to fight those above his realm as one of the great emperors, he was suddenly looking forward to it. Zhang Ruoxi said, "That's hard to say. His strength has fallen greatly, and he is no longer at his peak. Who lives and who dies will depend on their own means." That's exactly what I was thinking. When the last word fell, Yang Kai had already blasted his spear towards the Great Demon God. In front of the giant spear, a black ball flashed and disappeared, filling the air with a world-collapsing aura. Zhang Ruoxi also slashed down with her sword, her movements elegant and otherworldly, as if she was an otherworldly being. However, the power of this sword strike caused Mo Shang's expression to change slightly. When the sword slashed down, a look of pain appeared on his face, as if he had been hit by an invisible attack, causing his body to stiffen for a moment. At this moment, the Azure Dragon Spear arrived in front of him. Mo Shang was unable to parry it in time and the spear struck his shoulder. As the world energy collided, blood and flesh splattered from his shoulder, and large chunks of flesh flew out. His huge body staggered back as he let out a heaven-shaking roar. "So that's how it is." A burst of laughter rang out as Wukong flew forward with a fanatical look in his eyes. The heaven-opening realm, huh? It seems this old master didn't take the wrong path. As he spoke, an illusory scene suddenly appeared behind him. It was a garden with beautiful scenery. There was a small bridge over flowing water, a rockery, and a small pond in the corner. The pond water was clear, and a few koi fish were swimming in it. Beside the pond was a pavilion. Inside the pavilion was a stone table, and a chessboard was laid out horizontally. The black and white pieces were entangled with each other, and beside the pavilion, a few peach blossoms were falling down in a riot of colors, rendering the scenery extremely beautiful. But from this illusory scene, an extremely terrifying aura could be felt. This was the aura of an entire universe world. As early as the last time he encountered Wukong, Kai had learned that he was devouring the territory of various large and small celestial stars. Kai had even set his sights on his Hangluo star field. He had also entered this garden before, so he knew the mysteries behind it. At this moment, Tai Yu and Xiao Xiao were no less powerful than the two elders of the dragon race. If not for this, Great Demon God would not have suffered a loss as soon as he appeared. His huge figure tumbled, collapsing mountains and reversing rivers wherever he passed. He flew for tens of thousands of kilometers before coming to a stop. When he stood up again, he was already in a sorry state. Great Demon God flew into a rage. However, before he could catch his breath, Zhang Ruoxi and Wukong arrived like shadows. One slashed down with a rain of swords while the other relied on the universe world behind him. When he waved his hand, the peach blossom petals on the peach trees scattered and turned into sharp attacks that cut through Great Demon God's huge body. Each of these attacks contained the power to destroy heaven and earth, and each of them could not be taken lightly. Great Demon God roared in pain as blood spurted from his body. But it was not over yet. Tai Yu Xiao Xiao rushed over again, taking advantage of Great Demon God's distraction to arrive in front of him in a few steps and raining punches down like a storm. Emotion Gon did not dare underestimate him and hurriedly defended himself. The two behemoths, thousands of meters tall, fought desperately between heaven and earth. Such a thrilling scene made everyone's heart skip a beat. As their fists and feet collided, a thunderous boom rang out, shaking everyone's eardrums. After 3 breaths, Xiao Xiao was sent flying with several huge fist marks on his chest and a trace of pain showing on his angular face. Even with Wukong and Zhang Ruoxi distracting Great Demon God's attention, he was still not his opponent in this exchange. The gap between them could be imagined. But now, it already had the qualifications to compete with him. And what the star boundary lacked right now was this qualification. He was not afraid of losing, but he was afraid that the gap between them was so big that he did not even have the qualifications to fight. Kai had already pounced forward. His 1,000-meter-long body was massive, but compared to the Great Demon God and Tai Yu, it was still somewhat dwarfed. However, the lethality of the Black Dragon Spear was what the Great Demon God feared the most. This indestructible spear, coupled with Kai's current ability to manipulate the world force and his own comprehension of the martial Tao, would make even Great Demon God feel uncomfortable if he were to take a hit from this spear. The spear seemed to envelop the entire world, and in a flash, the only thing left in the world was the divine light of the spear. Blood spurted out as several bloody holes appeared on Great Demon God's body. Scram! Great Demon God roared as he sent out a palm strike towards Kai. This palm strike seemed slow, but it was actually extremely fast. There was nothing fancy about it, but it gave off a feeling that it was impossible to avoid. Sir, be careful. Finally, Wukong was proficient in the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle tactics and was constantly devouring Great Demon God's essence. Great Demon God had always been confident in his victory and had always stood high above the clouds, looking down on all living beings. Even when his plan was ruined, Great Demon God was only angry, not afraid. Although his plan had been ruined, He could at most search for another universe world and spend some time to devour the aura of that world. Eventually, he would be able to recover. But now, deep in his heart, he couldn't help but feel a faint sense of uneasiness. These 4 ants that he didn't put in his eyes might really have the ability to slowly gnaw him into bones and make him fall here. Asterisk boom boom boom. Asterisk the earth-shaking sounds continued. This battlefield was the key to the survival of the star boundary, so Xueqi and the others did not hold back and went all out. The masters in the other battles also had to pay attention to this battle. But who would have thought that even if he didn't use them, the great demon god would still be able to exert some influence on him? What does he want to do? Xueqi was extremely vigilant as he stared at the great demon god without blinking. But what made him feel a little relieved was that the great demon god's eyes were still burning, but there was nothing wrong with them. But soon, he understood the great demon god's plan. As those words fell, the demon saint who were entangled with the great emperors on the battlefield actually abandoned their opponents and turned to rush in the direction of the great demon god, completely ignoring the might of the divine technique coming from behind them. A bad feeling rose in his heart as Xueqi shouted, "Stop them, don't let them come over." The great emperors didn't need him to remind them. When their opponents turned to flee, they were already chasing after them like shadows, the power of laws surging as they fiercely attacked. 7 or 8 demons saint were beaten to the point of vomiting blood, but they didn't care about their injuries at all. Dragon roars shook the sky as the great elder and second elder of the dragon race chased after them. In front of them, Xueqi Fuyu and Huabu fled in 3 different directions, and the 2 elders didn't know which one to stop. In the blink of an eye, the red demon Huabu, who was at the forefront, had already closed in on the great demon god. His crimson eyes filled with fanaticism. Like him, the other demon saint were all madly chasing after him without exception. Xueqi knew that the situation wasn't good, so he stretched out his dragon claw and grabbed at Huabu from afar, shouting, "Condense!" Using the law of space and his control over the power of heaven and earth, even though Huabu was a demon saint, his rushing figure suddenly came to a halt and he instantly froze in place. The change from extreme movement to extreme stillness was extremely abrupt. Bind! Xueqi clenched his hand again, causing space to collapse and a world-destroying power to erupt where Huabu was. Huabu spat out blood like boiling magma, exuding a scorching light as he shouted, "Explode!" The round body that was like a winter melon suddenly swelled up, and the skin on the surface of his body turned red as if it was on fire. An earth-shattering sound rang out, and a large piece of the vast space disappeared. The self-destruction of the Red Devil was an innate divine ability. There was no need to prepare it, and it could not be suppressed. It was just a matter of a single thought. The self-destruction of an ordinary Red Devil would be extremely powerful, not to mention Huabo, who was a devil saint. However, he was different from ordinary Red Devils. After ordinary Red Devils self-destructed, there would be nothing left of them, but he was safe and sound. Xueqi staggered back. Although they were separated by a distance of 10,000 meters, the terrifying shockwave caused by Huabu's self-destruction blew him back a few steps. The shocking flames retracted and transformed back into Huabu's small and round figure. He continued to move forward, but his momentum had obviously decreased significantly. But in fact, Xueqi was completely suppressed by him, and in the end, she suffered a double loss. The reason for this was the suppression of the dragon race source. Under the influence of the golden divine dragon source, Xueqi could not display her strength at all. Xueqi was like this back then, and it was the same for Changtian now. If it were not for the previous situation, Xueqi would have dealt with Changtian first, but he could not afford to be distracted by the confrontation with Great Demon God. At this moment, the overall situation was chaotic, so there was no need to worry about anything. Changtian, who was focused on escaping to Great Demon God and had no intention of fighting Zhan Wuhen, was suppressed by the golden divine dragon source, and his momentum suddenly weakened. Zhan Wuhen did not show any mercy, his iron fists turning into fist shadows that covered the sky and enveloped Changtian. Amidst the rumbling sounds, Chong Tian's blood was spilled, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard from his body. After suffering such heavy injuries, even with his demon saint cultivation, Chong Tian could not bear it. On the opposite side, Yang Kai's divine sense surged, and his pure divine sense turned into a sharp attack that broke through Chong Tian's knowledge sea defenses. Chong Tian's face suddenly turned pale, and his body trembled. His mind was unstable, and it seemed like he would fall at any moment. Yang Kai stretched out his hand to grab him, and with a thought, he put him into the sealed world bead. Success! Although both Zhan Wuhen and Yang Kai had injured Chong Tian, at this juncture, Yang Kai could not care less. If he could not injure him, then he could only kill him. There was not the slightest discussion, not even a single exchange of glances, but everyone's movements were the same as one. This was because everyone knew that at this moment, no matter how tenacious their defense was, it would only delay the pace of destruction. Only by attacking head-on could they fight for a way out of this hopeless situation. The figures of the 9 great emperors crossed the heavens and earth like 9 meteors streaking across the sky, ruthlessly slamming into the great demon god. Each of these figures carried the will of the heavens and earth of the star boundary, carrying the hope of all who still lived in the star boundary. On the left and right sides of the 9 figures were the 2 great elders of the dragon race. The 100-meter-long dragon's roar shook the sky, and the dragon's pressure was overwhelming. Above everyone, Zhang Ruoxi held the heavenly punishment sword, and the huge woman's phantom behind her seemed to come to life. The sword in her hand emitted a dazzling light. Dong dong dong. The earth trembled as Tai Yu rushed forward. Every step he took crossed the barrier of space and left a deep imprint on the ground. This ancient battle that was destined to be passed down for thousands of years began with the heavenly punishment sword slash. When the sword was unleashed, the only thing left in the world was its brilliance, and the dazzling brilliance caused everyone to be momentarily dazed. Facing this terrifying sword, the great demon god simply raised his fist to meet it. When his fist arrived, the sword light shattered, and Zhang Ruoxi let out a muffled groan. The heavenly punishment sword phantom behind her also fluctuated. Although your ancestor was amazing, he was pedantic. If he could imitate this king, he would have long since recovered from his injuries and would not have fallen in this universe world. This king will send you on your way first, lest you tarnish the name of your ancestor. The great demon god's voice boomed like thunder. His fist did not lose its momentum and arrived in front of Zhang Ruoxi in the blink of an eye. In front of this incomparably huge fist, Zhang Ruoxi was as small as a mosquito's. No one doubted that if this delicate body was hit by this fist, it would immediately shatter into pieces. It's not up to you to comment on my ancestor. Ruoxi grit her teeth and coldly snorted. The heavenly punishment sword suddenly trembled and the shattered sword light turned into a rain of swords that shot forward. Countless years ago, the great demon god and Tian Xing met outside the universe world and fought several times. In the end, both sides suffered heavy losses. The great demon god fell into the unmatched realm while Tian Xing came to the star boundary. In order to heal his wounds, the great demon god conspired to use the unmatched realm's auspicious power and spent a great deal of energy to turn it into demon territory. Just as he was about to succeed, the flowing time great emperor rushed to the demon territory and fought the great demon god to the death. Although the great emperor's soul was destroyed, he still managed to crush the great demon god. The great demon god could use the auspicious power of the unmatched realm to heal himself. In other words, Tian Xing, who was at the same level as him, naturally had the ability to do the same. But now, it seems that Tian Xing did not do so. Although she left behind a great reputation after falling into the star boundary and was feared by the ancient divine spirits, she did not do anything harmful to the entire star boundary. From this, it could be seen that Tian Xing was not a person who willfully killed the innocent. On the contrary, he was a kind person. If not for this, why would he rather die than damage the universe world? Because of the great demon god's existence, the unmatched realm was turned into a demon territory. The laws of heaven and earth in the universe world changed, and even the human race living in the unmatched realm gradually turned into a demon race. If no one stopped the great demon god's plan this time, Then the star boundary would become the second unmatched realm. The Flowing Time Great Emperor was really far-sighted. When he left the Flowing Time Temple, he said that he had comprehended the principles of the great emperors outside the universe. As for what those principles were, Xueqi did not know. Now, it seemed that the so-called principles were clearly a crisis in the star boundary. At that time, if the great demon god had truly recovered from his injuries, he would have gone to find Tianxing immediately. But at that time, Tianxing would have already fallen. Once the great demon god fully recovered and returned to the star boundary, who in the star boundary would be able to compete with him? At that time, the people would be plunged into misery and suffering, and the universe would collapse. Amidst the rain of swords, Zhang Ruoxi's expression was solemn. She had inherited Tianxing's bloodline and inherited many of her ancestors' memories and experiences, so she knew her ancestors' universe better than anyone else. Now, she could proudly say that her ancestor had not done anything wrong to this world. But in the face of this beautiful world that her ancestor would rather die slowly in pain than damage, even if she died, she had to protect it with all her might. The mighty rain of swords could not stop the great demon god in the slightest. Wherever the giant fist landed, the world would collapse and everything would shatter. If Zhang Ruoxi was alone, she might have died in the next moment. After the demon saint fused with the great demon god's body, the great demon god's strength had increased by more than just a little. However, Ruoxi was not alone. She had the 9 great emperors of the star boundary by her side, as well as the 2 great elders of the dragon race, and Tai Yu, who had accompanied her for decades in the blood door. Taking advantage of the great demon god's unguarded state, Xiao Xiao threw a punch at the great demon god's waist. When the punch landed, a huge shockwave spread out, and even the powerful great demon god was forced to stagger. The giant fist heading towards Zhang Ruoxi was involuntarily deflected, and the murderous intent locked onto Ruoxi loosened in an instant. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ruoxi's figure fluttered like a butterfly and dodged the attack by a hair's breadth. The great demon god suddenly turned his head, raised his other hand high, and as if the sky was collapsing, he slapped down with his palm. Xiao Xiao raised her arms in an attempt to block the attack, but the palm that slapped down was filled with an irresistible force. Tai Yu, who was several hundred feet tall, was slapped flat on his face and he fell to the ground with his head on his face. His huge body smashed into the ground, causing countless cracks to appear. From these cracks, hot magma spewed out and poured over Xiao Xiao's body, making a sizzling sound. Dragon roars could be heard as the 2 elders of the dragon race pounced over from the left and right. Ancient and profound dragon language could be heard as the secret magic of the dragon race smashed down. Blue and white light intertwined, turning into an all-conquering divine technique that instantly enveloped the great demon god. Boundless demonic energy erupted, blocking the blue and white light. Within the dazzling light, a massive dragon claw reached out and viciously clawed at the great demonic god's body. As the sharp dragon claw passed by, large chunks of flesh and blood were torn off. 2 reptiles, you court death. The great demon god roared again and again as he stretched out his hand and grabbed the crystal-clear dragon's body. Squeezing hard, the dragon let out a mournful cry and turned around to bite. At the same time, the blue dragon swept over from the side and swept its tail towards the great demon god's chest. The great demon god turned a blind eye and shook his hand, causing the crystal-clear dragon's body to straighten up like a snake. Grabbing the dragon like a whip, he swept it forward, entangling the 2 dragons and sending them tumbling away into the distance. Heaven and earth force converged, and from the vortex of power, a long spear pierced forward, its body humming with the faint sound of a dragon's roar. Behind Yang Kai's 1,000-meter dragon body, 8 figures rushed out in a single file, using the divine technique of the great emperors to shatter heaven and earth, blasting towards the great demon god. In an instant, the world lost its color. Chapter 38:12. Even though the great demon god was unparalleled in his strength, within the universe of star boundary, facing the joint attack of the great emperors that had fused with the world's strength, he could not easily ignore it. With a roar that shook the heavens, the great demon god let out a roar as a rolling sound wave rumbled forward, forming a shock wave visible to the naked eye. Facing this roar, everyone finally understood just how terrifying the great demon god was. The power of his roar was like a star-field storm, causing the earth and stones on the ground to fly thousands of kilometers away, melting and disintegrating in the air. Wherever the shockwave passed, the divine technique of the great emperors was greatly affected, greatly reducing their power. When the shockwaves landed on the great demon god's body, they did not cause him much damage. Only Yang Kai's spear was not affected much. Above the spear, a huge black sphere appeared out of thin air, emitting an aura that could collapse all things. The great demon god reached out to grab the blue dragon spear. Yang Kai raised an eyebrow and poured all of his strength into the spear. Even if he could not do anything to this powerful enemy in front of him, he could at least poke a hole in his palm. The next moment, the great demon god's hand clenched and the black sphere on the blue dragon spear collapsed. The space principles were flattened by a powerful force. The great demon god grinned at Yang Kai and forcefully pulled back, causing Yang Kai to uncontrollably fall towards him as a fist rapidly grew larger in his field of vision. A 1,000-meter-long dragon body was originally majestic, but in front of the great demon god, it was like the difference between a child and a strong man. If this fist landed, even if Yang Kai had a half-dragon body, he would not have it easy. At worst, his head would explode and at worst, his soul would be shaken. At this critical moment, the space principles fluctuated and Yang Kai's entire body suddenly turned into nothingness, leaving behind only an illusory figure. The huge fist penetrated through the place where Yang Kai's head had originally been and a violent force passed through the obstruction of space and shook Yang Kai's body. With a loud cry, Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he had exiled himself at the critical moment and avoided the great demon god's fatal blow, the shockwave still made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Yang Kai tried his best to pull out the spear but was unable to do so, causing him to pale. He wanted to give up on the blue dragon spear, but at the same time, he was extremely reluctant to do so. There was already a gap in strength between him and great demon god, so without the blue dragon spear, it would be difficult to cause any effective damage to great demon god. However, while he was catching his breath, the other 8 great emperors had already arrived. The iron blood banner fluttered in the wind, and the crimson light seemed to be made of fresh blood. Zhan Wuhen flew over and punched out with his ant-like body, which collided with the mountain-like fist of the great demonic god. The scene looked like an ant hitting an elephant with all its might. Logically speaking, an elephant shouldn't feel anything. However, Zhan Wuhen's punch caused the great demonic lord's arm to explode. His huge body was pushed back slightly. Although the difference in size was huge, how could Zhan Wuhen be a real ant? How could the all-out attack of the great emperors be useless? Falling flowers wither. With a tender shout, the great emperors of flowery shadow solemnly waved their hands, causing a rain of flowers to fall from the sky, converging into a multicolored light that blasted towards the great demon god's left eye. 1,000 feet of ice cliff. Ice Feather Great Emperor held a sparkling long sword in his hand. He touched the blade with his finger and swung it down. Wu Kuang shouted again and opened his mouth to spit out a gust of astral wind that transformed into a wind blade that slashed down at the great demon lord. The wind blade seemed unremarkable, but the terrifying destructive power contained within it was something that even the great demon lord did not dare to underestimate. Ancient Astral Wind. Divine Tree White Barbarian. These 2 killing moves looked familiar to Yang Kai and he suddenly recalled that in the Shattered Star Sea, when Duan Hongchen and Wukong fought, the 2 of them had each used one of these moves. Now that the 2 of them had merged into one body, it was not difficult to control them. The 9 great emperors attacked together. Besides the great Emperor Heaven's Revelations, who had only casually sent out a few palm strikes, the remaining 8 great emperors had all brought out their trump cards. Heaven's Revelations' eyes were as deep as the sea, seemingly grasping the trajectory of fate. Such a violent attack, such a decisive stance, caused the entire star boundary to tremble. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai struggled to pull out his spear and finally broke free from the great demon god's shackles. With a swish, the wind blade cut into the great demonic god's shoulder. In an instant, blood splashed out, and the sword imbued with the law of ice slashed into the great demonic god's eyes. The great demonic god closed his eyes, and his eyelids were like the strongest defense, allowing the 2 great emperor divine abilities to create dazzling sparks. The primal chaos sacred flame flew over and left a long scorch mark on the great demon god's body. An unpleasant smell filled the air, as if something had been roasted. Not only that, countless strange beasts had gathered around his enormous body and were gnawing at his flesh with their claws and mouths. "Get out of my sight!" the great demon god roared, an unparalleled power erupting from his huge body. The divine wood-white barbarian rustled as countless roots were broken. The huge tree suddenly disappeared, and the countless strange beasts that had bitten the great demon god's body also collapsed at this moment, causing specks of light to fill the world. The great demonic god punched out, a straight punch without any fancy moves. It looked extremely casual, but this punch caused everyone's expression to change. This was because in everyone's eyes, this punch seemed to be aimed at them. Moreover, it seemed to have locked down the world and locked down their auras, making it impossible for them to dodge. Asterisk pang pang pang. Asterisk. A series of muffled sounds rang out as figures were sent flying, each of them coughing up blood as they felt the blood in their chests and abdomens roiling. "I'll start with you." The great demon god's fist turned into a palm as he fiercely slammed it to the side. The giant palm blotted out the sky, and the one beneath it was none other than the great emperors of Flower Shadow. The great emperors of Flower Shadow had never experienced such a dangerous moment in their lives, so she couldn't help but turn pale as she hastily wrapped herself in a rain of petals, forming layers of protection. However, as the giant palm slammed down, the rain of petals quickly collapsed like snowflakes under the scorching sun. At this critical moment of life and death, a figure soared through the air. The great emperors of Heaven's Revelations stood in front of the Flower Shadow and raised their hands to throw out an object. This object expanded with the wind, turning into a giant tortoise shell that covered the two of them. The tortoise shell had complex natural patterns on it that pulsed with an extremely ancient aura. At the same time, Yang Kai's figure flickered, his space principles fluctuating as he rushed forward with his spear, thrusting it towards the great demon god's giant palm. This spear strike finally paid off, piercing through the great demon god's palm, causing a large amount of blood to spurt out. Kai Yang was also sent flying by this palm. Several of the bones in his body were broken. While he was in the air, a series of explosive sounds came from his body. Hong. Although it was slightly blocked by Yang Kai's spear, the palm still slammed down. Above the giant tortoise shell, the phantom of a black tortoise suddenly appeared, roaring towards the sky. As the giant palm fell, the black tortoise shattered, and the light on the tortoise shell suddenly dimmed. When the great demon god withdrew his palm, the tortoise shell turned into a stream of light, revealing the figures of Heaven's Revelations and Flower Shadow below. Although their expressions were ugly, the two great emperors of Flower Shadow were not seriously injured. On the other side, Yang Kai was sent flying for 1,000 kilometers before he could stabilize himself. Looking up, his mouth was full of bitterness. Was this the absolute gap in strength? To be honest, the great demonic god's methods weren't all that surprising. Now, he had no choice but to bring forward his plans. He had borrowed Huang Wuji's body to resurrect himself and fused with the other great demonic saints. He didn't even have a single decent exotic treasure on hand, so he could only use the same few killer moves. However, this overwhelming strength rendered all the great emperor's methods useless. Their attacks could not cause any fatal damage to the great demon god, and their own defenses were as fragile as paper. If it were not for the great emperors of Heaven's Revelations paying attention to the situation and saving the great emperors of great emperors at the critical moment, it was likely that the Flower Shadow great emperors would have died. Chapter 38:13. Facing such a powerful enemy, Star Boundary's side seemed to have no choice but to accept their fate and accept their deaths. However, Yang Kai and the other great emperors did not recognize this. Even if the enemy was difficult to stop, even if everyone was injured, they were still full of fighting spirit. This was the heaven and earth that gave birth to them, so how could they abandon it? Moreover, without the support of this heaven and earth, the great emperors would no longer be great emperors. Since the great demon god had appeared, if they could not kill him here, then Star Boundary would definitely perish, and everyone would only die. Strictly speaking, the great demon god in front of them was not undefeatable in the eyes of the great emperors. The previous attacks had already caused some damage to him, and although the injuries were not serious, they were still hope. The main reason for the current situation was that the 7 great emperors, who had just escaped, were unable to display their full strength. They had been trapped in that inexplicable space for several years, and had also been subjected to the demon saint's secret technique, so they were no longer at their peak. At this moment, the 7 great emperors, led by Zhang Wuhen, could not display even 70% of their peak strength. Facing the demon saint whose strength had also greatly decreased, they could still hold their ground, but facing the great demon god who had fused with many demon saints, they were somewhat powerless. Since that was the case, they could only risk their lives. *1. A strange buzzing sound was heard, and an extremely powerful aura suddenly erupted. Yang Kai turned his head and saw Zhang Wuhen's space distort. His long hair and clothes fluttered without any wind, and the surface of his body was filled with a layer of dark red light. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed slightly. At first, he was somewhat worried, but then he immediately felt relieved. Zhang Wuhen's action was undoubtedly stimulating his own blood essence, burning it in exchange for greater strength. Such an action was akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. Blood essence was the essence of a person's cultivation, so it could not be used lightly. Once it was used, regardless of success or failure, it would definitely cause great damage to one's yuan qi. In serious cases, it could even damage one's cultivation. As great emperors, why would they do this unless they had no other choice? However, at this moment, Zhang Wuhen could not care so much. If the star boundary was destroyed, how could there be an unscathed egg under an overturned nest? For the sake of this world, not to mention burning his blood essence, even if he had to sacrifice his life, Zhang Wuhen would not even frown. Buzz. As if they had discussed this beforehand, after Zhang Wuhen burned his essence blood, the other great emperors all followed suit. In an instant, their slightly weakened auras rose steadily. Not only did they recover to their peak strength, they even surpassed it. The vitality of the great emperors was extremely exuberant. After their blood essence was burned, a dazzling light immediately appeared between the heavens and earth, as thick as blood. Yang Kai's mind surged as an uncontrollable impulse filled his chest. With a dragon's roar, his blood essence also burned. However, his situation was different from the other great emperors. Zhang Wuhen and the others burned their blood essence and were covered in a blood-red light, while Yang Kai's body was shrouded in a brilliant golden light. It was as if he had transformed into a dazzling sun, dispelling the haze between the heavens and earth. The dazzling golden sun suddenly leapt high into the sky, pausing for a moment before pouncing in front of the great demon god. Enveloped in this golden light, the black dragon spear transformed into countless spear shadows. Each spear strike contained an extremely strong true meaning of the martial Tao, and with each strike, a huge black sphere would be destroyed. The void shattered as the great demon god staggered back. He roared, "Ignorant scoundrel, you still dare to resist." Swinging his fist, a violent force surged forward. Yang Kai raised his spear to block it, but his body shook violently. A mouthful of blood boiled in his chest, but he forcefully swallowed it back down. Dragon roars shook the heavens as the 2 great elders of the dragon race attacked from the left and right. Their 100 Zhonglong bodies exuded a brilliant aura as they opened their mouths and spat out a dragon's breath towards the great demon god. The great demon god did not dodge, or rather, he had no intention of dodging from the beginning. He simply allowed the dragon's breath to hit his body. When he stretched out his right hand, it suddenly became abnormally dry and withered, but at the same time, it exuded an extremely dangerous aura. Blood splashed into the sky as the great elder retreated with a sorrowful cry. A large piece of flesh had been torn from his chest and dragon scales had been peeled off. If not for Fu Ti sacrificing himself to save him at the critical moment, everyone would have doubted whether the dragon race's great elder would have survived this attack. Yang Kai, who had been forced back, narrowed his eyes as he stared at the great demon god's right hand. He faintly felt that this hand was extraordinary. Before this, the great demon god's right hand had not been like this, but just now, it seemed to have changed. Be careful of that right hand. It may be the remnant of his main body. Zhang Wuhen's voice sounded in Yang Kai's ears. No one knew better than him just how terrifying this hand was. Previously, when he was trapped in that inexplicable space, Huang Wuji had once used a withered broken palm to deal with him. Although that broken palm was withered and decayed, the killing power it could display was extremely terrifying. Zhang Wuhen had also thought about it before. If a broken palm could display such power, Then how strong was its owner? That was until he met the great demon god. That broken palm was undoubtedly the great demon god's hand. During his battle with the Flowing Time Great Emperor, the great emperors of Flowing Time Great Emperor's soul had been destroyed and the great demon god's body had been shattered. However, this broken palm had been preserved to this day. Since the great demon god had possessed Huang Wuji's body, he had naturally taken back the broken palm that Huang Wuji had been protecting. At this moment, it was finally showing its true power. In Huang Wuji's hands, the broken palm was only a broken palm, and the power it could display was limited, but in the hands of the great demon god, the broken palm's full power was undoubtedly unleashed. With a single palm, it could break all methods. Ever since the change in the right hand, the great demon god had attacked twice, and the two great elders of the dragon race were already injured. One of them had a large piece of flesh clawed off his chest, and the other almost had his dragon tendons pulled out. The situation was extremely dangerous, and it made everyone's heart tremble. But no one retreated. Even the injured Zhu Yan and Fu Shun did not retreat. After the couple met up, they turned around and pounced towards the great demon god again. The auras of the two dragons seemed to have merged into one at this moment, resonating with each other, and the two dragons coiled around the great demon god from both sides. Since the start of the battle, unless one side was completely defeated, it was impossible to stop. Roars and roars spread to every corner of the star boundary, and the tremors of heaven and earth spread to the most remote corners. Yang Kai was bleeding, the two great elders of the dragon race were bleeding, the other great emperors were bleeding, and the great demon god was also bleeding. Terrifying cracks appeared on Tai Yu's body that seemed to be made of stone. In this battle, everyone was going all out, and no one dared to hold back. In today's battle, either you die, or I die. The great emperors of heaven's revelations had saved others many times at critical junctures, but as the price, the black tortoise shield that had accompanied him for many years was also shattered by the great demon god. The primal chaos sacred flame's radiance grew dimmer and dimmer, like a candlelight in a storm that could be extinguished at any moment. At this moment, it was trapped by a pure demonic chi. The great emperors of wondrous pills made hand seals with one hand, controlling the primal chaos sacred flame to burn the demonic chi, while also consuming the great demon god's energy. His face was as pale as paper, and he stuffed a large amount of spirit pills into his mouth. One of Tai Yu's arms hung limply at his side, and when he ran, he no longer had the unstoppable momentum he had before, and he was now limping. Yang Kai's body was dripping with blood, and the bloody light that enveloped the bodies of the great emperors was also incomparably dim. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.